Hey everybody, welcome to the early start of our NFL draft virtual watch party. Welcome. We're supposed to start at 7 p.m., but I thought I'd get it started a little earlier. Figured why not, And we are here. I am not there. I was not me. I've got to stop referring to me, and I have to emphasize we because Zennie62Media is a legal separate person, entity. But Zennie62Media was credentialed for the NFL draft and for the 16th year in a row. But this is COVID, and even though I'm vaccinated and my mom's vaccinated, I wasn't comfortable with the idea of going there in what is an area where there are places that have been cited for violations of COVID-19 restrictions. And so I didn't want to go there and catch a variant, bring it back, and either get sick or have my mom get sick and regret the whole deal. And the virtual world has been very good to Zennie62Media. So why give it up? It made absolutely no sense to me. So there's a lot to share here. And there's a lot of flexibility. For example, I can take the Twitter account, expand it. We can go through the tweets. The red carpet is on right now. So we can go through here and Aaron Rodgers unhappy. That's hilarious. And we can then see what people are talking about. For example, here is Jamar Chase, right? And we can then see what people are talking about. For example, here is Jamar Chase, right? And Jamar Chase is from Alabama. Now you might be wondering just how many people from Alabama are at the draft, or what's the total land of people that are there. Well, you've come to the right place to find out. Hey, Raiders SP, how you doing? Raiders SP says this is something you got to see here. Raiders SP says Rodgers news is not old. He wants out. Yeah, I heard that. He wants out. Yeah, he's upset. He is not happy. And there are people blaming his new fiancée, Cheyenne Woodley, for that, which I think is sad, But hey, people do talk, don't they? They do talk. So also what I'm doing right now is the draft itself doesn't start until 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock, all right? So you're early, all right? Early. Early. Now what I'm doing right now is I'm actually going through and I'm making some adjustments with respect to videos here that are taking up a little too much space, so I don't have to deal with the problem of that RAM problem later. And then I'll get to your input, Raiders SP, and I'll transfer that over. Hey, Raiders SP, who do you think the 49ers are going to select in the first round? I think it's going to be Trey Lance. I'm not high on Matt Jones. Nothing against the man. I just don't think that he is the best. I don't think he's the best quarterback. I don't think he's the best. Okay? I just don't. I don't think he's the best guy for them. You think the 49ers are going to take Mac Jones anyway? I think the Niners are going to take either Trey Lance or I think they're either going to take Trey Lance or Justin Fields. I can't see them taking at all. I cannot see them taking Mac Jones. I just can't. I think it'll be. I think also be just a mistake. I really do. I really do. Let's see here. Making some progress here. Let me do this. Let's make sure that. Yeah. And making progress. Yeah, there that is. So who do you think the Raiders will take? Who do you think the Raiders will take? And I'm very happy to have you here. Folks, also I have interviews from the pro days that I will put up and then next to players that have been selected so you can see what they said before they were drafted, right? So I'll have that out as well. And yeah. So the red carpet there are people down there. There are people down there. There are people down there, but it's not super crowded. They have only let so many people in there. So they've got something going on there. And it's raining. Inclement weather draft. Oh, terrible. Terrible. Let's see here. Just clearing the decks here. And then okay, and then I want to empty the trash there. All right, and yeah, hold on a second. Move to trash. There we go. All right. Yeah. All right. So let me get here. He says, "Hey Zennie, how you doing?" Then he says they drafted Jordan Love. You're talking about the Packers. Yeah, they did draft Jordan Love, but look, Jordan Love has not yet got the Packers to the playoffs. Aaron Rodgers did, right? He said that's what started it. 49ers called the Packers. Mac Jones. So you think the 49ers? No, Justin Fields. Why would the 49ers contact the Packers and get Aaron Rodgers and then take a quarterback? They can't afford to do that. I'm just saying they cannot afford to do that. That's Patrick's. That's in case you're wondering who that is. That's Patrick Surtain. And then 32 picks tonight. Who's going where? And as we ask that question, I'm going to go and call up. I want to show you this is our NFL draft. If you go to NFLDraftPartyOnline.com, all right, NFLDraftPartyOnline.com, you can see our full presentation for this. This is the link, but it's NFLDraftPartyOnline.com there. Okay, and this is what it looks like. Watch this, folks. And I'm not like in The Walking Dead or anything. This is just the lighting that's around me. See, I'll brighten it up a little bit. But let me share this nifty portal that we have. And there it is. Voila, that's it. Okay, so if you go there to NFL Draft, remember NFL Draft Party Online, right? And if you go there and you just happen to click on the arrow in the middle like this, okay? There, and you just happen to click on, and voila, you will see if it goes. Hold on a second. Yeah, there it is. See that? It's kind of like you see me again and again and again. How you doing, Ma? I'm doing fine. Dinner's ready. My beautiful mom has arrived the dinner is ready. So I am going to look at that because I'll make sure that I'm ready to go at 7:30. But look at this. This is the portal. So the neat thing about this portal is if you scroll down here, like so, this is the start of it, okay? Watch. There's NFL draft news from Oakland News Now posted here about different subjects, like Deshaun Watson, as you can tell. there's the 2020 version of the online draft, which you might have attended. And then there's 2020 NFL Combine video blogs here. All right. But there's going to be more content coming. That's Devonta Smith, of course, from our pro days. So this is going to get filled up with a lot more content that we already have. It's just that it's a matter of editing and posting. But that's where we are. Isn't that neat? And they're pretty neat, huh? Pretty neat. So so Raiders SP says he says Raiders so focused on defense. I agree. They should. They should get either, I really like Alabama defensive tackle if they can get him at number 17. We'll just have to see how that plays out. Because Raiders defense gave up 30 points a game. Yeah, no, the Raiders definitely need an upgraded defensive tackle. So, but isn't that pretty neat? That's our portal, and I'll take you back to the Twitter account, which is here, and we'll see what's going on. A moment, and hold on a second. We will stop that screen, and then we'll go to the other screen. This one. Oops. There we go. And voila. And I have it set to NFL draft hashtag. There. See? And this is the latest, which is here. Okay. And so let's see what's going on with the red carpet. The girlfriend experience. Too interesting. It's Kyle Pitts. Does he have the spike shoes? I don't see the spike shoes though. Yeah, I don't see the. I can hear him. Excuse me, I didn't. Let me call that back. I was trying to give you a bigger screen experience, and what happened was didn't quite pan out that way. Yeah. So there. So that's what he's doing. That is who is that?
To see so many, college players realize their dream of playing in the NFL. I know personally, so much excitement, anxiety leading up to the draft. So many different places you can end up. You have teams calling you the week before saying, if you're there, they're going to pick you, and then they don't end up doing it. So, exciting to see. I remember my draft day and how long the first round lasted. I wasn't picked till 38th and was hoping to go, late first round, and ended up going to the Raiders at 38. And, I will say it's, really, when you're drafted, that's just the beginning. You have not arrived. There's so much, more to what you can become once you're in the NFL, that it's cool to see. I still remember celebrating with all my buddies, my friends, my cousins, my family, the night of the draft, and getting picked by the Raiders, having Coach Lane Kiffin call me and let me know they're going to select me. These are just moments you'll never forget. So enjoy the moment, but really, if you think that you've arrived just by being drafted, it'll be easy after that. You got another thing coming. But for sure, celebrate the moment, and something you'll never forget.
And here's from the NFL. Let's see. We've got NFL has a link up. Okay. Here's the NFL draft, and it's the official account of the National Football League there. So let's see what they've got. I would think they would have the. They don't have the red carpet here. This is the official account of the NFL, but they don't have the NFL draft red carpet here. So I would guess they have it with the NFL itself. So let's see here. Oh, there's talk about Travis Etienne. Let's see what's going on here. Travis Etienne, it's a trending topic. Let's follow it. It says fifth place playmaker in the draft. Jeez Louise, those people are down there, and folks, I don't see they have any masks. One person has a mask. Are you kidding me? I didn't see any masks. Look at those people on NFL Network. I'm not going to turn to it for copyright reasons, but they're out there. Some of them have masks on. Bunch of people don't. And they're all clumped together there, okay? So what was the whole social distancing thing? All right. Oh, thanks, Jay Will. Okay, I'll go over to Instagram. And what I was afraid of and why I didn't go is transpired. I mean, they don't have, those folks are walking around without masks. Okay? Those folks are walking around without masks. Wow. Let's see here. Hashtag NFL draft. Red carpet. NFL draft. Okay. What I'm trying to do is I'm going down here and hey, they didn't have masks. Huh. All right. Here we go. Let's see here. Here we go, folks. All right. I'm turning to the Instagram now. And the Instagram version is here. And there. Voila, Instagram. So let's see what we've got. Got and Rodgers. Let's try a different hashtag. Maybe if Eagle Zone. Let's try that out. And the Bama boys, Jalen Waddle.
What's going on? I mean, not really nervous. Just being here with all your teammates. I feel comfortable having guys like Smitty and Pat and Mac and Boma in here. So it should be exciting. I'm excited to see where my brother go. Excited to see where I'm going. It should be lovely.
Man, and I love you guys talking about that and talking about playing together. I love that since we have these masks on, you guys just said, let me put my name out. You got the DS right there, and you got the Waddle right across you. So you're putting the name out there. Somebody talk about this, man. Last year, man, and no one has ever won that much hardware in a season. What was that like for you?
I mean, it was a blessing. I mean, once Waddle went down, I knew like I had to do what I had to do for the team, and I was ready for it, honestly. I went in there with Coach Sark, talked to him, and it was just me just wanting to do whatever I can for the team. I mean, I couldn't do it for myself. My teammates, they helped me, but ultimately it was all because of him. I did it for him.
Waddle, man, you talked about when you went down. I got to say, man, wide receiver to wide receiver in the era where we're seeing wide receivers tap out on third downs in a game, and I go crazy. Dude, much props, man, for jumping back in that game. and playing the way you play. Man to man, I just want to give you much props to that right here. And then much props on those shoes you're wearing.
Man, appreciate that on both of them. Appreciate that.
I think those shoes maybe match my mask. But let's go back to that resolve, that resilience that you had. You said, I'm going to come back. I'm going to play in this national championship game. Where does that come from, that toughness? And how would that translate to the NFL?
I think it was always just instilled with me. And then just coming in with guys like Smitty, Jew, and Ruggs, and they all competitive, and we all eager to make a play and do something special. It make it easier to go out there and want to, go to war with guys like that. So it make it kind of easy when you got guys like that just going to bat for you.
Let me ask also, guys, you guys came into Alabama, man. You've had some dog days. Right now, you're in the spotlight. This is the payoff of all that hard work. But you've had a lot of dog days, hard work put in. How often have you guys talked about actually living this moment? And what is it like now that you're actually living this moment?
I mean, when we always in the room together, I mean, that's just something that we always said, just knowing us four, we want to be the best group to ever come through in college. And I mean, we consider Alabama wide receiver U. So, we just got to keep the tradition going. And then the guys after us, they know the standard that's already set. So just keeping it going.
You're just going to say that with me on the stage right here, knowing I went to Miami. You're just going to say that. And you know they play each other in the first. You're just going to drop that out here like that.
Wait, we can't let you guys go. Do you have a friendly wager on who's going first, on whose name's being called first tonight?
I like Mr. Heisman. Mr. Heisman himself.
That's a nice thing to
Mr. Heisman
say.
himself, for sure. I'm excited.
I like that.
It's just a blessing for both of us to be in this situation. I mean, I'm happy for him, and overall, I'm excited for him.
Absolutely. Congratulations to both of you.
Guys,
Enjoy. Chris, back to you. Excitement, nerves, what's going on?
I mean, not really nervous. Just being here with all your teammates. You feel comfortable having guys like Smitty and Pat and Mac and Boma here. So this should be exciting. I'm excited to see where my brother go.
That's the replay. Let's see what we've got going next here. Ooh, pictures. I'm trying to find I'm trying to find something that that's interesting. Eagles. Oh, wow. Let's see what we've got here. I'm going to switch back. I'm trying to find, the thing on Twitter is, if anybody has any suggestions, I've got red carpet pictures, but some. I think what I'm going to look for is this way. I'm going to go back to Twitter, see if I can find some other content here. Can't wait to see how it all breaks down because 1, 2, 3 right at the top. Could there be 4 quarterbacks at the top? That's what you talk about history. I can't wait to see how that all breaks down. Of course, we've never seen that before. What do you think of these quarterbacks? Just excited. All different guys. Let's see here. There's see that? Let's see what we got here. 1 hour till showtime. And let's see here. The NFL has the draft-a-thon, which starts at 7:30 as well. LSU football says just do it. And Jamar Chase is wearing white, orange, and black tonight. Not bad. And so, here, look. Look at this. There we go. There we are, folks. I think that might be something we can use, eh? There we go.
Speaking of about to be drafted, you're kind of projected at a couple of different spots.
I can't quite hear that. So let me see what's going on that I can't hear that. Hold on a second.
I mean, we can mess up the league.
You haven't called him and said, man, get up there and talk to that GM or talk to somebody.
We talked, but I don't need to force anything. We talked about it. So
Well,
Because I would want to go to the dude that threw me 9 for 221.
That's every game.
Right, that's what I want.
I know it.
I love it. Well, Michael could talk to you all night. I know that. He loves his receivers and loves you.
could.
Congratulations to all of you.
Thank you.
And enjoy this night.
Dad, you look good too, Dad. You look good.
Everybody looks good.
Appreciate you, brother.
Yeah, so there's one. Okay, let's see what else they've got. I'm trying to find some plays. There we go.
What do you say? Hey, it's a good day. It's a good time for getaway. Yeah. Come on, everybody
Be right back, folks. Oh, and then it went away. That was pretty interesting.
This is a night where dreams become reality, and it's only fitting on a draft that's dominated by quarterbacks that we start with you, Zach Wilson. Great to see you.
Yeah, thank you guys so much. I'm so excited to be here.
So,
it's an opportunity.
So, barring anything crazy, we know you are going number 2 overall to the New York Jets. Where's your green?
Yeah, my dream is whatever team wants.
Folks, I'll be right back. I'll have this play, and I'll be right back.
Green. You can't wait. You can't hear me through the mask. Where's
Yeah,
your
these
green?
masks. I can't hear anyone.
But Zach, listen, the way I see this thing, man, because I was watching some of the old interviews that you do, I was like, wow, this dude has some of that Broadway Joe spunk to him, and then he has that Tom Brady All-American great look. So you kind of go to New York, you could be Broadway Brady, and you're a guy that loves to go home, your family guy. What is it like? Are you concerned about the big city and not having your family there?
Absolutely not. I'm excited for the opportunity, the moment. This is what you sign up for and you become a quarterback. And I think that's what's so exciting is, but as far as the draft goes, I won't believe it till it happens. So I'm excited to be here and just soak it all in.
So one of the things I love is you wear a wristband, right? That says "Prove 'em wrong."
I do.
I don't know. Are you wearing it right now?
I don't have it right now.
Okay, when you're all dressed up. But prove who wrong? Have you had doubters your whole life?
Yeah, my story, I kind of come from behind. I've always I wasn't the biggest recruit. I wasn't a 5-star. I didn't have all the big offers, and I felt like every year there was somebody or something I was trying to prove wrong. It's not for one specific person, but it's kind of a general thing that I've always kind of kept the motto of.
And that's a great thing. That's a great thing to have. Always have that fighting. I want to ask you, though, right here, being at this moment, how satisfying it is. Because I read all about how you and your dad put all those hours in. And your dad's a defensive lineman.
Right.
Put all those hours into learning the quarterback position. How satisfying is this right here, this moment?
Yeah, it's so satisfying. And honestly, he probably throws the ball better than any D lineman I've ever seen. So we started from ground one. We worked all the way up. And it's a surreal and humble, blessing experience to be here. I'm just so thankful for everything I've had.
Well, enjoy it. Enjoy every second. Congratulations. Your parents are standing there right behind you.
Thank you,
And we're
guys.
excited to see what the next step brings.
Yeah, I can't wait. I'm excited to be here.
Good luck, buddy.
Thank you,
All right.
guys.
A team with Tom Brady quarterbacking it, and the team basically saying, we're going to put all in.
The Aaron Rodgers story has been developing over the course of the last month. And this is something, if you've been following along, our friend Mike Silver told us about this when Aaron Rodgers first refused a restructured contract, which they could actually do without asking, but they asked him, did not want his contract restructured, wanted an extension. And obviously there was frayed nerves. Rodgers was frustrated, still upset about trading up for Jordan Love last year. So that was a couple weeks ago. What the two sides have done over the course of the last couple weeks is try to fix it. Agent Dave Dunn, the longtime agent for Aaron Rodgers, has flown to Green Bay, had countless meetings with Rodgers, lasted for hours and hours to try to figure out what to do. I'm also told that at that point, teams became aware that Rodgers wasn't happy, and several reached out, including the Rams, including the San Francisco 49ers. The Packers have been steadfast in saying they are not wanting to trade Aaron Rodgers at all. I'm also told the Packers have made several offers for a long-term contract extension for Rodgers to give him the kind of security that he wants. The two sides do not have a deal. Nothing is close to a deal as of right now. So Rodgers is upset and frustrated. And while we are all talking about the various quarterback derbies, including potentially one for a Green Bay quarterback, Aaron Rodgers is heading to the Kentucky Derby to go watch some horses and maybe wander onto a red carpet and talk about it.
We are going to keep him here and believe that he's going to show up and play for us. If for some reason he chooses not to, based on these statements, well, I guess we've got Jordan Love in which we can fall back on because we went and got him last year. But this is so fascinating and a perfect way to bring some drama and intrigue to that one of the NFL. And you know who's probably sitting back and maybe like with a little bit of a smirk on his face? Okay, Brett Favre. Brett Favre. We're all kinds of fun early here in NFL draft night. Yeah, I think Mahomes has tweeted out a few days ago. Well, I see draft weekend can be pretty interesting. I guess, you know, we got $500 million contract already signed and a new protector, your left tackle, with the team not choosing in the first round because of it. You can tweet that out if you are one Patrick Mahomes. And then the Tom Pelissero tweeted out today that the 49ers had called the Packers looking for Aaron Rodgers. You thought, well, maybe they soured on the option of the trio of quarterbacks at 3, but now you know they already know what we know. Aaron Rodgers was out there. In the meantime, we'll talk about who should they take at 3 overall. Lions fans, yeah, drink up, Packers fans. Every time I eat stuffed crust from Pizza Hut, I play this song. What did you say, Ricky? 3 toppings, just 11. Amazing. The original stuffed crust, just $11.99. Only for Pizza Hut. No one at Pizza Hut.
We make USA insurance for this season and the veterans that never quit on their team. When being a fan gets tough and stretching your budget gets even tougher, our agents put in the time and legwork for you. So saving on auto insurance is easy. Because saving a little extra goes a long way. USAA, what you're made of, we're made for.
How does Apartments.com maintain the superhuman levels of productivity necessary to help more renters get into new homes than any other site? It's really as simple as taking that old power nap once in a while. And coffee for the Tuski. Wakey, wakey. That should clear out the digital cobwebs for a few months or so. Apartments.com, the most popular place to find a place. These days, every business is a connected business, so you need a network that's built right. Verizon Business Unlimited starts with America's most reliable network. Then we have the speed of Verizon 5G. We provide security that's made for business and offer plans as low as $30 per line. More businesses choose Verizon than any other network. Come to a local Verizon store and get a plan built right for your business. Watch the NFL Draft-a-thon live to benefit pandemic recovery.
I cannot wait for this.
Join Kay Adams and celebrity guests for a 2-day event.
Hey, Rev, why did your wife put you out in the car, man? Did she yell at you in the house?
Find out more at NFL.com/Draft-a-thon.
The new Hyundai Santa Fe makes family outings safer, especially for the kids. Its available class-exclusive ultrasonic motion sensor can help prevent a child from being accidentally left in the rear seat. If any movement is detected after shutting off the engine, the Santa Fe sounds the alarm. You won't find that in the competition. Something to chew on.
Now get a 2021 Santa Fe for 0% APR for 60 months, or up to $12.50 cash back. Visit buyhyundai.com today.
Using your Georgia Acura dealer for attractive offers on the MDX. Welcome back to Cleveland. Verizon's announcing Verizon Small Business Days now through May 7th. Meet with a business specialist and get limited time offers. Learn more at verizon.com/small business. Ian Rappaport, the latest on what the Niners are going to do at 3. Sir, what do you have?
Rich, the 49ers know who they're taking at 3. They have told very few people, so it's all a guess. So let me explain how the 49ers got it. They made a big trade for 12 to 3 with the thought in mind, as far as I'm told, that Mac Jones would probably be it. They felt really comfortable with him and a couple of the other quarterbacks, but that was not at all where the process stopped. In fact, it really just kicked into gear. They did a deep dive into all the quarterbacks and became really comfortable with them. And this is where it became fascinating. It sounds like Trey Lance, North Dakota State quarterback, really grew on the 49ers. They got endless film after film after film on Trey Lance and his quarterback coach, seeing him do things that they would do in their offense. And they had a heavy hand in his second pro day, just so they could get a full evaluation. It is not clear which direction they're going, but it is Mac Jones or Trey Lance. Feels like it's swinging Lance, but we will see.
All right, thanks very much. I know you're happy to hear this. Your mock drafts are over. I no longer want to hear what will they do. I want to know what should they do. I'm literally pounding the table. I've had enough of the mock draft season. What should the Niners do at 3 in your estimation?
I'm so happy to hear that question. For me, they should take Trey Lance is what they should do, because with Trey Lance, you are going to get the intelligence that you love about Mac Jones. The accuracy, while it's not quite up to Mac Jones' level, I think he can get there with some mechanical tweaks. And then you add all of the athleticism that he would bring to your offense. You're going to play 11 on 11. You're going to have to account for Trey Lance in the run game, and you're going to be able to tap into the creativity of the best play caller in the National Football League, in Kyle Shanahan. That would be a fun toy for me, and I think it would be a fun toy for the 49ers. And you also don't have to rush him on the field. You've got Jimmy Garoppolo. You can take your time.
And that's been my biggest thing, because one thing that keeps hitting me as we have these conversations about the 49ers, 22-8. 22-8 when Jimmy G is healthy. So here's a guy who's got all the athletic ability. Everybody that talks to the guy falls in love with him, and Trey Lance. It seems like a perfect fit, because you get to have Jimmy G playing quarterback, and this guy, could they possibly do a Taysom Hill? They bring him in and do some things with him as Jimmy G. Don't forget, they're one play away, one offensive play away from winning the Super Bowl a couple years ago. You've got a really good quarterback who fits your offense, and now you get maybe 2.0. All the stuff you liked about the previous quarterback, put some action on the next guy.
Did you say something about pounding the table?
I literally did, yes.
Because I had an article on NFL.com about guys that pound the table for him. And Trey Lance would be that guy. Because I said he's the most intriguing quarterback in this draft for me, because of the skill set, the upside, all the buzzwords you want to use. I've said it all through the process. He's Josh Allen to me. Has that type of potential to make those changes and upgrades that people are looking for. But I think he's already coming out more accurate than Josh did out of college. And here's the last thing, guys. He has a mind for football that is way up there. People are underestimating that part. And we keep hearing rumors that Jimmy G might actually be moved beforehand. So if it's Trey Lance, they're convinced that he can take the ball right away, and they fall in love with his mind, not just his skills.
Well, Trey Lance played one game in 2020 before COVID canceled the Bison season, so I guess COVID forced the Bison to opt out. There are some players in this draft like Penei Sewell and Micah Parsons who opted out on their own. James Slater has that.
The Pac-12 cancels their season amid COVID-19. What does this mean for college players?
Being a kid from Harvey, what did it mean playing? for a powerhouse like LSU. It means so much to the state, doesn't
It
it?
means a lot. Hearing all the fans scream and the LSU songs that they love to play before the game. It's just a chill thinking about it, especially seeing it. It's a whole different feeling.
So did you test positive for COVID?
I did.
How much did that weigh into your decision to opt out?
That's what really made me think about my decision the most. Because I couldn't breathe as much, and I was using asthma pumps, and I haven't had asthma since I was a kid. So I'm just trying to look at my health and look at my experience and make sure I'm in good health.
What was harder, telling Coach O or telling those teammates that you were opting out?
I'm pretty sure it's telling Coach O.
It took him a while to tell me. He didn't believe. He was crying. He was almost hysterical. Jamar loved the team. I don't see Jamar every day. He just loves football and loves the team.
It got emotional. Why?
He's one of my favorite coaches. He been through with me with everything. You know, I talk to him personally, family stuff, anything. You know, so guys, that's the boss.
I really wanted to play, but it came down to the Pac-12 not being certain of what they wanted to do, deciding on whether to opt out. My parents were the ultimate people that I went to for advice. And from there, we made a plan and started preparing for the NFL draft.
You had to shift after you made the decision from a team mentality to an individual mentality. What went into that?
Just working on my own. Monday through Saturday was my workout days.
My typical day consisted of morning and afternoon workouts.
Runs in the morning.
Combine drills, 40s, other days would be position work.
My hands and my speed were the main things I was working about this offseason. And I've seen a big increase with my speed.
Afternoon workouts, it'd be leg workouts or upper body workouts.
It's been a long journey. I got out of college early, you know, jumped straight into a businessman. It's a big difference, you know, businessman for football.
How do you get your mind in the right place that I made the right decision and stay focused?
Watching those guys keep me motivated, you know, that's what our dream was growing up, you know, be successful young black men playing football.
Every chance I got in the weight room, I acted like it was a game day for me. So I came in with the purpose, knowing that one day I will step across those lines and do what I do.
Tackle prospect Renee Sewell tossed up 31 reps at 225.
That strength, that aggressiveness is clearly on display.
I think people forgot about my name a little bit. I just wanted to wake people up.
Jamar Chase putting on quite a show today.
Pro Day tells me a lot. He came back in good shape, coming in and out of his brace, the best I've ever seen. He's such a dominant football player. I think people forget.
So we're getting close to the draft. Your draft stock was seemingly unaffected by the decision to opt out. Knowing what you know now, Jamar, would you have done it all the same?
If COVID wasn't there, then I would have been playing football. I mean, that was a big reason me opting out.
Non-COVID related, I would stay out there. College is something that you only experience once, but really the experience that I went through here and the people that I've met really shaped me into who I am, and I like the person that I'm becoming.
What was gained from not participating in the season?
What I gained was some knowledge, some patience. Those two things have bring me a long way. I just can't wait to be a football player again, you know, be a little kid on the field again, so that'll all come shortly.
Well, I mean, Chase and Sewell could go back-to-back tonight in the first hour of the draft. How do you, Coach Shaw, evaluate players who opted out, do you think?
Well, first of all, I completely understand what Coach Jack said. Having gone through that with Walker Little and Paulson and Debo, talking to them and their families, and the uncertainty, especially on the West Coast, as Panay talked about. We brought the guys back, we sent them home, we brought them back again. So we understand the decision. These guys worked really hard to get back to where they are. But now we evaluate them. You have to go on the film. Right, the films from the last time they played, what they do on the film, and then those pro days are so huge because nobody has seen these guys in a year, and then they come back, and just like those two guys did, our two guys came back and blew guys away at the pro day, and now you've got two things. So one is the film that they last time they played, and then now what they did the pro day, see how hard they've been working.
And don't forget, they don't drop because the film was good beforehand, and both of them came back in shape. Right here in Cleveland, Wyatt Teller put on 16 pounds of muscle, got in the best shape of his life, won a job at guard last year and became an all-pro. He showed maturity during the COVID crisis. Guess what? These guys showed that same maturity. So if you're scouting like someone who did come back that way, DJ, you got an uphill battle convincing your team, don't you?
Yeah, I talked to a couple teams that actually felt like this was a good litmus test for these kids. They had a whole year. No coach looking over their shoulder to make sure they were working out
taking care of their business, and the vast majority of these kids, as Coach said, they showed up at their pro day. They were in phenomenal shape. You can tell they took care of themselves during this year, and they're ready to get their NFL career kicked off.
Thrilled to be here for an in-person draft after last year's draft. All vaccinated fans here inside the theater stage. An interesting roll call moment with King checks of NFL media.
We are in the city of Cleveland. And Browns fans, I need you to turn up and put in the city. Let's go! Let me hear you in the back. Can we pause for 1 second? One more time. Cleveland Browns fans, make some noise. Yes.
Browns fans all fired up. Packers fans are wondering what's going on. I was just reading her lips underneath her mask. That's your two questions. What is Bill Belichick going to do tonight? I would say, what are they going to do at 15? They could move up. Will free agency Bill show up as draft night Bill? That's coming up.
This one's for every NFL fan who thinks next year will be our year. Every year. You've compromised enough. Pepsi Zero Sugar.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my bill. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. The house, the car, the RV.
Cluster. Insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
Superdome Beach Day, everybody.
My bad. Don't be left in the Stone Age. To get access to exclusive experiences at BudLightLegends.com.
Maybe I didn't love you. Why that won't come as my diversion?
We're delivering for the earth by investing in more electric vehicles, reusable packaging, and carbon capture research, making Earth our priority.
From the moment I laid eyes on you, what I said, I see it. And I like it. And I want it. Yes, I do it. I need it to make me happy. And baby, yes, I do need you. I see it. And I like it. And I want it. Yes, I do.
More than some burritos.
Burritos? Get a freshly made footlong from Subway instead, with crisp veggies on freshly baked bread. Just order in the app. Ditch the burgers.
Choose better, be better.
Subway, eat fresh.
It's our block, our place, our people. Our block is just like yours, full of the people who shaped you. They all deserve care and access to the vaccine, no matter their address, income, or skin color. Not having a ride to get the vaccine can't be the reason you don't get it. You want to help? Donate a ride today. Introducing Burst. Fit for training. Fit for running. Fit for living. Burst. Apparel fit for living.
Trey, what's up, man? Josh Allen with the Bills here. Let me tell you something. You're always going to have doubters.
This kid out the answer. There's a big question mark. You just haven't seen enough.
I heard it all before. You're not good enough to play quarterback in the
You
NFL.
just need some time to develop.
Untested.
He's played 17 games.
Competition's too weak.
He's not a big
Ignore them. Get on the field and let your game do the talking. It's time to make some noise, Trey.
Here's a peek inside the green room made possible by Lowe's, where every invited prospect, all invited prospects are waiting patiently, hoping to hear the commissioner call their names tonight. And a special thanks from me to the great people at Lowe's, the primary sponsors of Run Rich Run in 2021. Great thanks to them. Patriots have won 2 Super Bowls since 2015, but the draft not nearly as successful for Bill Belichick and the franchise out of 53 players selected. Only punter Jake Bailey in 2020 made the Pro Bowl. New England's also had the 3rd fewest number of starts by their own picks in that 6-year span. The Cardinals and the Eagles are the only teams below the Patriots, and that was part of the conversation when the Patriots went kind of hog wild in free agencies. They didn't have a lot of draftees for them to have to pay in a second contract. They had a lot of money left over. Stanford punter, Jake Bailey. Oh, my bad. My bad. Hunters are Stanford Cardinal too. Absolutely. That's a new T-shirt.
Did he do like 25 on the bench in the pro day? Wasn't he the real strong?
All I know is he went to the Pro Bowl and he was all pro. That's all I know.
And he went to Stanford.
Absolutely. Well done. Pardon me. My bad. What do you think the Patriots should do with their 15th overall selection tonight, Daniel?
Well, it's been an aggressive offseason, so why not keep that trend going tonight? And if Trey Lance were to start the slide, let's say Mac Jones goes 3rd overall, I think this New England Patriots team is well equipped to start a young quarterback. You have an unbelievable offensive line. You can run the football. They're going to have a great defense. The special teams is as good as we have in the National Football League. Just get a young quarterback in there, ask him to run around, make some plays as he's learning and developing. I would think a guy like Trey Lance, who protects the football and creates some plays, would be a great fit.
DJ, I love where you're going with this because you started with the aggressive offseason of the New England Patriots. And that's not something we've talked about very often over time. So let's take a look at this aggressive offseason of the Patriots and why we might be bullish on them making a move tonight. They added a receiver in Aguilar who's resurrected his career out in Las Vegas. 2 terrific tight ends in Hunter Henry and John O. Smith. They got Trent Brown back on the offensive line. And how about Matthew Judon to help spice up the defense? Plus, they may get some opt-ins back. So to me, let's continue this aggressiveness. Let's keep going and get our quarterback for the future. They've shied away from doing it before. They've drafted quarterbacks, but never in the first round. It's time to consider doing that again, I think.
Absolutely. A lot of talk of them trading up, a lot of talk of them sticking and picking. Some great players there. There's some good quarterbacks there. If they wanted to trade back, the trio of Mond, Mills, and Trask is pretty attractive, especially that Mills kid. I heard he's pretty good out of Stanford. Big, strong kid. Actor is a great athlete. Wild people in the pro day. Got his exo going up there. The guy can make plays in the pocket. He can make plays out of the pocket. A better athlete than most people give him credit for. This guy's got a chance to be special. When you get a chance to interview him, he knows football inside and out. This guy can make plays on Sundays, and I can't wait to watch him.
Yeah, and one thing, guys, talking to friends around the league, they have theories and they hear buzz on all these teams, except for one. When you ask, what are the New England Patriots going to do? What do you think?
No idea.
There's silence on the other end of the line. So we are all waiting. The whole league is waiting to see what Bill Belichick's going to do.
I think Nike the dog's the only one that might know.
Rough.
Exactly.
And he's not talking either.
Bill's just chatty, walking Nike around Nantucket. So we'll see what the Patriots do right there at 15th overall. And you know, it would be fascinating if the Patriots do get a rookie quarterback in this draft, because the Jets are getting one, and by choosing that quarterback, it would leave another one for New England. Could you imagine what that would mean for that rivalry as those 2 rookie quarterbacks matriculate in their careers?
Well, what might be different is the Jets are going to start their rookie quarterback right away. If this rookie quarterback comes in, Cam Newton might start first, and this quarterback might have to sit for a while behind him.
Where do you think is we're a half an hour to the draft started? Justin Fields might land tonight.
I'm keeping an eye on 8 and 9. When you look at the Carolina Panthers and the Denver Broncos, that seems to be the sweet spot, which also means the rest of the league knows that. So if you want to trade up for Justin Fields, you might want to call the Detroit Lions at number 7.
Unless the Niners take him. Well, you know,
There's always that.
It's entirely possible that card has been the one closest to the best in San Francisco. I mean, I cannot recall a draft where a team goes to the Super Bowl 1 year and then 2 years later comes back and moves up to draft a quarterback. And we have no earthly idea who that quarterback is, as we are 25 minutes away from the Jaguars being put on the clock. We're live here in Cleveland, Ohio. It's time for the Cleveland All-City Choir to get on the stage and sing "Lift Every Voice and Sing," then the national anthem, and then we're getting closer to the NFL draft. Ladies and gentlemen, performing "Lift Every Voice and Sing," please welcome the Cleveland Metropolitan School District's All-City Choir under the direction of Dr. David Manning Thomas. Ladies and gentlemen, to honor America, please rise for the presentation of the colors by a joint service color guard from the military districts of Washington, D.C. To perform our national anthem, please welcome 2013 Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inductee, Ann Wilson.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, or the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rattled, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still alive. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free? And the heart of the brave.
USAA presents this Salute to Service moment. As the official Salute to Service will return to Cleveland with the draft on the horizon. Hey, we should go on tour together.
The schedule's wide open.
Be like a rock star. Get access to VIP perks and much more at DoubleAlegends.com.
You can be legendary.
Or some burritos.
Burritos? Get a freshly made footlong from Subway instead, with crisp veggies on freshly baked bread. Just order in the app. Ditch the burgers.
Choose better, be better.
Subway, eat fresh.
Making a difference starts with making a commitment, a promise to others, using the lessons you've learned, the values you believe in, to show what you're truly capable of.
When I was young, I didn't need it anymore. But those days are done.
Go with us and find millions of flexible options all in our app. Expedia. It matters who you travel with.
These days, every business is a connected business, so you need a network that's built right. Verizon Business Unlimited starts with America's most reliable network. Then you have the speed of Verizon 5G. We provide security that's made for business and offer plans as low as $30 per line. More businesses choose Verizon than any other network. Come to a local Verizon store and get a plan to work right through your business.
Hello there. Good Morning Football has you covered. Storylines, headlines.
Let's get this started. Every morning, a good morning. Boom. That's the NFL just keeps on coming. Good Morning Football, only on NFL Network.
After the draft on NFL Total Access, your official round one recap. From the biggest move to the biggest shock, who rose, who fell, and who's still waiting to hear his name on day 2. Tonight, after the draft.
It takes more than a look to be a superstar.
Doctor wouldn't clear me for wrestling, and I was a good wrestler. You can't say anybody was better. But also tormented. The most pivotal human being in pro wrestling history.
I want to be remembered as making people feel a certain way when they watch you.
Hi, Legends. It's a part of it. New episodes of Macho Man Breaking Savage. Sunday at 8 on A&E.
The Harry's razor is not the same. Our razors have 5 German-engineered blades designed to stay sharp, so your thing sheared is as smooth as your country. And we never upcharge you for high quality. Harry's, available in your store at harrys.com.
Every customer has their own Safe Light story. This couple was on a camping trip when their windshield got chipped. They drove to Safe Light for a same-day repair, and with their insurance, it was no cost to them. That's service you could trust.
Back in Cleveland, Ohio, it's raining, it's cold, but who cares? It's a draft. The NFL draft is live and in person. Some double vaccinated NFL draft contact. Everybody in the NFL draft here has been doubly vaccinated. So is the man handing out the fist pound. Roger Goodell for the Jaguars on in about 15 minutes. Mitchell Trubisky, just 13 career starts. Second overall in 2017. Dwayne Haskins had 3 fewer starts. He went 15th overall a couple of years ago. Cam, he also had an actual chance. Heisman Trophy goes this year, 14 career starts. Kyler Murray went 17 career starts, but he went first overall. What about Trey Lance and Matt Jones, who come to this draft with as many career starts as Kyler Murray? So, what do you make about all of the experience of these quarterbacks coming in?
Well, I'll tell you what, Rich, you look at the experience or lack thereof experience for Trey Lance, but at the same time, there's so much intrigue with this guy. When he puts it together, yes, a work in progress. Yes, he has to mature a little bit, some areas in which he needs to grow. But when he puts it all together, you get really, really excited about this young man and say to yourself, man, this could be the best of all of these guys when it's all said and done. Look at the double move here. Doesn't have it. What I love is that second level throw, Joel. You'll see him make those over and over again with that talented right arm. We have a defensive end coming free here. He's going to let this ball go. And it's the touch on the ball. We know he's got a cannon, but the touch to allow his receiver to make a move on the football, the pocket movement, be able to navigate the pocket. We got safety coming free once again. Then I can step in with that big body, and I can deliver a strike at the second level once again. Now, here's the thing. Lack of time in terms of experience. You're going to see times where the placement of the football isn't exactly where I want it. Something that he's going to have to clean up on the next level. He hasn't seen a whole lot of stuff because he's only played 17 games. Would love for him to get to the second level throw right here. That is an easy touchdown. But hey, let's fall back on the athleticism and allow him to go get in the end zone a different way. So, lack of experience, going to take a little bit of time as it does with a lot of young quarterbacks. But there is so much to love about Trey Lance.
Listen, I agree with you. All of the things, his intangibles, his skill set could be the best of all of these guys, maybe outside of Trevor Lawrence, right? His upside is incredible. But there is just one trait that worries me, and that's the fact that there's only one thing that ties the last 10 Super Bowl winners at the quarterback position together. It's not the style, it's not the scheme, it's not any of those things. It's their experience, and it's their experience even in college football. The last 10 winners of the Super Bowl quarterback position have averaged over 30 starts and 1,200 passing attempts. Trey Lance has 318 in college. But, I mean, putting it lightly, he's like a quarterback infant. He needs reps, and he needs them badly. One other thing I would just point out, North Dakota State heavy run team. Very good at what they do. Best at the FCS level. That's an incredible program. It's very different as a quarterback, Kurt, as you know, to sit in the pocket. And when you want to throw it and when you have to throw it are two totally different things, right? And North Dakota State threw the ball when they wanted to and how they wanted to. And at the next level, I don't think that's going to be afforded to Trey Lance. So it's a little bit of an unknown. I love it. I think he is a great player. I hope he succeeds. I have a lot of unknowns about what he's going to be in some of those situations.
Yeah, no doubt. And we're all going to wonder what he's going
I am back.
to see where he goes. Hey, Rich, as I said it back to you. There's a guy on this set that only had a
Hey everybody, I hope the
college starts before he came into the NFL.
oh boy, how you doing? I think it was still going, huh? It was looked like it froze. Wait a second here. Whew. Well, we're back. Now I want to show you who's here, everybody, regarding the players that are actually at the draft. Oh, but before we do that, I want to show you. First, I want to welcome you back again, and we do a fun search here. Twitter doesn't save your searches anymore. I get used to.
Prepare to be swept off your feet. Enjoy
There.
perks and more at BudLightLegends.com.
There we go.
Your ulcerative colitis treatment in a different direction. Talk to your doctor about Xeljanz, a pill, not an injection or infusion, for adults with moderate to severe.
Oh, hey, it's John Marks.
Medicine did not help enough. Xeljanz
John Marks, how you doing? Hey, John, how are you? Welcome. I'm back. Can't wait for the draft. While we're here, we've got, it's 7:49, so we have 11 minutes before the draft officially starts beyond the red carpet. Really excited. My favorite days of the year. And I want to thank Vinny Lospinoso for retweeting. Say thanks, Vinny. This is going to be a big day for a lot of teams because an unprecedented number of quarterbacks are going to go in the first round, paced by Trevor Lawrence, and the wild card is Trey Lance. Everyone's wondering where he's going to go. I believe he's going to be a San Francisco 49er. Some people think it's Matt Jones, and you've got a number of interesting developments. So, as I talk about those developments with you, let's take a look at the new draft order as a refresher so we can, know where we're at, right? And I want to say that this is still a development. This technology is still a work development in progress, and I've got some new bells and whistles I'm working on. Really excited. Okay, really excited. All right. Here are rather.
This one's for every NFL fan, hoping that this will finally be the year your team's
NFL draft round by round order is here. And I will call that up right now. For those of you who are probably in need of a refresher, right? And let's see here. Share. So stop screen. Share and then share screen. I won't share what I wanted. There it is. All right. Here we are. All right. There it is, folks. So what we've got here is I pull this up and I'll zoom in. Okay. Zoom in. And excuse me. Zoom in there, right? All right. So we've got Jacksonville. Urban Meyer is on right now. Hold on a second. Let's hear what Urban Meyer has to say.
I do because the owners share it. We'd be in trouble if the owner didn't share that energy. That energy.
He's talking about the owner sharing the energy about building the. Hey, David, how you doing? David, I owe you big time. And so I'll straighten that out very soon. Thank you. This has been a very challenging last 2 weeks, to be frank. Challenging in a good way. And health-wise, yeah. But Raiders are not going to draft a quarterback in the first round. Well, you know what? Anything can happen. I'm not going to say that. Anything can happen. He says QB to bring them into the new age. I can't see the Raiders doing that at 17. The only way the Raiders would be able to do that. Wait a minute. They would have to move Mariota or Carr. And why do that for Mac? Who would they do that for? Right? I'm not saying it's outside of the realm of possibility, but I think the Raiders would have to take on. be part of a rather complicated multi-team deal to get up, say, to the inside the 5, right? At the 5th spot or in. And I personally don't see that happening just because what they have to package, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong, you know. I haven't heard, but then I don't hear everything, that the Raiders are actually moving toward that. But, hey, the question is, who would they take? Who would the Raiders take? I think Mac Jones is more Gruden's type, but I think Mac Jones is such that you don't have to spend a first rounder on him. I mean, if you're going to like second round, you might as well get Davis Mills of Stanford. Why are you fooling around with Mac Jones? My point is, the Raiders can get better value at 17, and then get a quarterback later, and then get a good one. And I think Davis Mills is an excellent quarterback out of Stanford. He's going to be an excellent pro. He's going to have a fantastic type flight NFL. You know, so yeah, anything can happen. But you know what? Here's the thing: anything can happen. Look, the Raiders are not going to draft a quarterback in the first round. Okay, you heard it here first, sort of. But they're just not going to do that. It's a nice fantasy and all that, but it's not happening. All right, I'm just saying it. I'm not even going to say. And by the way, I'm not even going to go there. It's not happening. Period. End of story. Jacksonville. Here's the rounds. Jacksonville Jaguars, New York Jets, the Niners from the Houston Texans through Miami, the Atlanta Falcons at number 4, the Bengals at 5, the Miami Dolphins from the Philadelphia Eagles at 6, the Detroit Lions at 7, the Carolina Panthers at 8, the Denver Broncos at 9, the Dallas Cowboys at 10, the New York Giants at 11, the Philadelphia Eagles from San Francisco through Miami at 12, number 13, the LA Chargers, 14, the Minnesota Vikings, 15, the New England Patriots, 16, the Arizona Cardinals, 17, as you know, the Raiders, 18, the Miami Dolphins, 19, the Washington Football Team, 20, the Chicago Bears, and I believe we have 20 of the Chicago Bears, and what do we have here? 21, the Indianapolis Colts, 22, the Tennessee Titans, the 23, New York Jets, 24, the Pittsburgh Steelers. One moment, please. Oh. Hold on a second, folks. Hold on a second, folks. Wait a second. Let's see here. All right. Somebody. No, you gotta lose somebody. Yeah, so there we go. Sorry about that, folks. I thought I had done that before, but I didn't. Anyway, okay, so making sure my brethren got the link, but whatever. Okay, where are we? Yeah, we were okay. So we're the Tennessee Titans at 22. The New York Jets from the Seattle Seahawks at 23. Pittsburgh Steelers at 24. The Jacksonville Jaguars at 25. The Cleveland Browns at 26. The Baltimore Ravens at 27. 28 the New Orleans Saints. 29 the Green Bay Packers. And what do we have in here? The Buffalo Bills at 30. The Baltimore Ravens from Kansas City Chiefs. And, of course, the Buccaneers at 32. Dave says, please don't. Wait a minute. Okay. Do you think Jimmy G has what it takes to make it back to the postseason? David, I don't think the question is whether or not Jimmy G has what it takes. The question is, will Kyle Shanahan put in the right playbook for him? A game plan. I remember, that's the problem. That's the question. And look, Kyle hasn't put him, in my opinion, in. Wow, it's crowded there now. Boy, folks, that is a super spreader. I know everybody's got their masks and they're supposedly vaccinated, but that place is packed. It is packed in the rain. It's packed. Wow. But you know what? The NFL still got it. That's the what the great thing to see is, all right, is the NFL still got it. All right. That's what's so cool about this is and I think they wanted to send the message that we're coming back, you know. I get it. I get it. I get it. And it's nice because, you know, we had a nice thing going before the pandemic. This place is packed. Woo-wee. Oh, that place is packed. Look at, well, folks, let me show you this, folks. The NFL draft is underway. Woohoo! Woohoo!
On the shores of Lake Erie, welcome to the 2021 NFL Draft, presented by Verizon. Here in the home of the Cleveland Browns, coming off an 11-win season, a renaissance season, a season in which they won a playoff game.
Wow.
The Pittsburgh Steelers, they're all fired up.
I'm going to try Instagram, folks, so you can see what's going on.
The second overall pick tonight for the Jets. Where is Trey Lance going to wind up? Could he be a 49er? Could Matt Jones be the
Here we go, folks. This is going to be a lot of fun. Here we go. Okay, let's go to Instagram. Trevor Lawrence is not there. He is at home. He's got his own party going. And so most of the people that are there, let me get you the list. Hold on. One moment, please. NFL past.
The boys have run rich run for all those years. Now it's CBS Sports as well as us here on NFL Network. Charles Davis and the man of the hour at the end of the set. Move to 6 himself.
All right.
Daniel Jeremiah. Happy draft night to you, sir. Yeah, it feels a lot like Christmas, Rich. This is so good.
Okay, so we've got, here is the, I'm about to show you, is the, wait for this to open up. There it is. And I'm going to go into the system and switch the screen. And welcome, by the way. Glad you're with us. Let's see, 2020. Here we go. Right here. Okay, so there's that. And as we scroll down here, NFL to celebrate past. Okay, here are the players that are in attendance. Jamar Chase of LSU. Can we make sure you can see that it's lined up? Yeah. Okay. Jamar Chase of LSU. Caleb Farley of Virginia Tech. Mac Jones of Alabama. Trey Lance of North Dakota State. Micah Parsons of Penn State. Kyle Pitts of Florida. Rashawn Slater of Northwestern. Devonta Smith of Alabama. Patrick Surtain of Alabama. Jalen Waddle, Alabama. Zach Wilson, BYU. So let's count them. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So that's 11 players. And it's of those 11 players, 4 of them represent the Alabama Crimson Tide, roughly 1/3 of the attendees. There's no other school that's representative. And from a standpoint of media, basically you're going to be interviewing Alabama players, and that's pretty much it. And then if you think about it from the SEC perspective, you got LSU, Alabama, Florida's ACC, and so Rashawn Slater is, Big 12, right? Zach Wilson's BYU. So you're going to be interviewing of the roughly half the players are SEC. And you're only going to get a handful of interviews. Let me explain. The common NFL draft brings as many as 26 players. So this is cut down by less than half. So less than half of the number of players that normally come to the NFL draft are at this draft, all right? And there was a record 34 players 2 years ago that came to the draft when it was in Nashville. So we were there. You're there through the day and the night, and then to the second round because you have players that are still there in the green room that spill over. I'm not saying that can't happen this time, all right? There might be a player that drops out of the first round. But from a standpoint of coverage, this is going to be if all these players go in the first round, it's going to be done. You don't have to come back to talk to anybody because there aren't many people there. This was an effort for the NFL to show to its sponsors, to show to America that it's coming back, that we're coming back. And you can say what you will about it being a bit too early, about there not being enough people vaccinated, but they've done a lot of the homework. And hey, look, they've got my mom convinced. My mom said, why don't you go? But I'm definitely afraid of the possibility of being out there in that crowd and videoing and vlogging and bringing something back. I don't want to do that. So there you go. I'm resting better here. So there's your field. Now, of those, all right, here's the catch. 45 players are confirmed to participate virtually in draft festivities. 45. Mick Bolton, Tyson Campbell, Andre Sisco, Samuel Conti, Jabril Cox, Christian Darrisaw, and everything else. So we will have, Zennie62Media will have audio from the red carpet that should have arrived by now already. I don't know how fast they are at getting all this stuff out, but let's find out what's going on. So we've got, let's see here. There. Waiting for the emails to open. And as I do that, I will, take this away. And then go, I don't want you to necessarily see that, but you don't need to see that per se. So since you don't necessarily need to see that, guess what? I will focus it on me. All right. Now, I was looking for a particular email. Not that I have any secrets in here. I don't. Hey, my video got cleared. Yay. Woo. 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 All right, where were we? Let's see here. Small Business Week. Oh, well, here was something. We got the Rock and Roll is having a football and rock and football brunch that I've been invited to, but I'm not there to go to. Oh, well. Well, missing out, man. No, not really. What else do we have here? We have, let me see here, NFL draft. There. It's live on my channel, the Action Network. The Action Network has sent a wait a second. When our CAO and General Counsel, Hannah Gordon. Oh, cool. Okay. I didn't know that. I'm getting all this news. Ooh. All this stuff happening. Wow. But the stuff that I'm looking for is NFL stuff. New NFL stuff, like from the red carpet. And that hasn't happened yet. And I would expect to hear the audio of the interviews that were conducted so that I can use those and play them for you. Be cool, huh? That's the idea. Me bringing the cool to you. The Action Network has the 8 NFL draft first round props to bet Thursday. All right. Interesting. All right. So while we're doing that, let's get busy and let's go back to the scene, the round by round order. Okay. And call that up as we will wait for things to get started. That's the Kings of Leon playing. I'm not going to sing, Dave. I'm not going to sing. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on a second. I'm making all kinds of mistakes here. Wow. Let's see here. Let me straighten this out, folks. All right. Doing this. Trying. Hold on, folks. Hold on, everybody. All right. Hold on a second.
All right, we're back here.
Okay, hold on. Gotta hurry up here. Uh-oh. Hold on a second. Come on, hurry up, system. There it is. Link. Here we go, folks. Hold on a second. I like Roger at his house. I like Roger at his house. He's getting booed. He's getting heartily booed. Oh, this is hilarious. This is so funny. Well, he asked for it. Oh, this is hilarious.
I have a few friends here with me. Let me introduce them, even though they don't need to be introduced to Brownie fans. First, Jarvis Landry.
Okay, hold on a second. Hurry, Zennie. Hurry. Link.
We all agree that over the past season, one thing that we missed the most was all of
That
fans,
works.
all of you. And we can't wait. Bernie.
All right. We got company coming, folks. As Harrison Ford would say. I guess we got it. Okay, so we'll be on a few. Wait, there's Vasu. Hey, Vasu.
Danny, I'm not sure you can hear me. I'm in a bar at a draft party.
I can hear you loud and clear.
Reporting live from Los Gatos, California, because everybody was giving shit to people. Sorry about the shit. Everybody's giving stuff to people about there's no women in the draft. So this is my friend Felicia, the biggest Raiders fan. The biggest Raiders fan ever besides Zennie. That's Zennie.
Hey, go Raiders.
Felicia.
Go Raiders. Hey, go Raiders.
He grew up with the mayor of Oakland. He's running the A's deal. He's running the A's deal with the terminal and everything. So I'm going to go outside here in a second to prove that there's women that watch drafts. So give me a second if you can hear me.
But hold on. To be fair, I'm the number one. I
Felicia.
rally the troops for mine. It's draft day. Seventh best day in the year.
I agree.
I'll tell you what the other 6 are in a second.
Hey, Vasu.
Hang on. Hang on.
Ask her who she wants to. Ask her who she wants.
Well, it better be me, but it's not going to be. Oh. Hey, who do you want in the draft? Who do you want in the draft? Who do you want in the draft? Get a talk.
Oh.
Who do you want in the draft? He's asking.
Yeah, who do you want
And
the
we're
Raiders
going to
to
get
pick?
the tight end. You know that.
Okay. Tight end?
Yes. They're going to. Is there a
It's
lot
live.
of people here? Is it live? Okay. Raiders have questioned us a little bit with some of their decisions. I am stressed.
What do you think about Derek Carr? Do you think the Raiders should get a quarterback?
Trade him to the Bears.
Hell no. Derek Carr is our boo, and I'm going to tell you,
Get in there.
as much
Get in there.
as
That way
it's like
women
an
are in
Alex Smith kind of shit. You've got how many offensive coordinators? You got how many coaches, and everybody wants to do whatever. Derek Carr is money, and he wants to win, and he wants to do well. That is my boo. Fresno State. Let's go with the Valley. I don't think we need a new quarterback. I would say absolutely not. Don't.
Yeah. I mean,
Because you know what?
I agree
Actually,
with you.
humility as a Raider, our coach is going to have to show a little bit. He's my favorite. I cried when he came on. I did.
I agree.
Here's Mandy. Here's me.
Other women. Okay.
Hey, how are you?
All right, that's enough of that. Let's get serious here.
Hey,
I didn't know my Bears were 20th in the draft. They had a better year than I thought they did, and I still watch all the games. And they're 20th. That means there's only 12 other teams better than us. Allegedly.
The Bears had a decent season.
I know they did.
Considering, and they
you saw who we got as a quarterback, though, right?
Well,
Hopefully for 1 year only, and they get a quarterback in the 3rd or 4th round.
The problem with Matt Nagy's system is that it doesn't really prize accuracy. You're going to have a problem regardless of.
Well, the quarterback didn't.
Oh, I'm talking about in terms of its design.
Yeah.
They have option routes, and
when your coach comes out and says, "This year we're going to run more plays going forward than backwards to start," then I'm worried already to start.
Well, I'm not concerned. My point about
they should have done that years before.
No, but my point about the Bears is that they run option routes that don't prize timing.
Yeah.
And so you can very easily trick them into moving a certain way. I think that one team that actually doing that, okay? And they made them throw out routes toward the sidelines, and they were easily defendable, and because they knew their quarterback wasn't throwing them accurately. So they've got some problems.
They need offensive line help. That's what they need first before they can do anything. But Andy Dalton's quarterback.
Well, here's the thing, though. Their line wasn't a problem yesterday. Their problem was that the receivers weren't getting open because of the technique, and so the quarterback never.
Yes, you're right, but they're also not getting open because there wasn't enough time for them to run.
And I give credit for them running a lot of quick.
Yeah.
But again, Matt Nagy's approach has a gigantic problem.
Of course, that's the problem. The offensive line, because they didn't have enough time to run the routes.
I'm talking about no. I'm talking about the technique of how the player.
Yes, but you gotta have time to be able to go through
those
routes.
No. It's not that. If you watch, they have time. But what I'm saying is the initial. Hey, Vinny, how you doing?
Hey, Zennie. Hey, Vasu. What's
Hi,
going
Vinny.
on?
How are you, Vinny?
How you guys doing? Yeah. We always comment on it. Yeah. Anyway, the whole point is that Vasu and I are having this friendly argument about the Bears. So,
Not friendly when they're.
Anyway, just like for the DNC, my roommate here, Danny, want to say hi?
hey, how you doing?
What's up?
How are you?
How are you? How are you?
Oh, I'm good. How are you guys?
Wait, who's your team?
The Eagles. I'm from Philadelphia.
Say again?
Eagles.
Eagles. Okay. What I was explaining to Vasu is that the Bears' problem is not their line. The Bears' problem is their technique with how their wide receivers are taught to run certain patterns that don't get open. And so then, because their first read's not there, guess what? Then the line breaks down.
I get it, Zenny, but that's the chicken and the egg. You got to protect them. Allow them.
Hey, Vasu, where are you?
He's in Los Gatos.
I can't really see your face. The glare is too great.
I'm in heaven. The light's flowing on me.
Yeah. No, but what I'm saying is that you don't count on your offensive line to bail you out of a lousy scheme. All right?
No.
And
you got to protect them and allow the route to run. Come on. I've had 2 fireballs, and I already know that's the case.
That's not it. It's the technique. It's the technique.
All right, we're going to agree to disagree on this because.
But let me ask you: Have you watched the film of the pattern of the receivers?
Yes, I know they're good when he has protection.
No. I mean, have you watched the all 22 and actually sat down and calculated what they were doing?
I get it.
Okay, because I'm saying that the protection is not the issue; it's the scheme.
Okay. Well, good. Let him go forward this year. That's what he said.
It's the scheme. And Matt Nagy really needs to discover misdirection patterns. You know, I mean, I'll put my hat on and try to think of it your way.
Yeah.
All right. And all I'm saying is that a good offensive line to follow what you're talking about is good enough to get you out of it's good enough to make a bad coach look good. Okay.
We're 20th in the draft, and I didn't even know that. So apparently, we were good enough.
Well, my point is though is that I'm trying to adopt your point of view, but I'm saying that a good offensive line is good enough to make a bad coach look good. The trouble is the Chicago Bears line is not that good.
Zenny, Vasu, sorry to cut this, but there's actually news that might actually happen. Cecil Lammy, he's from Denver.com. Yeah, covers the Broncos. He's verified. Mark Shepard on 104.3 The Fan is saying that the Broncos are not taking a quarterback in the draft because they're very close to trading for Aaron Rodgers. As close as done of a deal as it could be. Whoa. What? Yes.
You know what?
The Broncos might be trading for Aaron Rodgers.
Close to trading for Aaron Rodgers.
They might be trading for Aaron Rodgers. We don't know 100% yet, but it's likely that they might be doing it.
That's huge.
Yeah, it's very huge. If that happens, first off, Jordan Love's going to start immediately for the Packers. But if that happens, the Broncos are going to give up at least 2 first-round picks. There's no way that the Packers are going to get off the hook cheap. 3 first-round picks?
I would say so. I would for Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, I can see that. I like an RG3 sort of deal. I think Drew Lock might be in that deal as well.
Yeah. But wait. Okay, so let me ask you this. You guys have to help me on this because I've been doing baseball. Didn't Teddy Bridgewater get traded to Denver?
Yes, he was just traded yesterday.
Yeah, he sure did. Yeah. He got traded.
If I was the Bears, I would have traded 2 first-round picks to anybody to take Aaron Rodgers out of the division. Then this whole conversation.
Because this is the second time Teddy Bridgewater lost his job to Sam Darnold, who then.
Love Sam Darnold.
I don't.
Have a big year.
Yeah, lousy. Yeah, everybody says they never does. Okay, I mean, I'm not sold on. I wasn't sold on Sam Darnold coming out of USC.
So that's true. If I wasn't sold on him either. I always thought that Baker was the better guy.
He's like some white guy's Darnold. It's ridiculous.
Right. Yes, you see Sam Darnold with McCaffrey in the backfield. He's gonna have a good year, and they've got an offensive line. They're gonna have.
And then Dan's always told me you never take the QB from USC.
I am not sold on Sam Darnold. It's like this. It's like I'm not. It's like he's got this block. He's got this thing where people have to. There's no logic. There's no logic behind it. I'm sorry. It just isn't. I mean, they
Yeah, I
passed
didn't
on.
drive tonight. What's your shot of choice? I'm going to go back in and let you
No,
say
hold on a
goodbye to all
second.
the
Teddy
women.
Bridgewater had a better year with the Jets preseason, okay, than Darnold did. And yet they shipped him
Bridgewater
off.
was amazing in the preseason.
Goodbye, everybody.
Yeah, and they shipped him off to the Saints.
I was honestly hoping that if Bridgewater would have, I
Hey,
was honestly
everybody.
hoping if he were to stay.
No.
Yeah, hey, everybody. How you doing? Yeah, they shipped him off.
All right, guys, love you. There's women watching the draft. That's why I was surprised.
Picks in, guys.
Hey,
Take
have
care,
fun,
guys.
man. Thank you, Vasu. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yeah, anyway, there was like, hey, Vinny, there was like, when Sam Darnold was on the Jets with Bridgewater, he started the preseason. They traded off games. Bridgewater cleared his clock.
Oh, I know.
And they sent him to the Saints.
I saw the preseason too, Zenny. I've seen it as well. I was saying, man, this guy is playing better than Darnold. And I don't know, when it came to Darnold, like, it felt like, it felt like everyone was trying to pick Sam Darnold, like you have to suck for Sam. But it turns out that, I was never really big of a Sam Darnold. I mean, Sam Darnold was fine, but if anything, I was bigger into Baker Mayfield. And if I'm really being honest with you, I was really more impressed with Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when I had Rick Saratella on Livestream early on. We were talking about Lamar Jackson. He said Lamar was a wide receiver, and I said, I think you ought to do that. And he got mad at me, and I can tell when Rick gets mad. But I said, look, he is not a wide receiver. But getting back to Teddy Bridgewater, Brian Baldinger swore up and down, just like Vasu. And that's why I was getting so animated.
Yeah.
He says, "Do you see how crowded this is, by the way?"
Yeah, it's pretty crowded. The picks also in. The Jaguars are Goodell's walking to the stage, walking to the front of the podium. He's about to make the pick. It's definitely going to be Lawrence. There's no way it isn't.
See, it's that crowd I was afraid of.
Mm-hmm. Fortunately, they're double vaccinated. There's ups.
I hope so.
Yeah, I think they had the card and whatnot. I don't know the exact procedure, but there's no way that they couldn't have someone that's not double vaccinated.
That's what it's like. Wow. I mean, we'll see. I hope no bad news comes out of this. Here we go.
No one saw this one coming at all. Trust me, just blew my mind. This is right out of left field. But hey, the Jaguars. Hey, I'm happy. I'm happy for the Jags. Like, I have some friends in Jags. I have some friends from Florida. They're Jags fans. I'm very happy for the fan base, and this is gonna be very big for them financially. And imagine, imagine the Jags get their deal done in London. Can you imagine how big it's gonna be in London? The big game, especially, let's say there's a chance the Broncos might play in London against them. Can you imagine? Let's say Aaron Rodgers against Trevor Lawrence in London. Oh my God! Can you imagine something like that?
Hey, let's see. Speaking of which, let's get a gander at what's happening on Twitter with respect to this trade. My issue with Trevor Lawrence is really none. I'm only concerned with what my issue is, that he's going to come in and have to learn a pro-style offense when I don't think he needs to. I think that what they need to do is take exactly what he's running there, give him like 10 plays that he knows, and then build the offense around that. If they don't do that, it's going to be a long season for them if they expect him to start. And this is a young man who, I remember his freshman year. You probably do too.
Yeah, of course. He led the Tigers all the way to the national championship.
Yeah, and they wrote him in for the NFL right then and there. Remember that?
Mm-hmm. Immediately, they said, "Oh, this guy's gonna be the first-round pick in 2021." Well, here we are, and it happened.
Exactly. And now
like a prophecy almost.
Yeah. But look how wide open his receivers are. Do you see that?
Very wide open. I mean,
yeah.
But the team like the Jaguars, you have Cam Robinson and Andrew Norwell, but at the same time, like, the Jaguars also were the #1 pick in the draft for a reason. This is a team with a lot of holes, and it's very good the fact that they have another first-round pick later on in this draft. I would not be shocked if they get some offensive line help to help them out.
Yeah, I completely agree. Absolutely. Let's see what is happening with that news about Aaron Rodgers.
I heard it from there.
Here's the other one. The New York Jets are #2. This is huge, folks.
Just me, it sounded like at the draft they were playing music from the classic anime JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I know that reference. It's a great show. It actually has. It's also known for having the music from Yes in there at the very end of their end credits.
Info. The Jets have just made their pick. They're all hugging each other.
They definitely did. They're on the clock. The Jets are on the clock, and the pick is definitely in, even though they don't. Are you watching ESPN or NFL Network, by the way?
Oh, NFL Network. I support my NFL friends.
Same here. Do you think the Raiders should trade for Rodgers? Honestly, to tell you the truth, Kevin, I actually would suggest thinking that ever since Jordan Love was taken by the Packers last year, I said, the Raiders would be absolutely perfect for him, considering they have the O-line. Gruden is known for liking those older veterans. But at this point, if the deal with the Broncos is official, that's obviously not going to happen. But I do think the Raiders would work for him. But at the same time, I just don't know if it's possible. But I would prefer that, honestly. I would like it. But what do you think, Zennie?
I like Derek Carr. I like the fact that he knows the system. He knows Gruden. John is a wild card. If you're not used to somebody yelling at you, you're not going to know how to deal with it. And Aaron may have that problem. And he's an acquired. John Gruden is a straight up Leo, like me. Okay? Leos are acquired tastes.
I can't blame him. I mean, John Gruden is a unique personality, and knowing how Aaron Rodgers, how it ended with him and Mike McCarthy, even though Matt LaFleur does deserve a lot of credit, at the same time, Matt LaFleur also knows that the majority of the time, Rodgers getting the credit for everything. And I do think in a situation like this, Vic Fangio kind of reminds me of a Leo individual, but at the same time, not as much as someone like, let's say, John Gruden. But I do wonder how it's going to work for him if he does go to Denver. Like, will he? I do like what Denver's building right now. I really like Garrett Bowles. I love Deshaun Hamilton. I love Jerry Jeudy. I do like I like what they're building. You have Von Miller coming back. But is a team like the Broncos, I also know that the big reason why they would want to take him, if they do trade for him, for instance, would obviously be to compete with everyone else in that division. Because that AFC West, man, it is so tough. You had the Raiders, who went 8-8, and they finished 9th in the AFC. They were a very tough team until, granted, they petered out at the end, but they were still a tough team for a lot of the years. They were the only team that were able to beat the Chiefs at full strength in the season. And you look at the Chargers, you have Justin Herbert, who's reigning offensive rookie of the year. They're building something over there. And when it comes to the Chiefs, of course, they went to the last two Super Bowls and won in Super Bowl 54. So obviously a team like the Broncos, a team that has talent, they can't afford to have that waste. And that's why you go out and get Aaron Rodgers. Though if Aaron Rodgers does somehow go to the Denver Broncos, expect at least one Chiefs-Broncos game on Sunday Night Football. That's a no-brainer. That's definitely going to happen.
I'm trying to see if this has actually got any legs. I see Aaron Rodgers in Broncos, Patriots, and Jets. So in terms of see my tweets there, that's the field, right? And then Aaron Rodgers, Broncos.
Zennie62.
Says so Kevin Cole says I agree that Carr is great with Raiders, but he hasn't really led them far he can go. I don't defense needs upgrading. I think the Raiders offense is not good enough to get it out of trouble from its defense. You know what I mean? What do you think, Vinny? I just think the Raiders need to concentrate. Here's the Jets pick.
Let's see. It's gonna be Zach Wilson, isn't it?
Here's the Jets pick. Here we go.
Yep, Zach Wilson, of course. No shock. There's Zach Wilson, the new quarterback, the new savior of the Jets.
Wow, there he is, Zach Wilson.
I remember seeing a joke on The Onion saying that, it has something to do with, with Zach Wilson, maybe he could be the next Steve Young, for instance, the next great BYU quarterback. Maybe, or maybe not. Let's see. I'm happy for the kid. I'm happy for many fans of the Jets, but at the same time, when it comes to the Jets, I'm still always very cautious.
Hey, I'm surprised they don't have hey everybody, welcome. Welcome. And hold on a second. Where is trying to get
which is what the Jets actually love about him in terms of what he
wait a minute here.
In love with this kid. He has a unique ability. Joel talked about him being a shortstop. He's special off
all right.
He's very
What's going on here?
Thrower, all those arm angles. He was hurt in 2019 coming off of a shoulder. That explains why
That's not working either. Let's try it another way.
He was healthy in 2020. And
let's see here. Okay.
This is some of the most fun quarterback tape that you will ever watch on a player. Here he is working against Boise State.
I can't seem to find Anthony Carrillo's number. I had it.
Missiles like this, in 4 or 5 of them in every single game you study.
Let's see, try it that way. There it is. Just me being stupid.
He's going to work inside out.
Mike Kliss is also saying at the same time, while there are various reports out there of Aaron Rodgers and the Broncos, I'm told the Broncos are not in talk with Green Bay. But
laptop to work so I can actually.
Oh wow! You can use your phone, by the way.
Yeah, I'm trying to get my phone. Just finished an update, so now I'm going to try to jump on now.
I wanted your opinion. That's why I said, "Where's Anthony?"
Oh, yeah. Did you texted the link?
Where's Bill, by the way?
Do it right now.
I'll jump right in.
Okay, hold on. Yeah. Bill's coming on late. I thought he was.
They end up trying to make the same throw.
Hold on.
About that, and this is my NFL player comparison presented by G.
Let's see here.
Number 1, Joe Burrow. I keep talking about that because not just their ascension to the number 1 role,
okay,
but their ability to make the second and third reaction
so you have
plays.
Trevor Lawrence with the Jaguars, Zach Wilson with the Jets. Here come the Niners.
We're seeing it now. And of course, Russell Wilson.
The people are saying it might either be Trey.
Hey,
Anthony.
Hey guys.
How are you?
What do you think of Zach Wilson to the Jets?
Yeah.
I think it was inevitable. I really just think it was inevitable that he was going to go to the Jets. Could you have made a case for Justin Fields? You absolutely could have. You all know my opinion on Mac Jones, so there's nothing there. But Zach. The one thing that everybody needs to realize about Zach Wilson is that he's not like 5'8". He looks a lot smaller.
Hey, I got to inform everybody. Anthony Carrillo's mock draft had Mac Jones falling to the second round. Just wanted to get that in there. Go ahead.
Yeah, let's see if that works because now San Francisco's up. But yeah, I think Zach Wilson's got a lot more athleticism than people think. I think he needs a little bit of time, and the Jets have to do a good job in this draft of getting weapons around him, and also protection. So we'll see what they do at 23, which you could. In my mock draft, I have him taking Najee Harris to try to take a load off Zach Wilson's back. But for Zach Wilson coming to New York from BYU, a Utah guy, homegrown, and then going there, and then coming over across the country, he's going to be a good player. You just got to give him time. He's not Trevor Lawrence. He will always be compared to Trevor Lawrence, and he's not Trevor Lawrence, and people need to know that going in. And but honestly, right before the draft, I thought, why not Justin Fields? Justin Fields is smart. He's athletic, everything else. But I like the pick. I like the pick. You need a quarterback. You traded Darnold to Carolina. You need a quarterback. You really don't have one on the roster. Now build the team. Whole new regime, Robert Slay and everything else. Build the team the right way this time. Don't just try to find stopgaps. You got a shotgun wound. You got to start figuring out how to fill that hole. Zach Wilson's the first gauze pad going into that shotgun wound.
Hey, how much of this is I'll just say it. How much of this is because of these attacks on Justin Fields and this attempt to sort of devalue him all of a sudden It's like he was the darling, and all of a sudden people started attacking him, like out about a month out.
Yeah, no, I don't understand why. Justin Fields has done nothing but gone to Georgia, then transferred to Ohio State, competed with Joe Burrow, and everything else. Made Joe Burrow, if I'm not mistaken, Joe Burrow transferred because Justin Fields won the job.
That's true. That's a fact.
Yeah, so Justin Fields is a competitor. All he keeps doing is winning, and I hate to say it, and Zennie, you know that. Could it be one of these race things because of the marketing and all that stuff?
Probably.
Maybe, yeah, probably, and that's not right. Justin Fields has done nothing. He seems like an upstanding guy. I listened to his interviews. He's the smartest. Right now, I'm going to say it, he's the smartest quarterback from the neck up in terms of brain power and everything else. And though that Ryan Day offense at Ohio State, he took over from Urban Meyer, is not a very simple offense to run. Urban Meyer, you're going to see in Jacksonville, Trevor Lawrence go from Dabo Swinney Clemson offense to now an Urban Meyer ran NFL offense, and there will be a learning curve, like just because. And Justin Fields has, I'll say it, I said it 10 times, I'll say it again. Justin Fields is Cam Newton with a better arm, and I think that Justin Fields is smarter, and I think wherever Justin Fields goes, they're going to take Cam Newton's unfortunate career with the injuries and running him into the ground like a running back and try to be guys. Oh, is it? All right. I got Justin Fields going here.
You think it's Dwayne Haskins? I think you're thinking of.
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm thinking of. Yep.
Yeah, guys, because
Fields or Trey Lance?
I think Trey Lance is the guy that they're going to take, though. Mac Jones, I think, is just a smokescreen.
I think so.
I think Trey Lance will be the guy that they take it here at 3. I think with me, if he's going to be between those two, it's easy. Trey Lance. Again, like Anthony said, you need a guy that's going to make your team better, and someone like Mac Jones. Again, Alabama itself, like it's different from let's say Tua or even Jalen Hurts, who have been a big reason why a team like Alabama got as far as they did. When you look at a guy like Mac Jones, I mean, he was the plug-in guy after Tua, and even though they won, it's not really because of him. It's because he was on the roster, but it was more so because of the sporting needs. But here's Goodell. He's walking to the stage. Let's see what he does. By the way, I love the scenery at Cleveland.
I got a question here for the offensive coordinator on the opposite end. Well, hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Please be Justin Fields.
My question is going to be: Joe Bevel can coach Trevor Lawrence.
Yes. They did not take Mac Jones. They took Trey Lance.
There you go. Trey Lance. Slide continues. I like it.
Trey Lance.
Woo! You know what? It's like I said it last night. I think Trey Lance creates that mismatch for George Kittle to be better. And it's all about making those linebackers freeze for that extra second. So I think this is a good pick. And with the running attack that San Francisco has, Trey Lance can ease himself into this position.
Good pick.
Yeah, this is a good one.
I feel like it's just a big sigh of relief from 49ers fans right now.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, I mean, no offense to Mac Jones, but at the same time, the fact that he was going to be the number 3 overall, you're kidding yourself.
Yeah, no, not at all.
It's amazing. North Dakota State, man, just think about this for a second. They've got a 2nd overall pick, and they had a 3rd overall pick in just a span of just 6 years. That's incredible.
Yeah.
That's incredible for this university.
It's unreal. And somebody, like I said last night when we had our show, Trey Lance makes defenses hesitate. You have to account for Trey Lance before the ball's even snapped. With Mac Jones, you can put 9 in the box and force him to beat you. With an athletic quarterback like Trey Lance right now, George Kittle just became that much better because the linebacker has to take that extra second on those zone read and those option plays, and they have to account for him. And I think it's great. And Kyle Shanahan will use him to the best of his abilities out there.
It's exciting.
Yeah.
Trey Lance, Steve McNair expands the offense, outstanding poise/decision making. Height 6 feet 3 and 7.5 inches, and 224 pounds. Quarterback.
Yeah. It's pretty good. He's going to be good.
Now he's going to think of Kaepernick. I think he's better than Colin Kaepernick was. You remember this, Anthony? I know you remember this. Colin Kaepernick was the winner of the Senior Bowl. Remember that?
Yep, I remember.
And Vinny, I'm sure you remember as well. And he just came out plummeted. This gentleman is different. You can say all you want to about how inappropriately, because I did, Colin Kaepernick was evaluated at the time. But this shows it's a new day. You know, it shows it's a new day.
Anthony just left. He'll probably come back in.
Oh, okay.
I actually saw this. Like, I actually saw a Deadspin article from Chuck Modi, and I've known this guy from. I knew this guy from the Daily News.
Mm-hmm.
He basically had a great piece that you should see it. It has why the players and coaches love Cam Newton, but the players and the media don't.
Yeah.
You saw that. Yeah. You see, the reason as to why he explained is because the media itself, especially the Boston media, they just lump it all on him. They say that, he can't throw. He just runs the ball, running back, all that stuff. And when it comes, he even explained the idea that, they have Brady, that means they'll make the playoffs. Well, no, because the Patriots themselves had 8 players that decided not to play because of COVID. Outside of an injured Julian Edelman, you had no one else to throw to on offense. You also were having some issues with, a lot of guys just, injured. And hell, if they made a couple right plays, the Patriots, this is a team that could have easily threatened to make a playoff run again, but it didn't happen, and it is what it is. And I agree with this sentiment. The same way that people have been to realize that, running backs don't just need to run the ball; they could also catch the ball, similar to a tight end, how they can block passes and catch passes.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't I don't understand this? Why don't people decide to look at quarterbacks as guys that not just throw the ball, but can run the ball too? Keep in mind, offensive change. You can move people in and out of positions. They don't have to just do one particular thing. And honestly, I just, and affectionately, you say this especially for black quarterbacks like McNabb or a Newton, or especially someone like Cunningham. The fact of the matter is that they just say, you can't throw. Well, it's not just throwing the ball. You need to have legs in order to make Michael Vick, even though he didn't have as much of a throwing arm, the dude can run. That's why he won the Burt Bell Award in 2010. That's a big reason as to why a team like the Falcons in the early 2000s was the talk of the town, because of someone like Michael Vick. Obviously, in terms of a pure quarterback, Matt Ryan has been better, obviously, but even as someone who is a big fan of Matt Ryan and loves Matt Ryan, I can tell you that the people in Atlanta definitely
comment about the Falcons are on the clock. A number of people around here believe that it's going to be Kyle Pitts they take, but the Falcons have a great deal of cap trouble, and there's another feeling that they could even trade down. So
actually the pick is in, so it won't be that.
You guys are here before I do. I have a delay. I think.
I got a delay. Yeah, I got a delay going over here. I'm updating Twitter to be like, I can't miss this delay.
Yeah.
But yeah, with the caps.
What did they say? Who did they get?
She's excited.
Wow. I was excited that Trey Lance is a 49er.
There you go.
You got the alert on our phone and just see from the TV.
Yeah, she was pulled from last. Yep. Yeah.
I love it. Story.
Yep.
I love the way he plays. At first, I thought he was with the Ducks.
Yeah, I remember Oregon. Yeah.
Yeah, but
North Dakota. That's right. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thrilled with that.
Yeah. Yeah, the Niners got a winner, folks. Yeah. Hey, it's Barry Lee.
Okay, Oakland.
Yeah.
Hey, Barry.
Hey, Barry. He's wearing the vintage Zennie62 T-shirt. Look at that.
That's the original shirt.
No G shirt. He is no G. Barry.
One of my first, fans. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Hey Barry, how's Texas, man? Wow. We gotta get Barry back. We gotta get Barry on the airwaves. Gosh. Look at that. Hey folks, that is the first shirt we had.
Yep.
Let's see. Pick us in. Let's talking.
It's got to be Kyle Pitts.
Kyle Pitts, right?
It's got to be Kyle Pitts.
Yeah, Kyle Pitts.
It's Kyle Pitts. All right.
Yes, here we go. Yeah.
You know what? It's good because it helps out Calvin Ridley with the Julio Jones situation and things like that. You could see the Falcons going second round against somebody. But Kyle Pitts is a playmaker, and he is a plug-and-play tight end right now. He's got to work on his blocking and actually being a traditional tight end. But in terms of a pass catching and a threat for that offense, he's immediate right into the.
How do you think that he squares? Do you think that the Falcons will try to keep Julio Jones and then have Ridley, Pitts, and Jones?
I don't know. It really depends on Jones's cap. I mean, at the same time, there was also been rumors saying that they might, for instance, they might still even could trade away someone like Julio Jones. Even I can't see it today, but maybe tomorrow or another day they can trade it for next year's draft. But at the same time, it's like with the Falcons here, I really like the addition of Kyle Pitts. But at the same time, this is a team that needs help all around. They were fine with offense, but they need help on the line, and they especially need help on defense. So even though I like the addition of Kyle Pitts here, this does feel a bit more like a luxury pick. And even though he can help with blocking, at the same time, you also need someone that can be a blocker 24/7 for you.
Yep.
So I'd say quality player, but they also do need to. They also need to get some draft capital. The cap situation is not that good for them.
Yeah, it's really bad. I think they have. I think it's like $2.4 million in cap space or something. Like it's low.
It's pretty low.
Yeah, Julio Jones's number is pretty steep on that. And with Calvin Ridley coming along last year, it gives them that leeway of saying, okay, is Julio Jones, how valuable is Julio Jones to somebody else? And how much do we need in this cap space? But yeah, like Vinny said, do they have needs somewhere else? Absolutely. You could go to 4 different positions for the Falcons for need. But in terms of keeping Matt Ryan and taking that run at another big, deep playoff run, Kyle Pitts is just another weapon in that NFC South where they have to compete with the 22 returning starters of Tampa Bay and all that. They got to compete with those teams, and Kyle Pitts is going to be – I'm interested to see when the Falcons play the Bucs and Levante David and Devin White are matched up against Kyle Pitts and see how those matchups go, because it's just Pitts is a competitor. He played at Florida, and his measurables are through the roof. Like, so he's a mismatch. Like I keep bringing up, he's a mismatch. Trey Lance, this, that, whatever. Kyle Pitts is a mismatch, and any offensive coach is super excited to have that kid in his huddle right now to make plays for your football team. Now, if the Bengals don't draft Penei Sewell, then Joe Burrow may just retire from football. And that'll be it.
They need offensive line help. That's the reason why he tore his ACL.
Exactly. Did you guys see that picture when they did the jersey reveal and he's sitting there and you just see that giant scar down his knee?
That tells you right away. They need, please, for the love of God, give me, please, for the love of God, give me an offensive tackle, or else the other one will look like this.
Yeah, if I in my mock draft, the description I put under the pick 5, I just wrote, did you see that scar under his knee? That's all you need to know. Just take Sewell. Sewell is a plug-and-play 10-year tackle, and he's a psycho, and you have to build around Joe Burrow. Like, I get it. Jamar Chase is like the sexy pick because they threw passes to each other, pitch and catch at LSU, but you've invested a lot of money in Joe Burrow. You have to protect that man.
I don't care how good I don't care how good your weapons are. You can't have anyone blocking for you. You're not going to have a long career.
You're exactly right, and that's exactly how it's just the next few picks should go the way that we all kind of think. Bengals take a tackle, the Lions, the Dolphins take a playmaker. The Lions have to draft a receiver because they traded or got rid of everybody. So, but I'm interested to see where Justin Fields goes. Like, that's really one of the things that I'm interested, because he didn't do anything to go slide down draft boards. So that's why it's like, why is he sliding down people's boards? Man, we'll see where he goes. I honestly don't like. I've heard rumors all day that the Patriots are.
Sorry about that. That was weird.
There you go.
That was like my computer conks out. I don't know why it does that.
Yeah.
At least it still goes live.
Yeah, there you go. I finally just found I finally finished unpacking the last box and I found my laptop. So now I'm finally on my laptop.
Hey, given that Zennie62Media was credentialed to cover this, I have some goodies to share, which are, hey, you can only get here unless you can only get here. And I want to thank the NFL for this gift I'm about to share with everybody who's a viewer in one moment. And in fact, I was just about to do it. And as soon as I got giddy, guess what? The computer went and started laughing at me. And I thought, doggone you, I'm going to sell you for scrap. So, there's going to be a time in our lives where we're actually going to be talking to computers and saying that, and the computer's going to be answering back. So,
Skynet is real. The Terminator is coming back.
Exactly.
It's happening.
It's happening.
Who's gonna be the T10,000?
Somebody get Will Smith. Somebody get Will Smith from I Am Legend, and we have to figure, or whatever it is, iRobot. Get Shia LaBeouf. Here we go.
Well, that's Transformers. iRobot would be Will Smith.
All right,
that way. I got to point that way.
So here we are with some really, really, really cool stuff. I'm so excited. And I just can't hide it. Oh boy. But I'm not about to lose control because I'm not going to like it. But the whole point is, here we are. Is that the one I want? No. Wait a minute. Which one? It's this one. Yeah, here we go. Okay. All right. Ooh, how about that?
Nice.
Yeah. So we got, this is Christian Barrymore. We've got a clip here. What is this clip? Let's see here.
Face is obstructed.
Can you hear that?
I can kind of hear it, but I can't really make out. I hear
Welcome to your first 2021
Should I turn it up a bit?
draft. How's it feel?
I can hear it. I can hear it now.
Okay.
It feels really great. I'm excited to
is that better?
Meet my
I can hear now.
Hopefully, been waiting for this my entire life, so I'm excited.
Great. How does it feel to be the smallest NFL player ever to play the sport?
I'm gonna break records and make history, so that's pretty awesome. And just had a lot of people doubting me during my career because I'm so undersized for a center, but
what is
excited to prove all the haters wrong.
Who is this man? What is happening?
Congratulations.
Something's happening. I still don't know what exactly is happening.
Let's see what else we got here. Let's see. We got galleries, folks. There's Rich Eisen. We have 5 collections, 1 gallery. We've got. Let's see here. Okay, that's the different seasons. This is the current season. It says no content to display yet. Okay. Let's go back a bit. Go back again.
I just read that Aaron wasn't leaving Green Bay.
Oh, he's not? Okay, well, we'll see what happens, Ma.
Got breaking news from Mama Abraham.
Yeah, exactly.
I love it. It.
So let's see. We got Bengals pick is next, and I'm trying to figure out exactly what it is they sent. That's a video. And let me go back one more. That's Eisen. And this is weird. Okay. Media advisory. Let's try it again.
Here it is. Let's see who they take. Gotta take Sewell here.
It's got to be Sewell, or we're going to see the Purge in Cincinnati. We're just going to watch Joe Burrow retire.
Are you kidding me? They took Jamar Chase.
They took Jamar Chase? Aha!
The Cincinnati Bengals select Jamar Chase.
Wow. Hey, I had him in that draft. Remember that?
Yeah.
Yes, you did.
Yeah. Mr. Chase.
Wow.
I'm happy for Jamar Chase that he gets reunited with Joe Burrow, but they need offensive line help. They really do. I mean, yeah, they got Riley Reef, but at the same time, they need to address it in the second round for sure. Like, there's no. I mean, I understand Jamar Chase was the best receiver on most people's boards, but at the same time, come on, have you seen his left knee? Have you seen his left knee? That's all I gotta say. Just
Yep.
I don't know, like.
Oops, excuse me. Did I just leave?
No, you're still here.
No, you're still here.
Oh, I've got. Oh, that's weird.
All right, that goes something close.
Skynet is real.
Like, it's like a weird filing trying to call, like, the Navy or something like that. Or like submarines. Like,
Hold on. No, that's my.
Are you trying to contact aliens?
There we go. Skynet is real.
I'm trying to get rid of this thing. Okay. That's weird. Hold on a second, folks. Okay, let me get rid of that.
There you go.
I got that. Aha. This is weird. I got that one connected, but not this one. And then the other one is. All right. Okay. That one's connected. So eeny, meeny, miny, mo. This is weird. This is called Alternative Universe. I got two of me. I got to pick one to get rid of.
Face off.
Oh, there he is. Oh, there he goes.
Well, I'm happy for Jamar Chase is reunited with Joe Burrow, but I do worry for Joe Burrow's knees now.
Exactly. Like
I'm not taking a dig at Chase, but come on, like the Bengal Willie Anderson even showed that little meme of
there. That is now. Here's the goodies. This is not Rich Eisen.
We're on the 49ers.
Jamar Chase.
There he is.
And the NFL's provided this interview from the red carpet. Here it goes. This is Jamar Chase. This is Mr. Chase. He's saying something.
I think he's in for the Dolphins, by the way.
Let me see here.
Now this has to be Sewell, unless there's somebody found something like a pot thing.
Yes.
How did they take Jalen Waddle or something, and the Panthers snap him?
Can you hear him?
Yeah.
Come true, honestly, but
the pick is in.
Absolutely.
So
let
me
speaking
get
of LSU,
rid of him for a second.
How does it feel to be representing the Tigers?
We'll be back and talk about this. The pick is in. Let's see what's going on.
Well, it just said that he's the highest drafted wide receiver in LSU history, number 5 overall. And Kyle Pitts, of course, was the highest drafted tight end ever in NFL draft history. So great on both of them. Even though I am kind of curious about the selections, I am very happy for them as players, and I hope they do the best they can.
I like
Barry. Draft a new computer. I don't think it. Unfortunately, Barry, I don't think a new computer declared for the draft, so we're stuck with what we have right now.
Yep.
But that's a good idea, but I'm going to take this one to the shop, find out what's going on.
They might do here now.
Well, last year, remember that Austin Jackson was the first-round pick for them out of USC.
I just don't.
Hey, John, I hate to tell you this is an Apple computer.
Yeah, this has to be. It's either
Sorry, Tim Cook.
It's going to be one of the Alabama receivers, or it's going to be Sewell. It's got to be one of those three.
Because they've got Laramie Tunsil.
Yep.
That they I don't think they really adequately replaced.
No.
See, just as I say that, drafted Paul from Laramie.
4 first rounders, a second rounder, a third rounder, and a fourth rounder. Insane. Absolutely insane.
Yeah. Laramie Tunsil represents one of the most momentous occasions of my draft.
The bong, smoking weed out of a gas mask. It's a weird way to do it.
No, being in the front row when Ian Rappaport comes up. No, actually, it was Ian comes up and says, and there are reports that Laremy Tunsil's in a gas mask smoking a bong.
Yep. I remember. I was just looking at my Facebook memories of that.
Yeah.
I'll never forget. I'll never forget my Zennie62 draft experience. Was the year of J.J. Watt and Julio Jones and all of them, and it was wild.
Crazy
In the
draft.
GMC room and stuff, sitting there and watching these guys. And the next day, I think I got to meet Deion Sanders' mother at the hotel when they did the scholar stuff with Kirk Cousins, and I was like, wow, this is amazing. It was the funniest thing ever. So I tell everybody, I said, yeah, no, I saw J.J. Watt get drafted. I saw him walk into that media room.
Dolphins are selecting.
What I want to get to now is
School, right?
It's got to be Jalen Waddle. Is it?
Is it? You'll hear it before I do.
I'm
Jalen Waddle.
Jalen Waddle. Boom.
Actually, is it Waddle?
Yep.
Jalen Waddle. Wow. Well, wide receiver was the highest on their board. The Lions could go. They could take Sewell, which they should, or they could take Devontae Smith. I mean, I think they might take Devontae Smith, honestly, because you don't have anyone for Goff to throw to. We might go 3 straight wide receivers here. I mean, wow.
Hey, mark this, folks. Guess what? We have the fall of Jones.
Yep. Here comes the plummet. We're going to see what happens at 9, and then it's a drop. That's you know what? They're putting weapons around Tua, Devontae Parker, Mike Jesselneck from the tight end from Penn State. Now you got Jalen Waddle. The Dolphins are trying to build around Tua, which is the smart thing to do. You invested a lot in him. He's the client. He's the client of our friend Lee Steinberg, and Jalen Waddle's somebody who's going to take the top off that defense for somebody like Tua. So he's going to make his life easier. Plus, he's an Alabama guy. There's that connection already. So we'll see what they do in the second round now.
Hey, what were you saying about Lee Steinberg?
Tua's the client. Tua's represented by Lee, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
Yeah.
Oh, but yeah, it's one of these things that the Dolphins at 18 could still go offensive linemen to continue to protect Tua. It just depends on how the next few picks go, because I know the Chargers at 13 are probably taking offensive line. The Vikings might, but we'll just see how it plays out. But the whole Sewell falling, he's not falling because he did anything wrong like Justin Fields. He's falling because teams have bigger needs right now than that. But I'm shocked he didn't go to Cincinnati.
Yeah,
I'm very shocked too. But at the same time, I'm not surprised. Like, it was either going to be him or Chase. I preferred Sewell, but that was no indictment against Chase. And as for the Dolphins, I figured that they would be more likely that they take a wide receiver here.
Mm-hmm.
Though the Lions pick is in, they definitely need wide receiver help with Jones and Galladay no longer with the team. They need to take Smith. I think they're going to take Smith, but I would not be shocked for Sewell.
To piggyback off what you guys have been talking about with respect to Tua, Tua and Joe Burrow, in that case, both the Bengals and the Dolphins are getting new receivers for their new quarterbacks.
Yep.
And I mean, arguably you could have said they could have gotten a new lineman, right? But I really believe that they have assessed the situation, believe that they were short on speed, and needed to make that kind of move.
Yeah. I am very interested in the Dolphins next year, because you got Will Fuller, you got Devontae Parker, you still have Myles Gaston there. I mean, that offense is going to be very, very interesting, especially now with Jalen Waddle coming. Like, I'm very, very interested on how the Dolphins are going to be. The AFC East.
And let's not forget, we have LSU to LSU, Alabama to Alabama, right?
Absolutely.
Yes. So, it's from that perspective, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and the AFC East, the defenses in the AFC East are not the same defenses from 5 years ago. The Patriots are trending down. The Jets are obviously trending down. The Bills are getting older. Tre'Davious White's not the same corner he was 3 years ago. So now,
by the way, 6 straight players in the offensive side.
It's I'd
Yeah, it's about your offensive heavy draft. I mean,
this
I
is
think Sertan's going to be the first defensive
And
player coming off the board.
another record not talked about, but this is the highest a black quarterback has ever been drafted by the San Francisco 49ers in its history.
There you go. You know what? It's like I said it. I think I said it to you, Zenny. I said I don't care if my quarterback is white, black, purple, or has stripes like a zebra. If you can play football, you can play football. I don't care. Like, and that's what people need to realize.
Is just from a guy who's turning 60 next year. Yeah, you call me a boomer, but it's nice to see us turn a corner.
Yeah, absolutely.
It really is. It's like it's about time. And I have my buddy Lars. My buddy Lars Freeman died at 55 years old, so he'll never see this day. You know,
and it's hard. It's got to be hard.
Yeah. That's hard. Look at him. He's sulking. Is he sulking? Is he sulking?
Something going on.
I don't know.
He's like, hello.
Waiting to hear his call.
He's got a nice style about him, though. Ready?
Wide receivers, you and Devontae. He was the Heisman Trophy winner, yet you're the first receiver taken off.
Do you hear that Tim Tebow tried out for the Jaguars to be a tight end?
This man needs to stop trying. Just okay, bud.
It's amazing that this guy, like 10 years after he started his professional career, he's still making headlines. He's still making headlines for 15 years, no matter what he does.
Tim,
attention, like seriously, like come on, like I think even just his fans are sick of it, like tired.
If you watched the movie Napoleon Dynamite, Tim Tebow is the real life Uncle Rico. He's just holding on. He's holding on to the end. He's holding on to that rope, and I just don't. I don't understand. Maybe he's a tight end. Who knows? I think he just wants to play football, which. Play semi-pro football. There's a lot of semi-pro teams all over the place. I'll take them on my semi-pro team, and we'll go from there.
Here goes the. I'm gonna call them the kneecap boys. I'm gonna call the Lions the kneecap boys.
Because then here comes Goodell.
It's
gonna be Devontae Smith, isn't it? It's probably gonna be Devontae Smith.
It's gotta be. It has to be.
I'd be shocked at this point. You know,
your TV set can get it before I get.
Here it is. Let's see. He's going to Devontae Smith, all right?
Drafts swap for each other, and one
Let me see here.
first-round quarterbacks comes to a team with first-round picks.
Penny Sewell. Penny Sewell was just taken.
Is he?
That makes sense for them.
Here's the pick for the
Well, that's a great pick too.
Cool. Yeah.
The Detroit Lions select Penny Sewell.
I mean, they just got a huge left tackle.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sewell, like I said before, Sewell didn't fall because of his talent or anything about him. It's about the needs of the other teams, and that's where we are.
Well, that old Lions man just dancing with the overalls on.
He just stands there like, hi.
Yeah.
Wow. Penny Sewell. Oh, guys, what? Wow. They just snagged Sewell from the Panthers. So are they going to take Slater here? Are they going to take Sertan here? Like, what are they going to do? I think they're going to take either Slater or Sertan.
I think I'm trying to remember who I put in my mock. I'm really I got to go back into my drafts. I have all my memos on my phone because I had to do it all on my phone because my laptop was packed away. Hold on. Who did I have it? I didn't have Michael Parsons here, did I? I didn't. Please tell me I didn't. Oh, yeah, the Panthers taking Waddle, so maybe this is where Devonta Smith goes? Maybe? They take Devonta Smith to replace Curtis Samuel? Or you're right, it could be Surtain because
Carolina's going to do here.
Right now, I got to agree with Vinny. Maybe it'd probably be Surtain here that comes off the board. I really don't see any other defensive prospects going up this high except Surtain. Or maybe they go with the Devonta Smith to replace Curtis Samuel, who they lost in free agency this year. And I can tell you one thing, Sam Darnold, it feels like a kid in a candy store. He went from the bottom of the barrel Jets with the talent to He's just got to throw swing passes to Christian McCaffrey and just be accurate enough, and he'll have a good statistical season. But yeah,
I just wonder, like with Sam Darnold, don't forget this is the guy that also banged up a little bit last year.
Yeah,
and Joe Flacco started some games. So, for instance, they could take Slater here too. I would not be shocked. Like, is Okon still with the team? He's still with the team, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is the time to recommit and redefine.
I just, you know what? It's
Of your franchise.
yeah. We'll see. We'll see.
No, I take that back. He's a free agent. No, he's not with the team anymore.
Really?
No. I could be wrong. It says he's a. No, he says he's a free agent. Like, I'm gonna check.
You know what? It's the Panthers. I think, you know what? The more I keep thinking about it, this is where Surtain goes. You have offensive weapons with DJ Moore, McCaffrey, and those guys. Maybe you go defense here because you lost James Bradbury. What was it, 2 years ago or last offseason to the Giants? You replace him now with Surtain, who is a great Alabama corner.
I'm sorry, Anthony. Go ahead. I was just going to add to what you were saying because
No, he's a free agent. That's what he has.
it seems like in every mock draft we went through, most of the time the Panthers are picking defense.
Yeah.
All their picks last year were on defense.
Literally every single one. Matt Rule just picked defense.
I feel like they could take offense here, but honestly,
you guys think of the way he's handling the quarterback situation because he got Teddy Bridgewater, he had Joe Brady coaching him, and the next thing you know, Bridgewater is gone after just a year with Brady. Was it a question of Brady? The offensive coordinator.
You know what? I think it's honestly Teddy Bridgewater's been put in a lot of tough spots. The Jets signed him, and I knew for a fact they weren't keeping him. They were just trying to get capital out of him, which is horrible for the guy. But then he went to Carolina. I thought he was going to resurrect his career and everything else there. And it just didn't work out that way. Now in Denver, we'll see what Denver does at 9. And if they take a quarterback. But Teddy Bridgewater is a good quarter. People forget if his knee didn't explode in that practice, Teddy Bridgewater would be up there in terms of quarterbacks. He was a very good quarterback. It was just an unfortunate non-contact injury at a practice that sent him on this derailment. But talent-wise, arm-wise, mentally, he's all there. And somebody's got to give that man a shot to play and get back into the groove of playing quarterback again because he's not a bad quarterback, and I don't understand why he's getting a bad rap for it at all.
Well, this might be Justin Fields, Ian.
Rapport said the only quarterback they were interested in this whole time was Justin Fields, and I wonder who's still on the board. Oh, yeah, that's Justin Fields.
It's Justin
Fields. What do you know? I see there's some people walking with Goodell here.
So you'll hear it before I do.
They're getting Cam Newton 2.0. They're redrafting Cam Newton.
Yet to be officially so what happens here.
Said just 10 years later.
Yeah, right. 10 years later, here comes Cam Newton again.
I'm a little bit nervous here. Think about
maybe Justin Fields won't dress as flamboyantly as Cam Newton. He's got some crazy outfits.
That's an understatement. That's an understatement for his fashion designs, his fashion choices.
I was going to say
for instance, he always often wears those outfits that you see. He only wears those things once, if anything.
Yeah. That's it.
Fields might wind up a Bronco.
Who?
Justin Fields might end up a Bronco.
Yeah, that you know what I can
see that honestly.
I had Trey Lance. I had Trey Lance going to Denver. I can absolutely see.
I'm surprised Justin's lasted this long already.
I really don't. Somebody's going to get a steal in Justin Fields, and he's going to be angry and hungry, and he's going to take it out on a lot of people.
Like he was angry he left Georgia because Georgia was racism. That was what it was here.
Yeah, was that Kirby Smart years in Georgia? No.
Yeah, listen.
To make it official, overall.
J.C. Horn. That's a surprise.
No.
That's a really big surprise. I was expecting Surtain.
Wow.
But no, they took. I mean, well, he's from South Carolina, so I guess they went with a local guy. But
yeah, but he's still. Right. It's still. That I really thought Patrick Surtain is the top corner, but you know what? You fall in love with the guy. And a J.C. Horn type player, he's a better man-to-man type of guy. He's a very physical corner.
Do you think Horn is better than Surtain?
No. Yeah, if I was building a secondary, I take Surtain before Horn just because of the scheme that I run. If I was going to run more man-to-man and more press coverage, I take Horn, but that's not the type of defense I would run, to be honest.
Do you think this is a scheme issue?
No, Carolina's never really been a man-to-man thing. Look at Josh Norman. Look at Bradbury. They're zone type people. You know what? Yeah, you know what? It might be one of these things. Maybe it's the changing of the guard with the way Matt Rule wants to take this team and see how it goes. Because they used to be a very zone-heavy team, which was led by Luke Kuechly. Now you're trying to find that person to lead this team, and zone gives you. If you play man-to-man on the outsides more, it helps out your pass rush because it disrupts those routes. And J.C. Horn is very physical. And there's going to be another kid from South Carolina that gets drafted. I can't pronounce his name, but he's 6'3". He's a corner. He's huge. And he's just as physical as J.C. Horn with just diminished skills.
That's textbook J.C. Horn. And the Denver Broncos are on the clock, and Justin Fields.
You got to go to commercial break right now?
This has to be Justin Fields.
At this point, it's looking like. But granted, there were other rumors of Aaron Rodgers, but I've not seen anything. That was only one report that Mark Sheffley said. But I don't know. Like, I personally feel like if that happens, I can honestly. Who do you think would want to trade for Drew Lock?
I think. Ask that question again.
Who do you think would want to trade for Drew Lock?
At this stage, nobody.
I don't think.
I can't see anyone wanting to trade for him. It's nothing. I like Drew. I've interviewed him at the draft in Nashville twice. He's a guy, actually 3 times. But I don't. I think Drew does not have enough air under the belt to put together kind of portfolio that would consider him tradable, unless you had some coach on the other end. Like if I were running a team as a GM, I'd be willing to take a chance on him.
Yeah,
but I'm not going to spend a lot for him. Maybe a 4th round pick.
Hey, you take a flyer on him. You're not going to waste a lot of draft capital on a guy like that. You're going to take a shot and see what happens.
Remember last year when some people were picking him to win the MVP?
Oh my God, yeah. I can't. I just can't.
But the Broncos, no way, Kevin. If the Broncos at the QB, you can say sayonara on any Rodgers Broncos jerseys. You can burn those immediately.
Yeah, you can just
But you heard the rumors. I do have no idea if that is going to happen. I personally don't think at this stage, with like 3 minutes to go, that it is going to happen. Though at the same time, the draft is full of surprises, and the draft so far has given us a bunch of surprises. So why not give us another surprise?
Yeah, absolutely. You know what? It'll be interesting to see who the Broncos take here. If they take Justin Fields, then they're out of the Rodgers race. But if they don't and they wind up going after somebody else, then maybe it creates that, like, okay, maybe they could take Devonta Smith here just to bring somebody else in to pair with Jerry Jeudy and things like that. And then all of a sudden you have Noah Fant, Jerry Jeudy, and Devonta Smith on an offense. You bring in Aaron Rodgers a la you did Peyton Manning, and then you take another shot at it, because John Elway's been great at free agent quarterbacks. He's been abysmal at drafting them. And
Brock Osweiler,
yeah,
Paxton Lynch.
Yeah, as long as you can play power forward in the NBA, you're a quarterback to John Elway. That's it. You have to be 6'7" plus, and that's it.
For the Broncos, if they're taking a quarterback, it's going to be Justin Fields. They're not taking. Imagine they take Mac Jones somehow.
What else? John Elway is having played in a ball control passing offense, and having learned a ball control passing offense at Stanford, why he doesn't insist on more precision passing in his offense. That's puzzling to me.
I never understood it either. John Elway is a great quarterback and everything else. Why would you not take your expertise and try to channel it into your team? And like Brock Osweiler isn't a guy who can read a bunch of defenses, but if you tell him if you try to give him simple reads, he'll be able to connect these passes. And he's botched it on Lynch, Osweiler, all these guys. Now Drew Lock, more than likely, if they take Fields here. It's just I hope that if they do draft Justin Fields here, don't care where Rodgers goes, just not the Broncos. All right. Yeah. I could tell that because your name is Raiders. That's like me and Tom Brady. I'm a Jet fan, and when he went to Tampa Bay, I go, oh, good, I don't have to watch him. And then I had to watch him in a Super Bowl again, and I went, wow, my life's terrible. I can't get away from this man. That was it. But yeah, it's. I hope that if they do take Justin Fields, they do right by him because, like I keep saying, like I'm going to keep tabs on Justin Fields' career, his whole thing, because he's better than people think.
Yep. I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. Yeah.
So it's got to be Fields. Maybe this is Devonta Smith. It all depends on how interested he is in getting Aaron Rodgers, maybe, or maybe that was all for show. Who knows?
Hey, look at this clock. They have
that clock is gonna run. Oh, the pick is in. The pick is in. The clock is the clock is stopped. The pick is in. It doesn't look like it's gonna be Mac Jones anyone. So if anyone wanted to see Mac Jones with the Broncos, sorry, it ain't gonna happen. Too bad. Better luck next time. Well, they're not going to trade, so it looks like the Rodgers to Denver hypothesis is dead, unfortunately.
Before I do, I think.
Dan said it was fake news. But then again, the draft, we were on the lying season. The draft also before the draft, it's all about lying and misjudging the public and fooling your enemies, fooling your adversaries.
It is the ultimate poker game.
Try to stay quiet. No emotion.
I just wonder hey, how many years do you give Fangio as coach?
Not a lot.
I would say maybe like one more year.
Yeah.
Maybe two. I'm not too sure.
Like with the new season and stuff, let them take this season, get used to 17 games of hard game planning, and then next year, maybe mid-season, if they're struggling again, get rid of them. Yeah, that's. I had the same thought.
When it comes to me with the Broncos, I mean, if I'm being honest with you, the thing I'm looking forward to most is if they're actually getting that game in London, because they were going to get one last year against the Falcons, but then COVID happened.
Yep.
So for all we know, it might be against the Jaguars.
Who knows?
Could be, for all we know, it might be against a team that actually plays in London, and they get destroyed like 256-0.
Just get like.
Let's see.
It's got to be Fields.
Fields, right? Patrick Surtain.
They
took Surtain.
All right.
Well, there goes the Cowboys' plans.
Yep, the Cowboys front office right now is on fire.
It's perfect for them, but nope, they just snatched him.
Yeah.
So Rashawn Slater would be really good for them.
If the Cowboys wanted him that bad, they should have went up and got him.
They should have.
They should have went up and got him. Unless it's a smoke screen and they want somebody else. Like, holy shit. No. That's not happening.
They're not taking Justin Fields or Mac Jones.
They're not taking a quarterback. Forget it. So,
but you know what? Vinny's got a good point because Slater can play every offensive position.
Yes, that's why I think Slater would be perfect for the Cowboys. And let's not forget the Cowboys' offensive line is not the same as it was several years ago. Tyron Smith was banged up. Zach Martin was banged up. Travis Frederick, PFF All-Decade team member. Take that what you will. He also retired. Lyle Collins has some issues. Connor Williams, he's a little bit. But I think Rashawn Slater would be perfect for the Cowboys at 10. And for Surtain, I mean, it's always good to increase your corner depth. You've got Kyle Fuller in the offseason. You've also got Ronald Darby. So this is just adding to maybe obviously it's not going to be no-fly zone with Aqib Talib and his other potential could be Hall of Famer, could not be Hall of Famer in Chris Harris. And I say that because their stats is more analytical. Obviously, mainstream Associated Press not, but the analytical side perhaps. And that defense is amazing. And Brandon Gradisher needs to be in the Hall of Fame. I have to say it as a Hall of Fame guy. I have to say it. There's no way I would not mention the Hall of Fame in all of this. And Tebow's sitting.
And Tebow's a Hall of Famer.
In your heart, or yeah, the College Football Hall of Fame.
Tim Tebow's a Hall of Famer for attempts. Just that's it. Like sooner or later he's gonna learn how to kick, or he's gonna punt like the barefoot kickers of the '80s. It's gonna be Tim Tebow. He's gonna be like, I can kick a football. Like, okay, Charlie Brown.
What
Like,
was the whole thing with that? Were they able to be more accurate with the football or something? Like
it was more. Yeah, it was more. You could figure out exactly where you were striking the football. So like when you kick a ball, you got 3 pairs of socks on and stuff like that. Without anything on your foot, you could be more precise on how you kick that football to direct it whichever way it went. But it's just, it was also AstroTurf, so those men and foot creams, like I don't know how they just didn't get turf burn everywhere. Like, but yeah, it was weird. It was people kicking with
the
no
inventor
shoes.
of AstroTurf is someone that I really. I know that a lot of fans like to knock on, but at the same time, like, oh, it's just so cheap. Actually, AstroTurf was very, very influential. Like, I know you can say that, oh, it's just a cheap alternative. Well, if you're making a dome stadium, you're not going to use natural grass. Like, come on, guys.
No.
Hey, so where do you guys think Gregory Rousseau is going to go?
Oh,
Greg Russo. I'm not sure. Greg Newsom or Greg Newsom, you said?
Gregory Rousseau out of Miami.
Oh, Russo. Russo. I'm not sure. I could see like the middle to late first round. That's what I could see from him.
Ravens.
Ravens would be perfect for him. I think Ravens would be really, really good for him.
Yeah, the Ravens need to replace. The Ravens have to replace McPhee and everything else. So yeah, no, I can absolutely see that now with the Ravens having 2 first-round picks sitting there at the end of the draft. You can see them trying to double up on people. I think I have the Ravens. I think right now in my mock, I got them taking Rashad Bateman, and then at the end of the draft, taking Ronnie Perkins from Oklahoma.
Oh my God, Dan, they just traded. The Eagles and Cowboys just traded their pick.
Say what?
The Eagles just traded with the Cowboys. The division rivals, the arch rivals, just traded with one another.
Why?
By just 2 picks, I think they want Devontae Smith. I think they want to get Devontae Smith here.
It's got to be.
Because I think they know that the Giants might take him.
Oh yeah, the Giants are.
Devontae Smith, they have to take him. Hey Dan, tell him. Easy spit. Go inside. Man, this is huge. I get this pick. At the same, I get this. I understand it. I mean, would I personally do it? I mean, Devontae Smith. It has to be the pick here. It has to be the pick here, Devontae Smith. I mean, man.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of who else would go here for the Eagles.
It's crazy that the two division rivals trade with each other.
It's a new day and age, I guess. I don't know.
Eagles selected Jordan Matthews and Nelson Aguilar.
I can't get that scene out of my head where Drew Pearson is in Philadelphia.
Oh my God!
I'm so happy he made the Hall of Fame. I was so sad for him. What after that whole reaction? I was so sad. I'm so happy he made the Hall of Fame. He deserves it. Now everyone is here from the Hall of Fame's 1970s. This is what happens. This is the trade details, guys.
Okay.
Eagles trade the 12th overall pick and their 3rd round pick, which is their 84th overall, in exchange for the Cowboys' 10th overall pick.
Huh. That's pretty good.
Not bad. That's not bad at all. It's a good deal.
Yeah.
I'm shocked. I'm shocked that that division rivals trade with them.
Yeah, really. That's the big shocker. But I do also getting Devonta Smith in because of the Jalen Hurts type of thing over there and everything. And now you're trying to build an offense around Jalen Hurts. You're going to get some comfort food type for getting people that he knows. And Jalen Hurts is going to have a good season. He just needs to be more accurate in his throws. And
it's maybe time to ask this question. To what extent did this report about epilepsy impact Justin Fields' draft capital?
I mean, it reminds me of Maurice Hurst with the whole heart issue that he dropped all the way to the 5th round. And I hope he gets signed. Good kid.
Yeah, I can say that it probably shied the people on the fence, it definitely took them off the fence and put them on the wrong side of it. But I think it's one of these things that he's gonna get drafted. He's gonna get tested all over the place. They're gonna show that it's nothing and everything else, and he's gonna just move on from it. And like I said, somebody's getting a steal in Justin Fields. And like if he falls to Washington,
oh God, you think all the Raiders?
Yeah,
Unfortunately, EDP is not here to react to this, guys. But, it's good.
Yeah.
That would be crazy if he fell to the Raiders.
Yeah, if he fell to the Raiders, then that would be psychotic.
That's not happening, but if it did happen.
It would be more psychotic if he fell to the Raiders and the Raiders passed on him.
Ooh.
That would be psychotic. Okay. I mean, a star in the making in Las Vegas, you're going to pass on him?
I was actually pretty mad when I was pretty mad when the Patriots passed on Lamar Jackson. They took Isaiah Wilson and Sony Michel. I mean, all the players, but Wilson is.
What's the?
Oh, they might take Rashawn Slater here.
There's another one.
They can definitely use the guard. Yes.
Yep.
Hey, the Seahawks signed Robert Nemecki, who I interviewed actually at the 2015 NFL draft in Chicago.
Wow.
The pick is in for the Eagles. If the Patriots, let's just throw it out there. If the Patriots are actually thinking about a quarterback and may not want to trade up to go get one, the Patriots are.
There we go. Okay.
Hey, Slater or Smith here? Either S.
They're just a handful of picks.
They need help in all offensive line as well.
What do you think of Howie Roseman? What do you think of Howie Roseman as a GM?
Yes, come on. What? Imagine they take Mac Jones. Howie Roseman needs to prove him. He needs to prove himself. He really needs to prove himself.
Look at the camera. Told me all I needed to know from Anthony.
Yeah, I have nothing nice to say, so I'm just not going to say it. Oh, there he goes. Yeah.
Hey,
There he goes.
hey, Vinny, have him repeat that. Hey, Vinny, have him repeat that.
Say that again, Howie.
Yeah.
Worst GM in the league.
That's the best way. That's the best way to put it. That's the nicest. That's the most PC way to put it. It's not good. But yeah, I could see Slater going here too because I think Jason Kelsey just retired.
Yeah.
Brandon Brooks got up there in age. You got
Jason Kelsey retired.
Yeah, Jason, the center from the Eagles, the guy who wore those big pantaloons for the Super Bowl parade. If I'm not mistaken.
Still playing. He didn't retire.
Yeah.
Oh. I thought he retired. Who am I thinking of? I don't know.
Devontae Smith. Dan's pretty excited.
Dan's.
Smith. Wow.
There you go.
Devontae Smith. They traded up to get him, and what a pick! This is an easy pick. The Eagles. What was their biggest issue? The biggest issue with the Eagles was that you don't have Alshon Jeffrey anymore. You need. This guy is being compared to Isaac Bruce. Isaac Bruce, a guy that will be inducted into Canton this August. That is how big of a deal this is for the Eagles. This, to me, I understand that Jalen Waddle was his teammate. I understand that Jamar Chase was also taken before. And I understand he did not play. But at the same time, he won the Heisman Trophy for a reason, guys. He won the Heisman for a reason. And yes, you could talk about frame and whatnot, but come on, guys. This guy is a bona fide number one wide receiver. That's what I see in Devontae Smith. I see someone that could be a great target for Jalen Hurts or Joe Flacco for this year. And for the Eagles, I mean, what's their – sorry, I haven't really thought about their head coach because it's just not Doug Peterson. Now the question is, now the Giants are definitely not going to take a wide receiver now, so they're probably going to take a linebacker. My guess is that they could take Baron Browning, or they might take someone that's all right. They can take James Davis, honestly, or maybe they could take Micah Parsons. Honestly, the Giants, The Giants can go anywhere they want, especially with Devontae Smith off the board.
Yep.
The Kentucky offensive line, they're a team that needs help all over the place. Even though this is a team that if the Eagles actually played against the football team, they would have actually, Giants would have won the division. Probably would have gone blown out by the Buccaneers, but they still would have won the division. But again, they almost beat the Bucs, so why not?
Yep.
They got it right this
Wow.
year with Devontae Smith. He is a number one wide
Big news.
And not only that, though, think about it. Look at the parents.
Oh, guys, the Bears just made a trade. The Bears just made a trade with the Cowboys.
This is Justin Fields. This is Justin
The Bears made a trade with the Giants. My bad. The Chicago Bears have made a trade with the New York Giants.
This has to be Justin Fields.
It has to be Justin Fields. There is no excuse at this point. You have
If
to
it's Mac Jones, I'm going to be pissed.
Fields to the Bears. Wow, that would be fantastic if the Bears got Justin Fields.
Absolutely.
Oh, now you know what? All the stuff I said about Matt Nagy, give him the quarterback he needs.
Yeah, really.
Oh man,
they botched it with the Mitch Trubisky thing.
Yeah.
Make it right by getting Justin Fields right here.
They have to. There's no excuse. There's no excuse. They need a quarterback bad. I love you, Andy Dalton. I love you, Nick Foles, but you are not the answer. You are not the answer.
Oh, if the Bears draft Mac Jones, they're just drafting Andy
There's
Dalton.
do not take Mac Jones. Please do not take Mac Jones. Please,
Yeah.
for the love of God, do not take Mac Jones here.
Oh, please.
It's got to be.
Wow.
They're not letting another Mahomes situation happen again.
I was going to say, yeah, you got to make that right. You botched that so badly by taking Trubisky.
And Thomas has been a bit of a bust too.
Man,
This is big.
For that, let's send it to the stage with Melissa Stark. Melissa?
Here he are.
Devontae Mack, no matter what, rest in peace, Chadwick Boseman.
I love it.
Anyway, Zenny, I told you this, but I know the whole controversy when it came to the best actor. I'm so happy for Anthony Hopkins. Anthony Hopkins is a living legend. Yep. He's one of the he is the greatest actor from Wales. Period. Whoa, this is the deal, guys. The Bears get the Giants' 11th overall pick, and the Giants get the 20th overall pick, the 5th round pick for this year, the 2022 first round pick, and a 2024 first round pick. The Bears know, Ryan Pace knows that his job is on the line, and Matt Nagy knows, despite his success as the head coach, his job is also on the line. Virginia McCaskey knows she does not have much life left on her dashboard. She has not had much time to live, and she knows that you're still searching for your next Sid Luckman. Sid Luckman's been dead for years. The guy's been in the Hall of Fame for a long time.
Yes,
and even if listen, Jim McMahon ain't walking through that door. Aaron Rodgers is not going to be drafted by him. But here, finally, let's hope. Do not have another Rex Charleston situation. Do not trade away someone and get another Jay Cutler. I like Jay Cutler, but at the same time, that guy can't be your best quarterback. Or Jim McMahon, those can't be your best quarterback since Sid Luckman. I mean,
you're not wrong.
It has to be Justin Fields here. If they take someone like Mac Jones, I'm going to be flipping it. There's no way. When you trade it from 20 to 11, you have to take Justin Fields. There's no excuse here.
Yeah,
There's
and
no
you
excuse.
give up that much. Yeah, and you give up that much. You have to be taken.
Make the right throws and make the right reads. Maybe you go.
Oh, by the way, as far as Anthony Hopkins, my feeling basically is that Chadwick Boseman won the SAG and he won the Screen Actors Guild. And normally, statistically in Oscars history, that equals the best actor. On top of that, he's Fox. So I still hold firm that it shouldn't have happened. And it's not a matter of what movie I saw. I always follow Oscar politics and statistics, and I've done so since 1998. And that's the norm. So when someone goes against the norm.
Also, with Chadwick,
I was upset the way they handled it though, because they were expecting Chadwick Boseman to win Best Actor because they put Best Picture before Best Actor.
Well, everybody was. Hold on a second. Hold on.
Let's see.
Hold on.
Someone's here.
It can't be anybody else.
Here we go. You're here before I do. Somebody react.
Goodbye. Writing communities of color, indigenous communities, and rural Americans.
Always important.
With the CDC
Good.
as part of a draft to meet the basic black communities. We're joining forces with the CDC Foundation. Just
Wow. Big for him.
Corporation in Chicago.
Wow. What a man.
This is going to be an interesting reaction. Waiting for the Bears pick.
I can't wait. Please. 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 Please take Justin Fields.
With the Bears selection.
Here we go. Here it comes. Please, Justin Fields.
Congratulations, Carlos, and please.
Very.
In 2021 NFL draft, the select Justin Fields.
There you go.
Justin Fields, quarterback, Ohio State. Going to Chicago.
There it is.
Justin Fields is a Chicago Bear.
You know what? And it's great. I'm happy for him.
Wow.
That's big.
Finally.
Bear.
Whoa.
Yeah. Justin Fields is Chicago Bear, folks.
Here he goes. You know what? It's good for him. It's a good spot. He's got Allen Robinson. He can learn behind Andy Dalton until he gets into the fray of things, which I really don't think he's going to need a lot of time. He's got Allen Robinson to throw to. He's got the tight end they drafted. I can't remember his name. Is it Komet or something? He's got some weapons on offense. And Matt Nagy, like Vinny said, most of the people in that front office are on borrowed time from God. So they need to win and they need to figure this out. So
this was an easy. I'm so happy. This was steal, if you will. This is steal.
Yeah.
Steal. This is a guy that many saw, and Zennie saw, as the best quarterback prospect in this draft.
Mm-hmm.
And judging by his past history when it came to Justin Herbert, despite being the third guy taken, despite being passed on, might have another situation. Let's see. I'm very happy for Justin Fields. Finally. Oh, my God. This is so good for the Bears. And I'm so happy. If you're listening to this, congrats. You wanted a quarterback. You drafted the quarterback. Be happy. Be grateful. Let's see what happens.
Yep.
So there you go, folks. Thanks, Vinny. Put that up right now.
1 second.
Yeah, we're gonna see how this goes. I'm happy for Justin Fields. He really is a good quarterback, and like I said, he's probably the most mentally prepared quarterback.
Hear my mom?
He's all excited.
Woo! Yep.
She is.
Justin, I'm disappointed because I thought he was going to follow the Raiders.
Right. No, I'm happy that in the first 11 picks there have been 2 black quarterbacks taken, which means a lot, and the transition into the new age of understanding what an athlete is. You can take a pocket passer, but the college, it's like, what is it, that Bob Dylan song, Times They Are A-Changin', and you're getting a playmaker in Justin Fields immediately, even if his arm isn't going to be NFL ready yet, his legs are NFL ready. So you can do that.
Is this a record number of black quarterbacks in the first round?
Do I what?
Is this a record number of black quarterbacks going in the first round?
Well, you had Watson and Mahomes in the first round.
Right.
Yeah, you had Watson and Mahomes. So I'm just happy. I'm happy that people are understanding what talent is, and like
regardless of color.
yeah, that's what I mean. Like I feel bad for Mac Jones as he's sliding right now, but I'm happy about it because they're not just saying, "Oh, big quarterback from Alabama, take him, figure it out, whatever." They're saying Justin Fields is better than Mac Jones, and that's why I didn't have Mac Jones in my mock draft, because if you put on the tape, look where Devonta Smith just went, look where Jalen Waddle just went.
Yeah,
They made Mac Jones good.
And even though Justin Fields fell, the Bears went up to get it.
Exactly.
So, and they leapfrogged him, and Mac Jones is still falling.
That's what I mean. It's that whole Joe Burrow made LSU good, Alabama made Mac Jones good, and let's just I'm going to throw this out here. Nick Saban is a lunatic. He has I saw it right before the draft. He has more first round picks than losses in his Alabama coaching career, and he just keeps reloading. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. No, I mean they're a machine, and they do a great job of not only giving a crucible within which to birth these first round players, but he is the number one PR person for them. Remember, I think it was Cam Robinson got into the Tijuana incident a few years when he was in Alabama.
Yeah.
Saban basically was going to all but rip the throat out of one press guy who went after him.
Yeah.
And that's Saban, you know?
Yeah, Nick Saban, he's a no nonsense guy, but he is protective of his players, and he makes sure that you understand they're children. Like, you are a child. You're playing college football. You're a child. You're going to make a mistake. Like, anybody who's going to watch this that went to college understands the lampshade on the head, or it's something stupid in college. But when it relates to the football field, Nick Saban knows you step between those white lines, like, you're figuring this out, and I'm going to make sure you're ready to go. And if you look at the NFL talent, and if you make a list of the top 100 players in the NFL, which will happen this summer, maybe 15 of them come from the University of Alabama. Like, and it's just unreal how he'll pump out this talent.
The Cowboys biggest in.
Yeah, who's Cowboys got?
Maybe this is Greg Newsome, or it's got to be Slater. I'm going to go Slater. Or they'll
I'd be shocked if it's Slater at this point.
Maybe it's Micah Parsons because Sean Lee just.
They could. John Lee did retire, yeah.
Yeah. But the Giants, you know what? Good for Gettleman. He got 2 first-round picks for the 11th overall, and he's moving back to 20, where the Giants will probably wind up taking. I don't even know. Maybe they take a lineman. Maybe they take a lineman there to keep fortifying that offensive line for Daniel Jones, because you missed out on all the receivers. So you can move back and still get a solid offensive lineman at 20.
We thank you for your service and all you do to continue to help others.
I'm putting up you guys' reaction video right now.
There you go. It's got
Gotta be Slater, right?
It's either Slater or Parsons. Those are the two things. You go Parsons, I'll go Slater. I'll go Parsons. You go Slater.
Micah Parsons.
Micah Parsons.
It is
Wow.
Micah Parsons.
Yeah, Micah
there you go. Okay. Well, you know what?
The passion in this woman's voice is. No, I can't wait for Drew Pearson to make the pick for the Cowboys tomorrow. Now as a Pro Football Hall of Famer.
Wow. Yeah. Now he's got to step up his game. If she just did that, he's got to step up his game tomorrow. But you know what? It's filling an immediate need. Sean Lee retires. Here comes Michael. And Micah Parsons is a freakish, measurable athlete, and it's somebody that can probably take over that defense. Van Der Esch, they thought it was going to be him. So now you have Van Der Esch, Jalen Smith, and Micah Parsons as your linebackers. You have some pretty athletic linebackers in your second level right now.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot of speed.
Different green room, because in Nashville they were all in one room with couches.
Oh.
Yeah, this is completely different. They have different booths on their own, obviously for COVID reasons. You know?
Well, speaking of Nashville, and Zennie, remember the whole thing with Nashville potentially getting an MLB team?
Mm-hmm.
The MLB said that if people want to expand, they need to shell out $2 billion for it. So it's a lot, $2.2 billion. So it is a lot. for it.
Yeah.
I want to see Nashville get a team. Whether it's called the Stars or not, it would be the very first black-owned MLB team, and that would be very, very big. As for other stuff going, I have no idea at this point. Like, what could happen. I mean, Montreal's still in the running. I have no idea about Portland at this point. I mean, it could be still Portland, but I have no idea. I understand that you get those people with Andy No always saying that Antifa's all over Portland and whatnot, but at the same time, I just don't know if Portland's really that likely to begin with because of a lot of stuff that's happened. But what do you think about Portland potentially getting an MLB team considering all the stuff that's happened last year?
I think, well, if Portland, I'm more concerned with the way the situation with the A's are going now, that Oakland loses the A's, and Oakland is really behind schedule, and they've got, there's a lot of assumptions. I'll talk about that more in length later because I want to focus on the draft, but I'll just say that the way Oakland is handling the A's situation is criminal, and I'm saying this on the air. It is criminal, folks. It's just straight out criminal. So, you can hear the Portland A's. I'm about ready to give up. We're just not. My city's just not what it used to be.
Sorry, Zenny.
It's a loser city. I'm just saying it, and I'm saying that about people I know who are friends who are in charge, and I'm very disappointed at the way they're handling things. I can go in a lot of detail, but I'll just leave it at that. Okay.
Again, Zenny, I'm so sorry for everything. Like, listen, the fact that Oakland could, in a span of like 10 years, could lose they lost their basketball team, went across the bay. They lost their football team again. They're now in the desert. And they lose their baseball team too to go up north in Portland. I mean, geez, that's got to be just gut wrenching. I can't even explain it. Just how
Well, hey, getting back to what do you think about Michael Parsons as a replacement for Sean Lee?
I think they need help at linebacker, especially considering that we've had Leighton Vander Esch also hurt the last couple of years too after his defensive rookie of the year caliber season that he had.
You see the jump that he did?
Yeah, he jumped. He was very happy. Please, Micah, please. I know he was, but let's just hope that he wasn't. Let's just hope he was double vaccinated. God forbid.
All the vaccinations.
He's giving out handing the vaccines.
See, I look at the whole thing with the mixture. I'm pleased as punch that I'm not there. It's just because my Lord.
Chargers. Who do you guys see them taking? I see Sean Slater. Slater makes a lot of sense here.
Yeah, this has to be Slater here. It's and one thing about the Oakland A's I wanted to circle back to for a second. They keep wearing those 70 vintage throwbacks to orange and the green and yellow jerseys. They are one of my favorite jerseys I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
They are fantastic. But yeah, with the Chargers right now, I think you, once again, protect your investment. Justin Herbert is a good quarterback. Soon to be great if you protect your investment.
You guys, you're up on Zennie62.
I like it.
Nice. I asked one of my friends, he's a Chargers fan. I said, who should the Chargers take? And he said, Sean Slater, easy choice. Forrest Gregg's now a Bill. You have they cut former 5-time Pro Bowler Trey Turner.
Yep.
I mean, you need to protect your guy. As simple as that. You have wide receiver help. You have Mike Williams. You have you have Keenan Allen. You have help there.
Yep.
You need to protect. You need to protect your future. Simple as that.
Exactly. This is where I put Slater going to the Chargers because you threw Justin Herbert in the wildest of situations with Tyrod Taylor's punctured lung last year, and he took it all in stride, and you watched him grow over the year. And you have, like Vinny just said, they have a lot of talent. Now you have to make sure that the man who utilizes that talent is protected so he can.
Look, Kevin, I don't think there is a relocate myself either. I don't want them to. But what I'm putting out is a kind of an alarm bell. All right. Reasons that I are far too lengthy to go into, but boil down to we don't have our stuff together. And
want the Rays.
Having
Hold
on.
Nationwide can help the Greens get
Yeah.
lifetime income. Is there
Hey, Anthony,
there's a lot
of.
there's a lot of negotiations that we should have done that I can list that we haven't done and we should done. Now I have a meeting this Friday, tomorrow actually, that I hope will help change this as a private citizen. But I'm tired of seeing my city act like a loser. I just am. You know, I just am. So I mean, I've had it so much. It just makes my head explode. Hey, I'm gonna plug this in. It's about to lose battery power. I'm just going over there. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Anthony, what do you think about the situation with the Rays? Do you think they're going to eventually move to Tampa, or do you think they're going to leave Tampa, or do you think like they're going to stay put?
You know what? It's a weird situation in Tampa Bay. They always talk about their attendance problems and everything like that.
They do very well on TV, though.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's why I'm like, okay, do the Rays stay where they are, because it's always every year we're gonna have the same conversation about the Rays. If they're going, if they're staying, what's with the attendance cap or whatever. If I could see them moving more than a lot of other teams. Like I think that they'll move. I'll give it probably about 3 to 5 years. The Tampa Bay Rays will move. Maybe they'll move north. Maybe they'll be the team that moves to Nashville, possibly, if they're trying to do that.
They say Montreal. I just can't see them going to Montreal.
No, I don't see that at all. Like you had an Expos team. If you want to get another one, so Toronto's got somebody else up north there, but if I had to put money on it, I would say Tampa is the team that goes from Tampa to Nashville and moves that way, just because of the demographic that's in Tampa Bay. They always have low attendance, even though they made the World Series. There's always problems with that, and every year we'll hear it in July that, oh, Tampa Bay's got low attendance records and this and that. But like you're right, on TV they do very well because everybody's watching them. But for in-person attendance, they're always at the bottom of the barrel of the MLB. Always, they're always.
I always feel bad because I have friends in Tampa too, and if that were to happen, would they just keep them in the AL East? Do you think, or do you think they move to like the AL Central?
You know what? Maybe they would do it like it's when the AFC East used to be a thing. The Colts were part of the AFC East before they made the AFC North. So
they put them in the South though.
Yeah, they put them in the South. Yeah, so maybe it's one of those things that they'll move them, and then
the Tigers probably go to the East. Probably the Tigers.
The Tigers go to the East. The Rays go to the North, South, and then we'll just. It's just. Yeah, I'm.
If they don't relocate anyone, I think the two most likely teams that are going to have an expansion franchise is going to be Montreal and Nashville.
Yeah, I think Nashville's a great place for a baseball team. Just to be honest. Yeah, it's got a good thing. It's got a good fan base. It's got hardy fans in Tennessee and everything, and it's a good place for a team.
John Slater was just picked by the Chargers.
Oh, that was Slater. Okay, that's what I thought. I mean, you have to realize they're trying to protect Justin Herbert. Like that's easy.
And the question comes down to what they're going to do next with now the question comes to what they're going to do next with Vikings. They could take a lot of choices here. They could take Elijah Vera Tucker. I would not be shocked if he goes here. They could take Jalen Phillips. They could take Quiddy Pay. They could take Christian Darisaw. They can really go many different directions. But I think they're going to focus on the trenches and the inside.
That's what I think so too. It's because they lost Riley Reef. We were just talking about that and everything else. And I got Elijah Vera Tucker going here just to replace Riley Reef and move forward, because the Vikings go as far as Dalvin Cook's legs take them. So you need offensive line to be able to open those running lanes for him. Look at the Tennessee Titans. They went out and got these guys to go make sure Derrick Henry could rush for 2,000 yards. And plus, you have Justin Jefferson, you have Adam Thielen. Kirk Cousins is good enough to get those guys the football, but the main focus is making sure those running lanes are open for Dalvin Cook to be able to produce. And that's where I think we are. Is that I have Tucker, but I can 100%. You wouldn't have to convince me very hard if they were going somewhere else, like they were taking Phillips or they were taking anybody else that way. Because you got to replace a bunch of these people on defense you keep losing. So but I really think they go offensive line here just because.
Yeah, I see Elijah Vera Tucker. I
Yeah.
think they need help in the middle.
Yeah, you need as much help as you can, and now this is where the draft gets real interesting because do the Patriots take Mac Jones with the next pick? I have the Patriots taking Zaven Collins because he just seems like a Patriot pick. And it's weird because I had J.C. Horn going to Arizona, so he went a lot higher than I originally thought because I thought the Cardinals were going to replace Patrick Peterson with
You
J.C.
can take
Horn.
Greg Newsom at 16. They need to do that.
That's who I think it's getting thrown in there. Is that okay? Here comes. Yeah, it's just you know what? This is why I love the first round of the draft. I love the whole draft in its entirety because we spend all off season trying to read this crystal ball, and within 2 hours, it's exploded, and now we're just trying to figure out the aftermath of it all. But yeah, and the Vikings aren't a bad team. It's just they need a few pieces, and they can be real competitive, especially in that NFC North. I'm just interested. The one pick I'm really interested in now with all the reports coming out. I'm really interested to see what the Packers do at their pick now. Do they get somebody to try to entice Aaron Rodgers to stay? Was that Aaron Rodgers report just all smoke and mirrors trying to figure out something else? What's the truth of it? Because it came out at a weird time. It came out right before the first round. So it's is that a thing? Or were they trying to get a lot of capital to move up to get picks to get Jamar Chase? Maybe that was
the Jets just made a trade to 14.
The Jets?
The Jets just made a trade to 14. I repeat, the Jets have traded with the Vikings to pick 14.
Good. I'm so excited. Can you tell my excitement right now?
I can tell that you're very, very excited. So excited to the point where you're just kind of pissing your pants in fear.
Yeah, look. I got my Christopher Lloyd hair ready. It's all ready to go. I got my Back to the Future hair.
The only downside is you don't look enough like John C. Calhoun.
Right, I don't. I gotta give it some time. Let me get older. I'll age into.
Yeah. Also, speaking of which, going back to the whole expansion idea with just with everything going on.
Yeah.
Do you personally believe that the NBA is more likely to expand than the MLB?
You know what? I would probably have to do it like a 65-35. 65 for the NBA expanding and 35 for the MLB because MLB is all about tradition, and that's the way it always has been. You keep the game the same. It's baseball.
I mean, hell, in my baseball class, for 1902 to 1952, every team stayed exactly the same. The only thing that made it change was when Lou Perini, who again should also be in the Hall of Fame, literally took his struggling Braves team, put them in Milwaukee, and as soon as that happened, the Braves also started getting good. These other teams like the Browns decided to move to Baltimore, become the Orioles. The Senators moved to Minneapolis to became the Minnesota Twins. The Dodgers went to LA, Giants went to San Fran, the A's went to Kansas City, and they got the expansion. The rest is history.
Yeah.
But if the NBA expands, besides Seattle, because everyone knows that's going to happen.
Yeah.
What else do you see them? Who else do you see them taking?
You could probably see them go.
Horizon Small Business Days.
You could bring up Nashville again and get them somewhere in that area and that demographic.
Memphis? You already have Memphis for the NBA.
No, yeah, but I'm just saying, you could go with the NBA anywhere because the crazy cap expansion and everything else that way. If I had to pick a team,
I'm picking Kansas City.
Yeah, you know what? That's not a bad thought. Kansas City, the Midwest. I
see Kansas City being made. You get two teams in the West, and you move the Timberwolves to the East, and that way they can be in their own division with the Pacers and the Bulls and the Bucks. Just have just like the NFL, 8 divisions and 2 different just 4 divisions in each, and just have it. Listen, the Timberwolves suck. Okay, the Timberwolves are ass. They're bad. It's not exactly they had a rivalry with anyone in the conference, let alone their division, let alone their conference. They've been just atrocious. I don't think fans would really mind if they go onto the East. I know some say the Grizzlies, but I just can't see the Grizzlies because, the Grizzlies have actually had success the last 15 years.
Yeah.
The Timberwolves have definitely not.
Nope. The Timberwolves keep.
Yeah, that's what I see happening. Seattle and Kansas City being added for the NBA, and Minnesota moving to the East.
Yeah, I could 100% see it. And with the way that the NBA is growing at this exponentially psychotic rate, I could see that happening and seeing them just jump in that way. Or because the NBA is it's an always thing, and it's only getting bigger and better as the way the game's being played now. But yeah, if I had to put something on it, I'd probably say the NBA would expand before Major League Baseball, because it's Major League Baseball, like you said, we're rich in history, and here we go, and Kennesaw Landis and blah 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 blah, all that stuff, and baseball doesn't like change at all. So the fact that they're even starting to change some things is shocking, just because.
Well, the MLB, the reason why they're forced to change is because, you can talk about tradition all you want, but tradition doesn't pay the bills.
Yeah, no, exactly. You're 100% right. Like you're 1,000% right in that.
I'm fine with the tradition and whatnot, but guess what? Like, people my age, like, they hate Rob Manfred. They hate, they hate the way Cooperstown's being handled. They hate just the bitterness that so many people have with the sport. And honestly, I feel like if the game needs to expand, they need to. It just has to happen at this point. I know that people like their tradition. Like I said, tradition may be fine and all, and that gets good with the nostalgia points. But you always look at the past through rose-tinted glasses. You always look at the forward. Basically, what I'm trying to say is, like, tradition's only going to get them so far. And as we've seen, out of all the sports leagues, I think the NBA has the brightest future, and I think the MLB has the dimmest future.
Yeah, it's you know what, you're right. And like you said, tradition is just the catalyst to evolution. That you take your tradition and you see how it worked and you try to make it better to try to move forward. Because you had the tradition of, unfortunately, no black players playing baseball, and then all of a sudden Jackie Robinson comes and Satchel Paige comes in, and these guys come in, and now your tradition goes that way. And moving forward with Major League Baseball, I watched Ken Burns' documentary on baseball, and I watched every episode of that, and Christy Matheson. But just moving forward, the Major League Baseball needs to accept that tradition is one thing, but you have to evolve at some point, or you can't keep relying on the 65, 70-year-old man bringing up stories of Mickey Mantle.
Yeah.
Can't do it. You got to move on. You got to find a new tradition. Like
Anthony, the Jets taking a pick. Jets taking a pick. You're gonna take.
Please, Tucker.
Elijah Vera Tucker.
Yeah, there's Tucker. Yep.
Easy pick.
Okay, that is a need. That's good. They're building around Zach Wilson. Now, did they tell you what they gave up for him?
Yeah, they gave up their third round pick in exchange. They got a fourth round pick. Not bad, actually.
Not bad.
That's the best guard they could get. Wow.
Yeah.
You traded up to get him too. So they had a feeling that some other team's going to trade up, and they said, we see our guy, want to try to get our guy, and we trade up to get him, and he's ours.
Yep. And you know what? That's good, because
Oakland. This guy's Oakland.
This is where I saw Tucker going at 14 to the Vikings, but the Jets wanted him, and I trust what Joe Douglas is doing for the Jets. He's not Idzik, he's not Tenenbaum, he's not these guys in the past. He's a guy, and if you go through Joe Douglas's history of drafts, he started in Philadelphia. His first pick, if I'm not mistaken, was Lane Johnson. Last year was Mekhi Becton. Now he's just folding into the same thing, trying to get the same stuff. And we're just with Robert Slay as the coach now. Robert Slay is a better coach than I guess we've had. And I think Robert Slay is going to get this team in the position, because he's going to be a player's coach, but he's also a hard-nosed coach. So he'll be friends with you. But when, like Nick Saban, you're set between those white lines, it's business. I'm not your friend. I'm your coach. We're going to go win football games. And he shows the intensity that you love to see in a coach, especially a coach for somebody like the Jets.
Yep.
Oh, the Patriots pick is in. Who do you think you guys are going to take? I don't think they're going to take Mac Jones here. I think Mac Jones is going to continue to fall.
The Patriots will not pay.
I'm telling you, if Zaven Collins, just description, if you were doing like matchmaker, versatile, not a big school, can play a lot of positions, very coachable. he just sounds like a Patriot. Like that's why I think Zaven Collins goes here.
This time. There's no dog in the room this time.
Yeah, yeah, right.
Nike's not making the picks here.
Bill Belichick is just that good. He just lets he lets Fido make his picks for him.
Wow, look at this. The Patriots have only had one Pro Bowler in the last 6 drafts, and that was their punter Jake Bailey last year.
Ew.
That they did, I mean, yeah, they've been winning, but the winning has also kind of shadowed over all the poor draft decisions they've made in recent years.
Absolutely.
So they need to hit this one out of the park. They need to.
Maybe they just walk to the podium and go, "We draft Tom Brady. Please come back." I'm like, please, please come. We'll waste this pick. Tom Brady, I love you. Just come. But I really hope Cam Newton gets it.
You know, maybe they ought to draft Byron Leftwich as offensive coordinator.
Right? Byron Left, it's
Stinko. Oh my lord.
Yeah. It's gotta be Zaven Collins. It's gotta be. I mean, it doesn't have to be, but that's just me being me.
With food insecurity a challenge for so many Americans, we teamed up with Feeding America as part of Draft-a-thon to help fight hunger.
Mm-hmm.
Tom Cox is behind me, a former Marine, saw a need in his community and started providing food to fellow veterans.
Okay.
His team had provided more than 5.6 million meals in 10 different states through Food for Vets. John, thank you for your service to our country and for helping those facing food insecurity. The state is yours to make the Patriots pick. New England Patriots.
Mac Jones to the Patriots.
What?
In the 2021 NFL Draft.
Mac Jones to the Patriots. There it is, guys. There it is. There it is.
Mac Jones.
There it is.
My head hurts.
To the Patriot.
My head
Mac
hurts.
Jones is the New England Patriots. There it is, guys. There it is.
Now here's my question: What does this do now for Cam Newton? They re-signed Cam Newton.
I'm asking that same exact question. I mean, if Jones outperforms them in the preseason, then he's probably going to be the starter. But at the same time, you know, I guess there goes any rumors that they might have for Jimmy Garoppolo going there. But at the same time, it's like I have no idea at this point. I'm kind of
wow.
Long shot. And then tonight happens.
You know what? It's.
For the New England Patriots.
I'm thinking like 10 years from now because I know that Mac Jones is going to ruin my life for a while if he pans out in New England. But I see Mac Jones as if he plays 10 years, maybe he goes to 2 Pro Bowls. I don't see him being this upper elite quarterback. Who are his weapons?
Why do I see this as a bust?
Yeah, I see it.
It feels like a bust too.
Yeah, it feels like they took a quarterback just to take one, and that's not very Belichick-esque. I think he's Mac Jones' serious downgrade in weapons immediately going from Alabama to New England.
I think they're going to sit him.
I think so too. I think they'll sit him. They'll let Cam Newton play out his year, and then they'll take the money from Cam Newton's cap and jam it into next year's free agent class to try to build people for him. But I see this as Mac Jones isn't getting a second contract with New England. I see them not even opting into his 5th-year option. I think that he'll have maybe one good year, like flash in the pan, and then just fizzle out like bacon, just whatever.
Wow.
Like you said, for the Cardinals, they know what they're taking. They know who they're taking. It has to be Greg Newsom, right? It has to be Greg Newsom.
You have to replace Patrick Peterson.
In our draft, I did say he was going to the Patriots.
You did. You did say.
I hit it. I'm shocked I hit it, but I hit it.
Well, wow. Is this the first time we've seen 5 QBs taken in the top 15?
Wow.
That's a lot.
It's a lot.
This has to be. You have
There's
to
going to be
replace.
at least one bust out of them. I mean, there were 5 quarterbacks taken in 2018. I mean, granted, 4 of them were in the top 10, but you had, Mayfield, Pro Bowler, Darnold on the second team. Allen, all pro. Rosen's a bust, easily, you can call it as that.
Yep.
And Jackson, MVP.
Yep. It's gonna be
He's
interesting.
got
to see
new
how these guys
developments
play
on the galleries. Let's see here.
Yeah, the Cardinals have to replace Patrick Peterson here.
That's a must. You have to take as soon as it's Greg Newsom. That's the easy pick here.
Yeah,
Greg Newsom. It's one of those just shut up and do it kind of picks.
Yeah, especially like you just got J.J. Watt, paired Chandler Jones, J.J. Watt. You took Isaiah Simmons. Your defense is good. You just need this piece, and then your offense is your offense. You just leave your offense be. Like let Kyler Murray work. Yeah. This has to be Newsom.
Folks, here's Mac Jones, courtesy of the National Football League, if you're interested. And I'll play this, assuming it's playable. I believe it is.
He looks like a Ford car dealership seller.
He is.
Like he's selling like Ram pickup trucks.
Already on? Yes, good job. You got to get used to those. Yes. Mac Jones, Alabama. Wow, what a year. National championship. Congratulations there. Yes, sir. We'll start it off right. Roll Tide. How does it feel to be in
Come
Cleveland?
by my car.
That felt so awkward when he said roll tide as well.
Yeah. I got this Mustang in the back. I'll give you a good price on it.
Awesome. So everyone's gonna have a great night, and I'm just glad to be here. Yeah, a few of your friends came through here already. Yeah. Have you guys been texting each other? Are you all kind of collectively excited?
Why do I think
Smitty keeps texting me, where are you, every like 2 hours, and then he doesn't come by me. So you want to hang out or not?
I mean, you're not wrong.
That reminds me of that.
Oh my God.
So the Cardinals are making their pick.
You know what I
How
mean?
does it feel to be representing Alabama here tonight?
It's almost like he accidentally got onto that carpet and grabbed the microphone.
I'm looking forward to my new nation I'm going to be in.
Zaven Collins. Zaven Collins, they took. Zaven Collins.
Wow.
I'm shocked.
They got some versatile linebackers in Arizona with Simmons and Collins now.
Well, yeah, Simmons, Collins. Also, they got Evan from Cal.
This is really cool. I mean, all the work's been put in. Everything's on tape. They did all the evaluations, did a great job with everybody. So right now, it's a little bit of a waiting game.
6'4", he's a clone of Evan. 6'4",
9. Not where we're going to live. When you get
Hey,
back,
Zennie, the Raiders are next on the clock. Which Christian are they taking? Are they going to take Barmore or are they going to take Darisaw?
They stay in the room with me. I won't be calling anybody.
I think
collectively hug the entire plan. So unless I'm going to like call them while they're in the room with me, which would be weird.
Let's see what they do. Hold on a
Mac,
second.
from last year's draft to today,
Folks,
so much has changed in the world.
Matt Jones
What are you
interview will
most
be up at
grateful for?
Zennie62Media
Honestly, just
momentarily.
my family. Is
I'm downloading it now.
When hard times come, you kind of stick with your family, and we've been through a lot as a society, really, and it's just really cool to see something like this occur and everything kind of getting back to normal. So it's been a great year.
So let me
and
put
I'm looking
that
forward
on
to
ice.
kind of finish it off strong.
How's it, Mac Jones?
And we'll be
Has it, bud? Like, good luck to you. If the Raiders don't take an offensive lineman because Mike Mayock decided to just implode that offensive line, Derek Carr is going to be real pissed. Who do I have? I got the Raiders taking Alex Leatherwood from Alabama, going in this pick, because you got to replace the 3 offensive linemen you just got rid of. Like, you gotta.
I got him taking the defensive tackle from Alabama, Christian.
Barmore is good.
6'5", 311.
Yeah.
And the Raiders really need to improve the size of their defensive tackles.
Yeah.
Hey, Vinny, he says don't hate.
Don't hate Vinny. I still can't get over how Mac Jones looks. Like, I'm not a bully in any capacity, but I feel like if I was trying to buy like a used Camry, like that's the man I would see at the delership. Like, hi, welcome to Mac Jones Auto, where you get cheap cars for good
Mac
cars
Jones
for cheap
Auto.
prices. Yeah, like
Mac Jones sounds like a type of car name.
Yeah.
He looks like Wyatt Russell in Captain.
100%. He's
Tom Walker. He looks like.
Yeah, like
man. It's like you might as well just put the Captain America suit on him, but then without the super serum and all that, and if he takes the super serum, he's going to wind up killing somebody.
He's just going to snap. He's going to go on this rampage and just like punch children. Like, what is he going to do? Like, it's just, I'm looking at him going, that's not like, you can look at Justin Fields, you see a quarterback. You look at Trevor Lawrence, you see one. Zach Wilson, Trey Lance. You look at Mac Jones and you're like, is he part of the media for the draft? Like, are you playing? Like, I don't know. I immediately think of a bust.
He's got hey, you know who he reminds me of though, and why I think he will do well. Although I think in that context, I'm actually surprised the Falcons passed on him.
Yeah.
He reminds me of Matt Ryan when he came out.
Yeah.
At Chelsea Pier, I interviewed him, and he had a very similar suit, very corporate look. He didn't smile though. Matt has his smile, right? But no, you could tell Matt Ryan was all Mac Jones was nothing but smiles. Matt Ryan, I can't remember when he smiled. He was just all business.
He's still like that. Like a big reason why he doesn't really get much attention is because unlike Vic, who was, a very flashy kind of individual, Ryan is like, even though he does the work and whatnot, like he's still just kind of quiet. Like he doesn't really have a big social media presence and whatnot. That's a big reason why, like, I do wish he was more popular, but just his personality.
Yeah, that was.
When I think of Matt Ryan, I don't think of Michael Vick. I just
no. I don't know. I mean, in terms of like, I'm not comparing the two. I'm just saying like, in terms of the play style, obviously. I'm just saying like instead of someone like a Michael Vick, you're getting someone like Matt Ryan, who's a very different play style.
That's what I'm saying. I didn't, and I still, I see them as just on different planets.
Yeah, they are different planets. They're very different.
So, and having interviewed Matt Ryan, when I think of Matt Ryan, I think a guy who, first of all, was very nervous.
Yes.
He was very young. And so when he gets nervous and like that, he's quiet, which I get, But Raiders. But the pick is in. Hold on a second. Let me shut up.
I guess they're going to take Darisaw here.
Yeah, I feel like it's got to be it's an offensive lineman. I just don't know who. Because you have to replace the lineman you just got rid of.
Hey, did they have any black guys in there? There are no black guys in there.
Didn't see any.
Wow.
Luis Wilson is white as the PFRA.
Well, Patrick in the chat says their Raiders are taking the safety from TCU, Trevin Morrig.
Yeah.
They need safety as well.
Yeah. TCU.
On more.
But you brought Rocky back into it. Rocky the orangutan might love that. What are we doing here? It's kids get this big fat train. If I see the chip one more time.
Hey, you didn't see Nolan Rocky in there, did you?
Oh man. What do you think the Raiders are going to do here? 17th overall.
Here we go.
Players I have left are Jeremiah Wusu-Koromoa, the Notre Dame linebacker, who would be a great fit in Gus Bradley's defense. Trevin Merritt, the safety from TCU, the best safety in the draft class. And then we haven't had an edge rusher. So Kwity Paye and Jalen Phillips are both sitting out there. Kwity Paye is my top guy. Is there any chance they're thinking offensive line? With all
See, the thing about it is that they have, in terms of edge rusher, I don't think they take any of those guys. I think Mayock's going to come up with a Mayock surprise.
Yeah, I mean, 2 corners and a linebacker.
Two
linebackers. David Collins just went. There's a lot of.
You guys are ahead of me, so I'll get your reaction.
Yeah, no, Patrick in the chat.
Alex Leatherwood, guys. Interesting. They didn't expect Darius. They got an offensive lineman, but they got Alex Leatherwood from Alabama, another Alabama guy. So I guess it fits the description of what Bill said.
There you go.
There you go.
Yeah, you got an offensive lineman and another guy from the national championship. What a shock.
There you go. Like, what did I say? Mike Mayock. Mike Mayock just watch national title games and drafts people. That's it.
Makes the job so much easier.
Right? He's going to pay a lot of money, watches one game. I love it. That's it. Oh. What?
Pressure needs to clean that up to show it for the Senior Bowl. But when he gets powerful.
But
I think the Dolphins are going to take Kwity Paye next.
Yeah.
They could take the home guy and take Jalen Phillips, but I think they might take Kwity Paye. I think they might take.
I think, yeah, because now you're getting into that defensive lineman.
he's got a way of blocking you where he actually, it's almost like he's choking you. You notice that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it does look very aggressive.
Puts his hands like right on your throat, and it's like, oh boy, like what are you doing?
PFF 5 career sacks allowed. That tells you all you need to know.
Yeah, the end.
Leatherwood would be plugged in there right away and expected to start from day one.
Big, long, athletic, physical, championship culture does make a lot of sense.
What is he doing? He's clowning. Oh, too funny.
This must be what Mike Mayock and John Gruden see with the Raiders.
It all makes sense now.
Trying to read into what you're
Oh, there it is. Big. Oh yeah, there it is.
Oh, the Mac Jones thing?
The Mac Jones body.
Lord.
Be a solid starter in this league. I thought there was a chance maybe in a trade back you could have got a little extra assets there and get the same player. But again, he's played a lot of football in Alabama. They feel comfortable with the pick. They feel like he can slide in and start on this offense.
God, like the Raiders have like, it's like all this, they have no diversity in their draft board.
They
They
don't.
need some.
Oh, that's disgusting.
It doesn't really matter.
But you need to have some. Seriously.
Got to mix it up.
5 of the first 17 players.
Higgins in for the Dolphins.
I think I had them taking Jordan. I think this is where I had Phillips going. Let me check. Where's that? Nope, wrong one. There it is.
Now, do you think the Raiders have another move in them trade-wise?
I mean, with Mark Davis, anything is possible, but I don't know. I'd say I'd be like maybe if somebody starts falling right now that's supposed to go here and starts falling down, they might move up like this, like Morig and stuff. They might be able to sneak in and grab them. Yeah, this is where I have Jalen Phillips from Miami going because they have to replace Cameron Wake and pair him with Emmanuel Ogba, and then with Dexter Lawrence. No, the kid from Clemson who plays defensive tackle. I can't think of his name. Got a young defensive line now to go against all this offensive talent in the AFC East, apparently.
Dolphins second pick in the round. They have 2 picks in the first 18. Not bad.
Yeah, right. That's.
See? Jalen Phillips, Miami kid.
There it is, keeping him home.
With the 18th pick in the 2021 NFL.
Now, does Washington take Darisaw, or do they take?
Nice. There we go. There we go.
I think it's Darisaw.
This is the kind of guy I like.
Yep.
And I
Jalen Phillips, yeah, he's good.
Because I know a number of people are high on Quiddy Pay, but I felt like he was too short. And I'm just
a little short too.
I'm just old school. I just feel like defensive end should be 6'5" plus, 250 or 60 pounds. So,
yep.
And able to run. I mean, look at this.
Accomplished and polished pass rusher. He doesn't stop. Not only can he bend at the top of his, he shows you the effort to trace. Here he retraces his steps. He's got a the quarterback to be able to come back underneath and finish the play. And had one of the best pass rushing pro days. When you talk to the coaches that were at this workout, said it was as impressive as any pro day they've been to. He helped himself there, and that's why he's the first edge rusher off the board.
I don't talk a lot about high school.
Now we're going to watch the run on pass rushers go flying off the board here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be fun.
Yep.
I don't think you're going to get a pass. I mean, you're going to get a linebacker here or attack, but I can see like Giants, Colts, Titans, Vikings.
Yeah.
The whole run.
Yeah,
Notable Miami defensive linemen, Vince Wilfork, Russell Maryland. Oh wow. Cortez Kennedy, Wesley Soul, Warren Sapp, Vince Wilfork.
California, so yeah.
The Warren Sapp draft I don't like talking about at all. As a Jet fan, we took Kyle Brady over Warren Sapp. It's a bad memory for me.
Folks, if you're wondering if I'm sitting cricket, the answer is yeah, I am.
Yes, so am I. I'm leaning on this couch.
The thing about this is not the chair to sit cricket in. Hold on a second. Oh.
And now this is where the first round gets interesting. We'll see. Washington, Chicago needs a corner. Maybe that's where Newsom goes.
Full-side yoga's about to start, and I'm doing
Trying to see where my Oklahoma State alum is.
flexibility
But we'll see.
No cancellation on Travelocity. Use of sit my downward deck.
Yeah, Patrick, you're not wrong.
Wander wisely.
He does have some Jason Taylor-esque qualities.
Doctor about Xeljanz, a pill.
But for the Raiders pick, Patrick, you said they have to go against the Chiefs offense. I don't think loading up on defense is the way to beat the Chiefs. Look what the Patriots, look what the Buccaneers did. And the Buccaneers went with a ground attack and time of possession attack, because the less time that the Chiefs offense is on the field and the more game you can control, you can put the pressure back on them, and then pressure creates mistakes. So if you win the time of possession and you're up 10 or you're up 5 or whatever it is, and you can hold the ball for a good 6-7 minute drive, that puts the pressure on Patrick Mahomes and this and that and everybody else. And the Raiders have a decent pass rush with Max Crosby and everything like that you'd be able to combat it. I'm not saying you're going to win every time at all. It's Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs are a good football team. It's just that you limit the amount of possessions that the Chiefs will have by winning the game in the time of possession. So
I guess I look pretty.
That's the best way to go. And Leatherwood is real good, and he's going to protect Derek Carr and everything else. And he's the type of lineman that John Gruden likes. He's mean. He's aggressive. He can get the job done. It's just the biggest area of need for the Raiders was the offensive line. You got rid of 3 starters. What?
Reminds me of Richie Incognito.
Exactly. Without the horrific racism and abusiveness that Incognito came with.
Blocking nastiness about him, you know.
That's what I mean, and it's that's what I was just saying. He's a John Gruden-esque lineman that's this rugged, hard-nosed, just put your hand in the dirt and go hit a 7-man sled, John Madden style. And yeah, you gotta win the time of possession against the Chiefs. The more pressure you can put on them, the more pressure you can put the Chiefs into a pressure cooker, the more mistakes they'll make. And that's exactly what the Buccaneers did in the Super Bowl, was win the time of possession. And instead of giving the Chiefs 10 possessions, they gave them 6. And then that's where that pressure comes into play. So you can load up defense all you want, but it's better to load up the other side to keep Patrick Mahomes on the sidelines.
And carbon capture research. With Aaron.
See here.
So I got Darisaw going here, because just keep building the offensive line for whoever the quarterback of the Washington football team will be, or Washington insert name, because they can't pick one. And I don't understand why. Just pick a team name. Pick a team name that's not this horrifyingly racist name. Just pick a name. There's either Washington Capitals, whatever. Just be like.
Well, they can't take Capitals. They can. I mean, Red Tails, Red Wolves, Warriors, like a whole bunch of. There's so many names. I feel like having just football team would be an insult to the fan base.
Yeah, it's almost like when they made the name the Washington football team. I go, is this Chelsea's football club? Are we playing soccer? Like, I feel like it's a soccer team, like Chelsea Football Club or like Manchester United Football Club. I'm like, okay. Darisaw, come on.
Jamin Davis.
Who?
The linebacker for Kentucky.
Oh, yeah.
Like Darius Leonard almost.
Yep.
Now, who are the Giants going to take?
I would. Maybe this is where Newsom goes. No, because they got Bradbury.
They got Bradbury. They got Dory Jackson, so I don't think that's likely.
Yeah, and they got the other guy, Adoree Jackson. Yeah. No, because you can't take you're not going to take a receiver this high now. Now you're in that weird spot where like Bateman is too high, or Elijah Moore's too high. I'd honestly sit here and say maybe this is where Darisaw also goes, because you could put him into that offensive line, protect Daniel Jones, and help Saquon Barkley here.
Well, folks, I am, as I listen to you all talk, I am also putting up, and we'll be up in about, let's see, it's 95% processing in minutes, the Mac Jones interview courtesy of the National Football League. So one of the perks of getting a credential and not so there we go. Now what we are missing, however, is the actual interviews that I would live stream if you were backstage. They're just done in a distanced way, So but this is a nice consolation. I believe the league is actually going to provide audio too. So I've got a number of videos of players that I'm going to upload, though, that were provided early on. And this is the first one. 99% complete. Mac Jones interview. Alabama QB is New England Patriots quarterback. It is now went from seconds left to 19 minutes left. Go figure. Oh, well, stuff happens. 4%. So now it crawls. Oh, well, I'm going to, you know what? I'm not going to look at it. I'll let them. It's going to become like paint drying. Yeah. My God. So, let's see what's going on here. So what do you guys think of this draft so far?
Pretty good. I mean, there's some picks I liked, some picks I was a little iffy on, but a very productive day.
Yeah, I think that the teams, like I said before the draft started, the teams with these shotgun-sized needs, that they started to fill them. And they didn't just fill them with a Band-Aid. They're filling them with people and building blocks for the future. And you saw a lot of weird things happen. Like, when was the last time the Patriots traded up for a quarterback? Like,
never.
Things like that. Like the Giants traded down. Yeah, like.
Yeah, Drew Bledsoe.
Yeah, Drew Bledsoe was the first overall pick or something way back when.
Mm-hmm.
The Giants traded down. The Jets moved into the top 15 after picking at 2 to take a lineman. Like, a lot of teams are not drafting for best player available, I guess. They're drafting for the need of their team. And you can see that in today's NFL, it's moving towards that. Instead of just taking like the sexy pick that's going to fill your seats, people are starting to understand what job security is, and your job security comes with the performance of your team. So you could take the sexy pick, but you're not going to have a job much longer. So you got to try to get the people that are going to help you keep your job and put food on the table for your kids, and that's it.
That's right.
But this is always where the draft gets interesting in these picks, because this is where weird teams want to move up if they love somebody, or try to move down because they don't. And this is where the fun begins. And like I said to Vinny before, I'm really interested to see what the Packers do at their pick. With this whole Aaron Rodgers news just coming out right before the draft starts.
In theory, he could still go with the Broncos.
I mean, you're not wrong. He could, but
it would not involve draft capital this year, obviously, but it could still happen.
Yeah, you know what? It's if we want to put the tinfoil on, maybe they took maybe the Broncos drafted that so they could move him to get Aaron Rodgers in, so the whole quarterback carousel goes, and then Jordan Love's sitting in Wisconsin going like, what am I doing here then? Like, why am I here? But I've always felt bad for Aaron Rodgers for the fact that I think the highest rated offensive weapon he's ever gotten was Devontae Adams, and that came in the second round. They've never really given him a lot of help, and they always go defense on everything. But like, that's that whole thing. You can see the changing where look at the Packers, what they've done with Aaron Rodgers, but Justin Herbert, after 1 year, the Chargers knew they needed to protect him and immediately went out and drafted Slater.
All right,
So
can you hear me?
Yep.
I can hear you. I hear you just
Okay,
fine.
cool. All right. 1 second. Why that's not being monetized. All right, folks. We now have. Okay, cool. As I go to the channel, and we'll go to. This is being weird. So I'll make it less weird. Let's see here. That's not working. That's not working. Tell you what. I'll do it the other way. There it is. Okay. And here we are. All right.
See.
Yes, sir. Little surprise.
We take it's going to be a interesting choice whoever they take. My guess is that they're probably going to take someone on the line.
Hey, folks. So here we are, Zennie62 YouTube. Mac Jones, courtesy of the National Football League. So if you want to meet the New England Patriots' newest.
Interesting. Kadarius Toney at number 20. That's a bit of a reach.
Yeah, see, this is what I meant. You're in that weird tweener spot for receivers. Unless you really loved one, you weren't going to take one. But I guess the Giants needed to add weapons even with the Galladay signing. They wanted to add another receiver, and Toney is one of those. He's Percy Harvin-esque, but without
the injuries.
Yeah, without the injuries, the concussion, and all that's the migraines or whatever he had. So yeah, it's somebody that they can.
Up toe.
Yeah, Jason Garrett, the offensive coordinator for the Giants, is going to have a lot of fun trying to figure out spots for him, putting him in the slot, using him on jet sweeps, using him in this new age offense. But hopefully, yeah, you know what? With the Giants, hopefully that helps him out.
I personally think now Darisaw has to go to the Colts now.
Yeah, it's you put Darisaw on the opposite side, because you have Quentin Nelson. So excited. Yeah.
Wooing, folks. I'll tell you why. Sorry about that. But with tech, you're never down and out. You got the interviews anyway.
There you go.
Oh, I love this. I love it.
Right back with more.
Okay. All right, Anthony, we got to get you guys signed back on NFL. You're not on NFL Communications, are you?
No. I'm just going to say no. I don't think so. I don't think so. We'll get back on it.
Yeah, get you back. Under ours.
Get back into all this stuff. Best player available is overrated. Yeah, Patrick, you know what? For the first 20 picks in the NFL draft, if you're picking in the top 20, you're not taking best player. You're taking to fill that need. And like the Ravens at 31 might take best player available because that's at the end of the first round. But yeah, no, it's definitely overrated for somebody like the Jets or the Chargers. You're taking, or even the Raiders, you're taking somebody for need, not best player available. The only team can absolutely say they're taking best player available is the Buccaneers because they re-signed everyone. So they don't have a need per se at this moment. They can take somebody and have them sit behind one of the 22 starters they re-signed, including Antonio Brown. And then they just take somebody to groom behind some veteran. And that's yeah. So we'll see. I'm hopeful for the Raiders. They're in a rough spot with the Chargers and the Chiefs and all those teams out there. But I've always rooted for John Gruden because he's an offensive minded guy, and he always is trying to do everything. And he's got that fiery intensity about him that you just kind of love to see in a coach. It's just few bad breaks here or there with the Raiders. It's never been like you took Jonathan Abram, the safety, who puts 24 on, trying to be Larry Brown, all that stuff, and then he hurts his shoulder or gets hurt, he's out for the year. It's like he's a good safety, but you just caught a bad break. So hopefully sooner or later it'll pan out for the now Las Vegas Raiders. But yeah, the NFL's always better when the bad boy Raiders are in the playoff hunt and fighting for championships, because they're always been that like rebel without a cause, just going against everything, and that's a testament to Al Davis. Al Davis didn't care about Pete Rozelle or Tagliabue. He didn't care about any of it. He had his Raider team, and he could care less what you thought about it. And his big white suit with his collar popped up, just walking with the shades and the gold chain coming down from his shades. He didn't care. It was always fun.
Folks, Kyle Pitts interview will be up in moments after download. I've got every player.
Still waiting to hear his name on day 2 tonight.
Yeah.
For the draft.
Watch the NFL Draft-A-Thon live.
I've got every player. So, hey.
I cannot wait for this.
Join Kay Adams and celebrity guests for a 2-day event.
Hey, Russ, why did your wife put you out in the car, man? Did she not let you in the house?
Find out more at NFL.com/Draft-A-Thon.
Welcome back to Cleveland. Let's pause for a message now
from
this year's winner.
We've got so far, who's got the best draft, Vinny? I'm going to pick the Dolphins. Actually, you know what? I want to pick the Jets.
Well, keep in mind, so far, like the thing is that when it comes to like best drafts, it's naturally gonna have a bias towards teams that have had multiple picks. I would say in terms of steal of the draft, I would say Sewell probably. I think the best trade in the draft was the Bears traded him to Justin Fields. Personally, I think that was a great move for the Bears. In terms of teams, I feel like I'm kind of iffy on. I'm a little bit iffy on the Falcons, mainly just because they need help on the defense. I mean, Kyle Pitts is nice, but at the same time, you need to have help on the outside. I'd also say that when it comes to the Patriots, I'm a little concerned about Mac Jones. I feel they just needed to take a quarterback because it just felt like they had to take a quarterback. Yeah, it's just my personal choice. That's what I think is how each team's done. Okay, so Alex Leatherwood's reason who said that Leatherwood has 60% of last in the second round. Well, this is the 40% chance where he actually made the first round. So, yeah.
I mean, my thought basically about that is I think the Raiders could have gotten an offensive tackle lower, but I thought that there needs more on defense than offense. So from that perspective, I'm surprised they didn't take Christian, I mean, maybe they believe in their defensive tackles to that degree. Or maybe they have done their analysis and figured out that they're happy with the scheme that Gus Bradley is going to use, or some combination of the above. But I think Christian was a better pick than Alex Leatherwood. Hey, Anthony.
Yes.
Patrick and Blackman is echoing.
I didn't feel like a reach personally. I mean, it's a fine pick, but I would have had, Arizona.
Yeah, I see the comment there.
Yeah, I see it as a reach. It was said that Leatherwood had a 60% chance of lasting the second round. I mean, you're not wrong. Darisaw, you could have went Darisaw there, but like I said before, if you're trying to channel your inner John Gruden, Leatherwood's got that mean streak that John Gruden looks for in a lineman. Darisaw he's still got a mean streak, but if it wasn't Leatherwood, I would have said it would probably have been Tevin Jenkins from Oklahoma State, because he's that big mauler type that John Gruden likes to play in his West Coast style offense. So,
we'll select.
I got Pago in here. Payne.
Feeling good, Lewis. And by the way, McAfee's still mad because Rocky usurped him on the pick in Indianapolis.
What do you pay?
Is it?
What do you pay? Yeah, he went to the Colts.
Nice. I had that.
Nice. The Titans here, they got to get Greg Newsome. They have to.
Wow.
Michigan.
I put for the Titans right now, I said they were going to take Tevin Jenkins because Tevin Jenkins at right tackle and Taylor Lewan at left tackle, you may get more personal fouls from your offensive tackles than you will from your defensive backs. They're both
I'm personally a bit surprised. I thought they were going to take offensive tackle, especially with Costanza retiring.
Yeah,
And
that's
let's be real. Wentz doesn't actually have the cleanest track record when it comes to stadium.
I mean, yeah, it's Wentz is trying to resurrect his career at Lucas Oil Stadium now.
Do you think Quiddy Pay will be the next Dwight Freeney?
They've been trying to replace Dwight Freeney since Dwight Freeney left, and Pay
Robert
has
Mathis. I mean, him and Mathis, they need two.
exactly. Yeah, you got to start rebuilding that. It's Pay has that quick twitch, not as quick as Freeney's was, but you can see him develop that into something, especially. And I know for a fact that Darius Leonard has that defense as intense and ready, like Alvin Mack from that movie about the college team. I forgot what it's called. But Darius Leonard's going to have him in positions to make plays, and he's going to have them all revved up, ready to go. And I think that you need a pass rush in Indianapolis, and you need one now. And with Justin Houston, I think, leaving as well, there's a void you need to fill. And at 21, you filled that void. Because there's still 6 rounds, and there's a lot of talent that's fallen just because of the quarterback need or receivers or this and that. You're going to get some really good NFL players and NFL starters in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th rounds of this draft just because players have fallen, like Greg Newsome, for instance. He's fallen not because of his talent, just like Sewell fell, not because of his talent, but because people had bigger needs than that at the moment.
When he knocked the ball in Tom Brady's hand, obviously the great motor and getting to the quarterback. That's why.
Yep.
Well, Joe Klatt calls a ton of Michigan games for college football on Fox, sitting next to Gus Johnson, and he's part of our crew this week. Joe, give the floor here.
Well, Rich, that's partly why you hate my voice so much, is because I call those issues the traps of my wisdom.
Tell me about Quiddy Pay, sir.
Well, listen, I love Quiddy Pay and his motor. Obviously, everything DJ said is absolutely accurate. I go back to this Minnesota game. This was the first game of their year. And late in the game, when they needed the defense to just shut things down, he became a monster on 3 consecutive plays. He gets to the quarterback with that motor, but then he moves inside. Look at that slap with great hands. Gets the hands of the offensive line.
I am working on Trey Lance interview, which will be up in a moment.
Oh my God, and then he gets to the quarterback, guys. Here's a comparison I've heard from NFL executives. He feels like James Harrison, a 3-4 outside linebacker that's stocky, can hit, can run. He can do a lot of different things. Quiddy Pay is a heck of an edge rusher.
Go fish.
Yep.
Actually, there you go. Just hit him up on Twitter. Let's go. I think that's 4, actually. Right there. 4. You have the floor.
It's a tenuous week for Michigan pass rusher Quiddy Pay. He had a health scare. Actually, a couple weeks ago, his heart condition was red flag. Combine leading his agents at CAA, Jimmy Sexton and Tori Danny, to arrange a battery of tests to clear him. My understanding was he had high troponin levels in his heart that was caused by a strenuous workout.
Oh, no.
Before, after these tests,
Wow.
clear, remained on teams' boards, and now goes in the 1st round.
Wow. Man, I pray he doesn't go Gaines Adams. Remember that?
Oh my, that's tragic. Yeah.
Man. Vinny Gaines Adams was the 1st round pick of the Bucks who died of a heart attack.
Yep.
That was very sad.
I interviewed him. Videos on Zennie62 here.
Mm-hmm.
Are on the clock right now.
Who's that?
2 minutes to go.
Who was that? Wide receiver from the Bengals? They found in like 2009. They found he had a lot of CTE in him.
Travis Henry. Was that him?
Travis.
Sounds about right.
The one that got like thrown off a truck.
That one.
Yeah, that was Travis Henry. If I'm not mistaken, that was his name.
Let me just see.
Yeah.
Let me search.
It's. I think it's something Henry.
Out of the first, there's a long list of edge rushers still there to pick from, and there could be.
Or could be real wrong. No papers.
Because remember, this is the Titans team.
Well, folks, in one moment here, and it is published. Yeah, and there we are. Video link. Yep.
Chris Henry.
Chris Henry?
Yeah.
Chris Henry. That's his name, Chris Henry.
Yeah.
That was just. Oh. I did a whole paper involving. Did a whole paper for one of my classes that involved like CTE, and that was a whole. That was a whole thing because that was the first one where they found, a young guy that has this. He was only 26.
Yep. Yeah, I can tell you from my own experience that I turned 32 2 days ago. And on my 30th birthday, I played football my whole life, and I've had 7 concussions. And every 5 years, starting at age 30, they set you up to do these neurological exams to just see what's going on, because I've had the slew of concussions and things like that, and they're trying to get ahead of it now because of people of unfortunately like Chris Henry and what happened there.
You know what the biggest one for me was? Levon Belcher.
Oh yeah.
You know what's even crazy about this? This guy actually grew up in the town over where I'm from. He lives in West Babylon. I live in West Islip. That's where he grew up, and we all know his story. Like, see, what had happened with his girlfriend and doing that in front of the owner, the coach. That's something that can never leave their mind. That can never leave their mind.
Yeah, you can't at all.
And also the kid, that the whole stuff with the dispute. It's just a whole tragic situation. Like,
it is. It happens. It happens to a lot of players. Look at Junior Seau. Junior Seau, unfortunately, too. It's football.
Yeah,
it's a
I think Philip Adams has it. I think Philip Adams has CTE.
Yeah, I feel bad. I feel bad because a lot of people watch football because of the violence, and it's something that a lot of the normal people can't do, which is run at people full speed and hit them. But there is a physical toll this takes. Look at Earl Campbell. Earl Campbell right now is in a wheelchair, and it's horrifying watching highlights of Earl Campbell and seeing his body just deteriorate. Look at Jim Brown, same thing. It's just like one of these things.
Yeah, the pig is in it for the Titans.
Tevin Jenkins. Come on, Tevin Jenkins. Oklahoma State. I'm a diehard Oklahoma State fan. I just want to see a first-round draft pick that's not horrifying like Justin Blackmon. Like, come on. Or Brandon Farley. Caleb Farley.
Yeah, Caleb Farley, Virginia Tech cornerback.
That's not bad.
Well, okay. there was discussion that now the Vikings are next. Who the Vikings do you have? What's their
This has to be where Darisaw goes.
Caleb Farley, there we go.
Yeah,
I had another mock with him in that.
Yep, I had him.
We've had mocks with him.
Yeah, I'm going to see where I had him in the first round. I wanted to just. I'm always interested to see how close I am, like with this. I know I got all the players in the first round so far. They're just not in the right spots. Like that's where it is. And why Greg Newsome? Here we go. He's falling for some reason, and off we go.
You can take corner. They can take offensive line. You can take edge rusher.
Oh, I had Farley going. I had Caleb Farley going to the Steelers. So maybe that's where Newsome goes.
Maybe Aziz goes to the Vikings. Or we had Aziz was already going to the Vikings at 14. You might go to them at 23.
Hey, it'd be a good GM move. You got a bunch of capital to move back, and you're still going to get the player you want.
Speaking of the Vikings, did you hear that Justin Jefferson is the very first NFL player to be featured in Fortnite?
Oh my sweet God. I have a 7-year-old that plays Fortnite. I've heard enough about Fortnite. I tried to play that game once, and if anybody who watches this hasn't figured it out by now, I'm a very fiery person. So hearing 7-year-olds yell at me, I'm gonna fire back at them, and it's not fun. And
What
I had
Among
to.
Us?
I tried that once, and all I did was yell at people. I was like, "I'm not an imposter. You're an imposter. Like, I'm not lying. Like, screw you. It's not my
The
fault."
imposter sus. Don't worry, I know my meme lingo. I mean, on my wall, I literally have an entire portrait of Morshu from the Zelda CDI games because I grew up watching YouTube poops for a living.
There you go. That's it. Yeah, it's Fortnite. I coach T-ball. I coach 2 T-ball teams right now. Getting kids to stop doing Fortnite dances so they don't get hit in the face with a baseball is a challenge in itself. It's wild.
Guess what? The waiter doesn't need to know.
All right, folks. Another Zennie62 alert. Here we are. Trey Lance right here is on up the interview with him up courtesy of the National Football League, and we've got them all, folks. I'm just loading them up there, and I want to thank the NFL for providing us, even though they don't have the standard virtual interviews for some crazy reason. This is good too, and we can upload it, and boom. I like that.
Yeah.
Not exactly questions I would ask, but hey.
In case anyone that does not know meme culture know who Morshu is, he looks like this, and that poster is literally on my wall.
That's fantastic. It's a fantastic poster.
It's just the line is just so famous, so ingrained for me for like the last 10 years. I've known this, and it's crazy because they tried to make that game is awful. That's why Nintendo never really has this. But in like that 10 years, they've been doing like this one, King, all these other crazy like characters that were only seen there, and they're now huge on the internet. I just hope that Nintendo decides to bring them back, but I think Philips might own them. I'm not too sure.
Hey, these are doing well. They're starting to already.
Nice.
Yeah, baby, yeah, as Austin Powers would say.
Yeah, baby, yeah.
Baby, yeah.
Danger is my middle name. How's that British? How's that British accent?
I'm not even attempting it. I'm not, because I'm just gonna.
How was that British accent?
It's pretty good. I would just offend a lot of people immediately.
Years of watching Wallace and Gromit has really helped me not do that.
Oh, Wallace and Gromit, yes, the claymation. Yeah.
Plasticine.
Let's plug this in real quick. Hold on a second.
Plasticine, Shaun the Sheep, Timmy Time, Chicken Run, Flushed Away, Arthur Christmas, the Pirates, Early Man, those ones.
Wow. Yeah, it's
Bristol, United Kingdom.
Oh, my God. I feel old. Now I just feel old, and I'm not that old.
Cheese, Gromit, cheese.
Cheese. Oh.
They actually know the type of cracker they use. The type of cracker that they base it off of is actually the Jacob's cream crackers, which is a type of Irish cracker. It's very big in the UK.
All right.
And yes, Wensleydale, Stilton, and Camembert are all British kinds of cheese.
Oh.
Wensleydale's like I think a type of cheddar. Stilton's a type of blue cheese, and I think Camembert, I'm not too sure.
I was gonna say, anybody from the UK watching this, please send us some cheese so we can do a show taste testing UK foods. I'm excited.
Yeah, the only downside is the thing with UK food is like a lot of it is very pale coloring.
Oh.
I mean, that's why big reason why curry got so big. Besides the fact that the Indian population is probably because there's actually color in this food. Let's have it.
This doesn't look like
so long. They've had jellied eels. Like they literally just steep the eels in gelatin, and they just let the bones coagulate.
They just
had their meat pies and whatnot. I'm an Anglophile, and this is very weird for me too.
Yeah.
Why else do you think kebab restaurants are big? Why do you think curry houses are so big? It's because as nice as a nice meat pie and mashed potatoes are, It's not exactly healthy for one, and two, it doesn't have much color.
No, it doesn't. It's just
No.
like, okay, like there you go. There's food. Like it's just eating to eat. Like here you go. Like there's food. Enjoy it. What is this?
Christian Darrisaw's the Vikings. Let's go.
There you go.
Finally.
All right.
Now,
So
who
we
are the
got that.
Steelers going to take? I think they're going to have to take offensive tackle. They need to, no question, especially with future Hall of Famer Marquise Pouncey going.
Yeah,
Funny
I
that-
think. Yeah, this is probably Tevin Jenkins from Oklahoma State. I'm just going to keep saying it, praying he gets taken. But yeah, Tevin Jenkins goes here. I could also see them taking Greg Newsome because they need a corner, so maybe somewhere that way it goes. But yeah, the immediate need is offensive line with Pouncey gone and Villanueva leaving to go to Baltimore. If I'm not mistaken, he was part of that Orlando Brown thing. So I think yeah, this
He's
is
with the
where
Ravens. He's with the Ravens now.
yeah. So I think this is where you're right. This is probably where tackle goes, and the
They
only
need
one
to
that
take it. They need it so bad. I mean, Big Ben, he doesn't have much time left. Simple as that.
yeah, that's it. It's Tevin Jenkins, the kid from Notre Dame. I can't think of his name, Eichenberg or something. The tackle from Notre Dame, maybe here. Let's see where it goes. Did I have?
Time to be able to get this player. A lot of teams had him way up. That was a little bit lower on him, but this is somebody that
Tevin Jenkins, I see them taking.
Yeah, I hope
Najee
so.
Harris is fine, but it's a bit of a reach, especially when you need offensive line help very badly.
Yeah, you can have Najee Harris, but who's blocking for him? That's the question.
You're into Castro, you need more than just him. Yeah, he's great, but at the same time, you need more than just one quality offensive lineman.
Yeah, you're not wrong at all. Like the Steelers were great when Faneca was there, and you had a big offensive line to protect Ben and get things moving. Like you can have a Ferrari sitting in your driveway, but it doesn't mean anything if you don't know how to drive it. And then that's the same way it goes with an NFL offense. You can have the best receivers in football. If you don't have somebody blocking so your quarterback can get them the ball, then what's the difference? You're not going to get them the football. Like that's why Cincinnati taking Jamar Chase is a head scratcher, because you have Joe Burrow, protect Joe Burrow, let him get the ball to the playmakers. Like, and now we're going to see how that pans out for him in Cincinnati, and see if he can stay healthy, hopefully, because he's a good quarterback. Joe Burrow makes Cincinnati better. As you could tell, after he got hurt, everything just fell apart.
Do you think this has been Roethlisberger's last year?
Yes. Yeah. I think this is it. After watching him on the bench with Pouncey and they're crying and stuff like that, I think Pouncey left and Roethlisberger said, I'm going to take one more shot at this. And then I think that's when next year they move into trying to replace Big Ben. And I love Mason Rudolph. He's an Oklahoma State alum, but I don't think Mason Rudolph's the answer.
You got a 1-year extension, by the way. And Dwayne Haskins, I mean, I would not be shocked if Dwayne Haskins starts a couple games.
That's what I'm saying. Like you could see the Steelers game 12, and they're looking from the outside in on the playoff hunt. Maybe they're like, all right, let's try Haskins here. Let's start moving towards it and moving towards the end game type thing, because Big Ben's not going to be here forever. This is
Najee Harris was taken by the Steelers. I mean, to me, it's good pick, but it's a reach. Like you need offensive line help very badly. Villanueva's gone. Pouncey retired. Like, I mean, it's fine, but who's going to block?
Yeah, you're right. Who's going to block for these people? That's what it is. Like, you can't.
Wow.
You need
That guy is going to vault them into the playoffs. Watch.
Najee Harris?
I can see it, but again, they need to address the offensive line in the other rounds. Like like Anthony said, Pouncey retired, Villanueva's the Ravens. Yeah, it just depends on how they're doing.
Yeah,
and I trust in Kevin Colbert. He's one of the best executives in the NFL. He knows what he's doing. So I have confidence in him. I mean, well, except when it comes to drafting defensive backs. Regent Tremaine and Terrell Evans, they reach Artie Burns. Like, I mean, everything else, they're really, really good. I mean, they got Minka Fitzpatrick, but they traded him. They traded for him from the Dolphins. It wasn't even their guy.
Yeah, it wasn't theirs. The Dolphins took him.
I think the defense, like I always liked Mike Tomlin. I mean, there's a reason why that team has never had a losing season with him at the helm. I mean, I understand a lot of Steelers fans give him crap, but at the same time, I mean, not a single losing season. Just think about it. Not a single losing season. It's impressive.
Since Chuck Noll, what have the Steelers had? 3 coaches? It's Noll,
There are 3
Cowher.
coaches. Noll's in the Hall of Fame. Cowher's in the Hall of Fame. And if for all we know, if Tomlin keeps this up, and if he continues to have winning records, and if the Steelers continue to be in prime condition, we might see a bust. There too.
Yeah,
absolutely incredible. Najee Harris finished 5th in Heisman vote. Wow, Najee Harris, Franco Harris. That's a comparison.
Oh God.
Travis Etienne of the Bucks. I can see it coming.
I can too. Oh, Bobby, speaking of which, did you hear that Leonard Fournette changed his number to 7, his old LSU number?
Say again?
Leonard Fournette changed his number to 7, his old LSU number.
Oh God.
He did. He did change his number to 20s.
You know what? I'm happy that the NFL did that because it just helps for fan interaction and stuff. Like you know a player from college with the number, and then they go to somewhere else, they got to change numbers, all that stuff. Like seeing Patrick Peterson go back to 7 in Minnesota, Fournette with 7 in Jacksonville or Tampa Bay. I mean,
comment, which I kind of agree with. If you're saying, hey, get 57.
Yeah.
Daniel Sanders changed his number to 1.
There you go. It's gonna be. It just makes the game more fun because guys in college don't have to, you don't have to feel weird about that. Like, okay, now I'm gonna go to the NFL. I'm gonna try to keep my number and then just move forward. So you create like a brand in yourself in college that you can carry over to the NFL. That'll just help you. Because I'd love to have a number 5 Christian McCaffrey jersey from Stanford or Carolina, but he's not 5. So there you go.
I think if he goes to another team, he might change his number. That's all I really
Tampa drafting Christian. My question is, they got Vita Vea a couple of years ago.
Yep.
So I don't see where, especially since you got Nadicum, I don't see bringing in Christian is that much of a major improvement over what they've got.
Yeah, no, I had the Bucks taking Tony from Florida to learn behind Antonio Brown, and then when Antonio Brown's departure happens in Tampa, then you just replace him with Tony, and then they off you keep moving. But that's not happening. Maybe that's where Elijah Moore goes if the Packers don't take him. Barmore's one of those things that he's a great defensive tackle, but the diminished value of that position is why he's sliding. But I don't understand why it's being diminished, especially a defensive tackle that demands a double team opens up your pass rushing lanes, especially up the middle.
Yep.
So it's not a diminished thing. It's just an overlooked position. And any defensive coordinator that's worth his weight would understand that. You get a double team, a guard in the center going against a D tackle, your linebacker is going to be quick enough to shoot those gaps to be able to create pressure on the quarterback, because that's the name of the game now, is getting pressure on your on quarterbacks, and that's it.
Hey, by the way, Anthony, Antonio Brown re-signed with the Bucks about yesterday.
I know, that's what I'm saying. That's why I thought I really
Bucks are winning that division. Bucks are going to win that division easily. I mean, especially without no way I can't see that happening.
Wow, the Jets are really got our guy from Instagram. There you go. That's the Jets Instagram post. Here we go.
Is he going to wear number 1?
I'm gonna assume he is, but who knows at this point?
Anthony, please.
What?
Show that again, please.
There you go. It's it's Jim McMahon Jr.
That's what he looks like too.
Yeah, with the headband and everything.
All that's missing is his hair to be a bit slicked back, for him to wear sunglasses, and he needs to be smoking a lot of those doobies.
Yep.
It looks like a spiked moose.
Yeah. It looks like he should be on the Jersey Shores, like circa 2003. Like,
Fun
that's
fact:
what.
when I actually visited the Jersey Shore, they were actually having vacation in Italy. So unfortunately, I did not get to see Snooki or JWoww or The Situation, or Paulie D. But MTV now, all you see on MTV is just reruns and new episodes of Rob Dyrdek and ridiculousness again and again and again. It's just all ridiculousness, literally and figuratively.
Patrick, I see your point, but look, the Buccaneers are getting a push up the middle without Christian. So I don't see, again, I'll just say this. I don't see where Christian is that much of a greater value add for the Buccaneers. Maybe for, the Raiders, but the Bucs, no. I'm not saying he would be a great addition to them, but he'll be making the rich richer.
Yep.
And the question I would have is, could they afford that?
As the philanthropic centerpiece of the NFL draft,
Tell them so.
awareness for key issues at the intersection.
Yeah, it's if you're bringing in Barrymore,
Sue is aging.
Sue's aging, JPP's aging. Like their defensive line's getting up there in age. So bringing in somebody like that, like I said before, the Buccaneers are the only team in the NFL that can take best player available because they don't have a need per se right now.
Right.
They can take Barrymore, let him learn behind Sue, let him learn all these things as Sue gets older, and bring this guy in and bring him in slowly to the point where the Buccaneers can go back to having a dominant defensive line, the days of Simeon Rice and Warren Sapp and all these people. And to the MTV point, I'm about to age myself really badly and say I remember when MTV was just music, and it was Carson Daly after school, and you would listen to that. And now I feel like I'm 100 because they don't even play
Literally,
music.
all they show is ridiculousness.
It's like, I remember coming home from school a lot of days and being like, "Oh, MTV, Carson Daly live." Like, "Oh, we're gonna listen to the songs," and there we go.
The Jags. Second pick.
Travis Etienne to the Jaguars.
I don't know.
So much for the Bucs taking him, but at least he gets to play in Florida.
Yeah.
2021 NFL Draft. The Jacksonville Jaguars select Travis Etienne.
Wow, great. Balls.
Nice.
There you go. You keep the Clemson,
Reminds me
guys
of Jamal
together.
Charles. Like Jamal Charles, I mean, he actually has the highest yards per rush attempt in NFL history.
Yep.
That series he actually does.
How often does it happen that you have the number one pick quarterback on the team and then the number one pick running back, same team, same year? That's
Same school as well. Same school.
Yeah, same school, same everything.
Same school.
Yeah.
How often do you have the same school have the quarterback taken in the first round and the running back taken the first round to the same team?
Rare, especially now with running backs taken either later in the draft or the second round.
Urban Meyer understands camaraderie, and that's what you're watching in Jacksonville.
Yeah.
You're watching him go, okay, I have the number one overall pick in Trevor Lawrence. What's going to make him more comfortable? Taking the running back who he handed the ball off to in college. They both pan out. They both can bounce off each other. And Trevor Lawrence, without even stepping foot in Duval County, immediately has somebody he can trust and confide in that locker room without, like, he's already earned Travis Etienne's trust. So he's got somebody that he can lean on and vice versa.
If you're the Browns, who do you take here? Do you take interior defensive line or do you take edge rusher?
I had Davis from Kentucky going here, but with the addition of Jadeveon Clowney, I probably could say that Barmore is a decent spot to go here. So you have Clowney, Garrett, Barmore, Shelton, all on that defensive line. Or Shelton there? No, the defensive tackle, was that Danny Shelton last year?
Danny Shelton was cut for the Lions, I think.
Yeah, right. Now, okay, hold on. No, I mean, who was? I'm trying to think. I'm just gonna type in defensive line, Cleveland Browns. Who was it?
he would fly to hit the
Oh,
ball.
Billings.
Where was the camaraderie when Meyer bolted out of Ohio State?
it was nowhere. It was Urban Meyer got paid his money, and he was just like, I'm done. I'm good. I'll wait till the NFL job opens up. And then he saw the Jaguars and Trevor Lawrence and Florida, and he waited for it. And then he said, okay, I'll go to this. Like, here we go. But it's funny because you see Nick Saban just dismantling teams in college. A lot of people forget he was atrocious being a head coach in the NFL. Like, he was not good in Miami, like, at all.
I mean, it's a different game too. I mean, it's not like it's not the talent's inferior. It's just a different game.
Yeah, exactly. Did he bolt out of? I think he left Florida because of health reasons. He
had his ticker.
Yeah, like he was getting stressed out too much because Florida. And I'm waiting for the ESPN 30 for 30 for the 2007 Florida Gators because you had this slew of people on that team, and yeah, you had Tim Tebow, Riley Cooper, Cam Newton, the Pouncey twins. Brandon Spikes was on that team, I think, and like it was just a slew of people.
Aaron Hernandez on that team too?
Raiders, though, look, I have to say one thing. Cleveland Farrell was a reach.
He was. It's a fact of the matter. He was a reach. People thought he was going to be like an early top like 20, number 4.
Yeah, number 4.
Yeah, he went 4th. I remember that. He went 4th out of nowhere.
They could have had Lamar Jackson.
Yep.
You know?
Media always hates the Raiders. Everything they do, it's a reach. No, sometimes the Raiders do reach, like when Al Davis just went for speed. Like Darius Hayward-Bay at 7 overall, like was not the best of picks. But look at Max Crosby. Was that a reach? It wasn't a reach. They got value there, and look what he's doing. He's performing way beyond what people thought he would. It's just the Raiders are the rebels of the NFL, and the media treats them as such because it's. I feel.
Browns pick.
Hold on a second. Here's the Browns.
It's got to be Barmore. Maybe this is where Newsom goes.
The digital divide for underserved students across the country.
Denzel Ward and Newsom.
As part of Draftathon.
Who's the woman?
To bridge the divide.
Oh.
Maya Tomoto. Class
Okay.
at Shaw High School here in Cleveland that faced this challenge during remote learning.
Okay.
Worked overtime to assist other students. Not only
good for her.
and distributing, but teaching other students how to use them.
Oh.
To introduce Maya to make the Cleveland Browns pick.
There you go. Nice. What's up?
Are you guys ready for the best in the land?
Okay. Let's calm down. It's the Browns.
For the Cleveland Browns, we have Gregory.
Greg Newsom.
There's a Newsom pick.
There he is.
There he is. Tonight. Yeah, so you paired Newsom with Denzel Ward.
Western, yeah.
Yeah, you paired Newsom with Ward, and now you got 2 physical corners.
Hey, you know what I think of when I think of him?
Hmm.
I think of Mr. I think of Josh.
Norman?
No, their current quarterback that they got.
You think about John Johnson?
No. I actually interviewed him, and my memory is just fading because I'm exhausted. Josh. Oh boy.
Was he involved in the Josh fight by any chance?
And then he became a Pittsburgh Steeler.
Josh. You know about Justin Gilbert?
No,
it's Joe Hayden is now on the Steelers.
Yeah, Joe Hayden.
Joe Hayden, not Josh. Joe Hayden.
Joe Hayden.
Mm-hmm.
Joe Hayden. Yeah.
You know what? It's a good pick for them because your defensive line's pretty good right now. You got Clowney and Garrett. Your linebackers are good, decent. Now you got two young corners, man, in the outsides, both physical and both willing to come up and tackle the football carrier. So that's the Browns. As long as the Browns can figure it out offensively, like I said it when Odell Beckham and Jarvis Landry were in the draft way back in the day. When I got a lot of heat for saying it, but I said I would rather take Landry over Beckham because speed dies over time, but route running doesn't. You know how to run an in route, you'll always run an in route, and I just hope that they can figure it out in Cleveland because that lady's excited. So hopefully her excitement can be verified by the Browns winning, and we'll see. But the best in the land, come on, like I'm happy for the work you're doing for school, but let's calm down. It's like I got a kid in second grade who does remote learning, and I can guarantee you my son has learned nothing because he's in second grade and he's sitting at home, and that's it.
It's Cleveland. What do you expect?
Yeah, like it's
Their first draft. They're allowed a little hyperbole.
They are. Let them believe. It's believe land. This is coming from a sour Jet fan. Like I'm sour grapes all over the place, so it's fine. Oh, who's up next? Is the
Hey, what's the best place to get pizza around there, Anthony?
Goshen. I'm in Goshen, New York. It's Goshen Pizza. It's right across the street. And
that's why. Wait a minute, you guys are close to each other, right?
Yeah, like an hour and a half, give or take. We're away. Me and Vinny are away from each other. He's on the other side of the river, in Long Island. So yeah, we're pretty close. It's. I got a pizza.
Hey, Vinny. Where's the best place to get pizza around where you are?
There's Napolini Express. There's also Anthony's Coal Fire Pizza. Those are the places that are right by me.
Yeah, the Anthony's Coal Fire is so good.
That sounds good. Wow.
Is that funded by Dan Marino? I could be wrong.
Maybe. I think. It's funny. You ask anybody from New York or New Jersey where their favorite bagel shop is or pizza place, and within seconds they fire it out. Like I have my cousin lives in Florida, and I ask him, and I almost smacked him. He was like, "Domino's is good." I was like, "No, it's not." I go, "Please stop talking." Like, you need to become more cultured. Please go try food. Like, please.
Domino's was the focus of the only video I ever made about a pizza where I call it the worst pizza I ever tasted.
Oh, it's so bad.
It's still on Zennie62. I was awful. It was like, I mean, if somebody told me, eat this, you're in a movie extra, and eat this because it's basically a prop for dog poo that you don't eat the script. I would have the appropriate reaction from me.
It's rough.
It was that bad. Oh my Lord. It was sad that when I made the video, we hit Google News. This was and I got a call from the owner of the franchise in Oakland. He offered to make me another pizza or something like that. And I mean, the thing was so bad, I turned it down.
Oh,
I didn't want to be disappointed. I didn't want to be disappointed. I didn't want to have him say, "Oh yeah, well this is going to be better." And so he kept after me for about a year. And finally, because it was embarrassing to them, and I understand that, and they finally did send something, but it wasn't much better. And that was, wow, that was 2009, 2010, I think. Oh, it was just so bad. Oh, here's there's he's got a podium up there. See that? It's Yen. This is the virtual appearances the league was talking about. Okay. Because they weren't doing anything where we could interview them in a Zoom room, unlike last time.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess maybe they're probably thinking, gee, we're tired of Zennie getting all this content from us.
Mm-hmm.
Bad, I still got it. I'm just kidding. Boy, I love this so. No, because some people that was trying to explain, I'll explain off camera. I was saying, hey, go off the room. I was saying that I'm not, when I'm in these rooms, I'm not trying to ask questions. I just want content. I mean, yeah, I want to be called on once in a while, but really, I just want the content. I just want the ability to get the content so I can use it for my own purposes, and I'm happy. You know, there was a time when I wanted, oh yeah, I was getting upset and all that, and I thought, wait a minute, I'm in the room.
Yeah. That's 90% of the battle, getting in the room for this stuff.
Get in the room.
Yeah,
You let fate take the rest.
Yeah, I'm gonna forget everything else. Oh, here we go. The
Ravens
Ravens.
I got Rashad Bateman going to the Ravens.
I haven't heard from Melissa. Here we go.
Bateman, you're right.
The Baltimore Ravens select
God Bateman.
Yes, got it. Oh.
Wow. I did not see that coming, but that's a great pick.
Yeah.
There you go.
Now, Saints, you have Azeez Ojulari here. You take him, or are you not?
You know what? That's the guy that Baldinger was saying the Ravens needed. Not that specific guy, but a wide receiver that can, bust the defense through the seam.
Yep. This is where I have the Saints taking Barrymore here to replace Sheldon Rankins, so they get Barrymore here. And plus, the Saints lost Trey Hendrickson off to Cincinnati and Sheldon Rankins, who I think went to the Jets. So this is where I think Christian Barmore goes now.
When I say wild catches, I'm talking about one-handers, twirling catches. There'll be some highlights of Lamar Jackson going to Bateman, and it's safe to say, Rich, he found somebody that loves him.
Wow, good for him.
You like
Yep.
that? You like that one? I was outstanding. You great to
Do the Ravens have on offense? They have Lamar Jackson, J.K. Dobbins, Marquise Brown, and Chubb.
That's Terminal Tower in Cleveland. That's like a landmark. So they post the logo of the team whose pick it is up next. Which I think is pretty cool.
That is pretty cool.
Check the phone. Hold on a second.
This is our block, our place, our people. Our block.
In case you're wondering, folks, I'm stuck in a hole here. It's like trying to get a cockpit of a race car. No, basically, it's like a really deep. I mean, I can show you. It's like a really deep couch. Okay.
Oh.
See, it's like this.
This is a college futon that I got from IKEA.
Nice.
Nice.
Well, I didn't personally get it. An old roommate of mine got it, and he just gave it to me.
Nice.
So it's gotten some years on it. It's been still pretty good.
You haven't arrived into the vaccine. Can't be the reason you don't get it. You want to help? Donate a ride today.
Exactly. His cousin's making Space Jam 2, and yes, we all know what the controversy of Space Jam 2 is, and Lola Bunny and everything,
It's Lola Bunny was the first cartoon crush for a lot of people I know.
You're the real reason as to why Lola Bunny even existed, because there was actually an old Looney Tunes character called Honey Bunny, who decided to get rid of her because she looked way too much like Bugs. And they had Lola, and of the original directors, I forgot the name, decided to back out of the project, and they decided to get Malcolm Lee, who kind of gave in to what Warner Brothers said. And it just feels like that's just been the controversy with Lola Bunny, and just the fact that they have every single thing that Warner Brothers owns referenced in the movie in some way, shape, or form.
Oh.
Which look, there's a Clockwork Orange in there, even though we don't have Pepe Le Pew, we're gonna have that. We have look, there's Animaniacs there. Look, there's Batman. Look, there's Robin. There's the Joker. There's every single thing that they own. It's like. And they better have a reference to Big Chungus there, or I'm going to be pretty upset.
Just have Chungus come out like the Mortal Kombat guy. Just poke his head out of the left corner.
Scorpion? Which one's Scorpion?
Yeah. Which one? The one in Mortal Kombat?
They actually just made it. The Mortal Kombat movie just came out last week.
Yeah, I saw it. I saw it on HBO Max. It's wild.
What did you think of it?
I liked it. I liked it, and I'm really hoping that they do the next movie with Johnny Cage, and I really hope that
The Miz.
The Miz is going to be Johnny Cage.
It's very likely that he's going to be Johnny Cage.
I was going to say I hope that they do it because it was good. I liked the movie a lot. I'm a big Mortal Kombat guy. I played the original games way back in the day. Just it was fun to watch it again. So I hope they go into the Johnny Cage, and then my whole thought with the movie was, spoiler, everybody, like.
Were you comparing it to like the old two, like the first one and Annihilation?
Yeah, like it's at the end of this one, I go, wasn't there supposed to be the tournament? Everybody dies. What happened to the tournament? Like, you're supposed to have
They
the
want to
tournament.
have the tournament in the second one, and if they do a third one, it would be like post-tournament, but who knows afterwards. I know that with Paramount, for instance, even though they want to have at least 3 total for Sonic, because of how rabid the fan base is, and I should know, I've been a part of the franchise since like 2004, they're going to make way more of those things, and whoever says the franchise is really for kids, I mean, I was literally there like first day. I've been following like the Sonic movie since like 2014. Right?
Yep. I know the guy who played Sub-Zero signed on for 4 movies. So
the guy from Sub-Zero is on for 4 movies, huh?
Yeah, I think it's 4.
They've been trying to make a Mortal Kombat new movie for like 20, 30 years, and I'm happy they finally did it. It also helps better because, the same company that made the original films are now the same ones that own the company now, but that's also because Midway tried to do stuff outside Mortal Kombat, but they just kept bombing and bombing and said, you know what, guys, I'm sorry, we got to sell this off. Hey, Warner Brothers, you take our stuff, and Ed Boon just opened up NetherRealm and.
Hey guys, what do you think they're going to do?
What I think the Saints are going to do, I think they're going to take interior defensive line. I think they're going to take Christian Barmore, or they take the edge. They could take, but I'm thinking that's probably going to be. I think it's going to be someone on defense. I just feel like it's going to be on the trenches.
Yeah, I think this is where Barmore goes because you got to replace Rankins. You lost Trey Hendrickson. It's got to be somebody on that defensive line here. I don't think you can really look anywhere else right now. You could look somewhere else, but your need is defensive line, so you got to take one of them. There's still a
Peyton
good
Turner
amount.
was just drafted. Peyton Turner. Interesting. He's number 47 on the draft network.
Turner, there you go.
Okay, so now Elijah Moore's there. Are the Packers going to take a wide receiver?
Yeah.
They have to. They really need.
Yeah, I have the Packers taking Elijah Moore here. So let's.
Hey, who's the other Texas lineman that was to go high? Anthony and Vinny.
The one that went the Texas lineman that went to Ohio.
The Texas lineman who there were 2.
Well, you had
S.
Northwood. The pick is in for the Packers.
It's got to be Elijah Moore.
Oregon.
That happened today. Throughout the last few weeks that came to light today.
And Richard, like to be pushed just to show how angry Aaron Rodgers was at the Green Bay Packers. The reality was this has been building not just for months, but really since the Packers selected Jordan Love in the first round last year.
Is it Samuel Cosme?
Over contract negotiations.
Yes.
Yes.
They made a big offer to him.
He's gonna be. I think he'll get drafted tomorrow, if not now. Like him, Creed Humphrey from Oklahoma is another one that might sneak in. The kid from Notre Dame might sneak in. The tackle from Michigan might sneak in. That kid from North Dakota State, Dylan Runtz or whatever his name is, he's gonna be either a late first, early to mid second round pick. It all depends. Now this is the point where people. You love somebody, you take them now. If not, then you're going to have to. This is where we might see a trade come in at some point, trying to move up.
And the people around them, you got Devontae Adams, Big Bobby Tonyan has been terrific.
Elijah Moore. Please be Elijah Moore.
Just take a wide receiver so we can end Rodgers' suffering.
Yeah, take something that's on the offensive side. Take a lineman. Take something. To show
Please, like
good
Kevin
faith.
Jenkins is also there too. Like you
Yep.
can take him.
They choose here when it obviously.
If you wanted to go running back, hell, like Jamal Williams in there, so take a Javonte Williams. Why not?
Yeah. They'll take a punter and just tell Aaron Rodgers like, okay, you could leave. We took a punter.
Hey, punters are people too, but they're not exactly people that are going to be helping out Rodgers on the offensive side of the ball.
Yeah, it's not like the Raiders way back in the day going with Ray Guy. Like it's
And then Ray Guy was drafted with a broken foot.
Yep.
Like that's even crazier. We need Landona and Forrest Good.
Yep. So let's see where they go with this.
Christian goes to the Packers. Watch.
What?
They'll do that. Aaron Rodgers will just pack his things up now.
Let's see. What if they take like Kelvin Joseph? Kelvin Joseph, or I know even better. They take a Kyle Trask. They kind of get another quarterback.
Take another one, but we're getting competition in the room.
Yeah, we need some competition for Jordan Love because 2 first-round quarterbacks is enough. We need 3.
Yeah, we need
the best
just all of them. Like, give us all of them. Like, let's see how that works out.
Plenty of good pieces there, but sometimes it's like olive branch time. And I think we've reached that point. If you're the Green Bay Packers, whatever you got to do to repair this thing, and that could start with this pick.
I don't think that what's bothering Aaron could be settled with a draft pick.
No, I think Aaron might still get traded regardless, honestly.
Yeah.
I think a draft pick, that's still not going to be enough with them because I feel like the tension, even if you add a wide receiver, that's still not going to infuse him. I think it's hard for me to really say if those bridges could truly be repaired. I think they're kind of burned beyond repair in a sense. I mean, they still can play for them, at least maybe. I mean, if the Packers end up not – if they end up not having Rodgers – they could still win the division potentially, but it's going to be a lot difficult because Rodgers was the reigning MVP. And if defense played better, if the play calling was actually good and didn't elect for taking the field goal with 8 points down, they could have actually legitimately beaten the Bucs with an 18-point comeback. But no, Bucs have the Super Bowl and they don't.
Let's hear what it is.
Eric Stokes. Yay. Corner. Yay. I mean, they needed help on corner, but at the same time.
You know what? That guy is the fastest DB in the SEC. That dude
He is fast. They do need help at corner.
I also have an interview with him, by the way, from Pro Day. So
Nice.
That's a great pick. Wow.
That's good. You definitely, I mean, Kevin King, missed a wide open catch. Was Scotty Miller or something?
Yep.
Get his hands on the ball. Here he is working against Missouri. Again, get your head around. Find it, knock it away.
Hey, speaking of which,
Down here in the red zone. Get your hands on, be physical.
the Georgia defensive end, Aziz, he's still on the board.
Yeah, he's still here.
Wow.
The Bills could take him right now at 30.
That's a guy I could see the Buccaneers getting, or you know what? The Ravens. The Ravens could get him.
Ravens have the pick 31. I mean, that feels like a very Ravens kind of player.
Yeah, yeah. And that gave the Ravens the luxury of getting a wide receiver early.
Mm-hmm.
Although, as I think about it, I don't think anybody had them on his board to get that high. So
you just got to hope the draft falls in your favor. That's all I say.
Here comes Buffalo.
Was still clanking in the eardrums of Packer fans. But it's not just that now, Rich. That was Romney Mostert 2 years ago. This was Kevin King this year.
And Aaron Rodgers' Instagram live right now, would probably set records.
Oh, God, yeah.
Josh Jackson they took a few years ago. They thought he would create the turnovers in the takeoff. He has it. They need someone opposite Jair Alexander.
I mean, it's a good pick. It's just that, Rodgers has a bit of a temper.
Yeah, a little bit.
They got a really good one. Buffalo Bills, who had their best season since 1995 by all measures and metrics. And the turnaround for the Bills with Sean McDermott as the head coach and Brandon Beane named GM all in the same year of 2017. They built a core Pro Bowl caliber players through the draft, traded for Stephon Diggs. 3 playoff appearances in the previous 4 seasons, including that.
Hey, Patrick, how'd you like that? Not no little. Here come the Bills.
Green Bay should pick an old lineman. Green Bay should
Brandon
send.
Beane. I'm pretty happy with his choice.
Here we go.
Well, when you look at their team, Rich, this is second scoring offense in the NFL.
The Packers taking.
Last time the Packers took a wide receiver in the first round was Javon Walker in 2002.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
That's great news. It's
Yeah. That's
how
fantastic.
exactly did Javon Walker do?
Oh, I have the Bills taking the kid from
Javon
Penn
Walker only lasted 4 seasons with the Packers. I mean, he was a Pro Bowler in 2004, but they traded him away to the Broncos. Then he suffered a lot of injuries afterwards. Then he basically was.
I feel like the Packers front office doesn't know how to break up with like their girlfriend, because look what happened with Brett Favre. Now look what is happening with Aaron Rodgers. They don't know how to like say goodbye. They just destroy it, and that's it. Like they don't want to be labeled like the bad guy for like ending it, so they'll just sabotage it. Because really, what have you put around Aaron Rodgers, with the exception of Devontae Adams, to help that man?
You know what, though? I'll say this again. I don't believe Aaron Rodgers' issues can be solved by a new player here or there.
I don't think so either.
With the coaching staff.
Yeah.
And whatever the dynamics of it are, I'm going to talk to Mike Silver about that. Maybe I can get him on the show. But whatever the dynamics of it are, I don't think that a draft solve it. And I really don't even think it's just Jordan Love. I think it's something about the style. There's something about the way they are that just grates on him.
Yeah, I think. I think it's unrepairable at this point. You really just got to cut.
It reminds me that Reggie McKenzie said to me when he was Raiders GM, because I had made a video saying, "Hey, he should be fired for firing Hugh Jackson," because I felt that if you're a black person, you're a black head coach, you don't undermine him. That's how I felt. And I told him, nothing against them. It's just a matter of a belief of a certain managerial direction and how hard it is for us to be in organizations. And he said something to me that was just plain on simple. He said, just because a person is, in this case, black, it doesn't mean you have to like them. And bottom line, he didn't like Hugh Jackson.
Okay.
I mean, now, to me, the way that I think, as a professional, you figure out a way to get along for a greater good. That's just me.
Yeah.
But apparently, there's not that kind of kumbaya among some people in the NFL. I'll just say it like that.
Yeah.
Goodell's coming to the podium. The pick is in for the Bills.
I say the kid from Penn State, Owe. Oh, yeah, I don't know how to say his name. Jason. I don't know how to say Jason.
With the 30th pick in the 2021 NFL,
Gregory Rousseau.
The Buffalo Bills select Gregory Rousseau.
Hey!
Well,
here we go.
He has to go to the Ravens.
That video goes up. We have a video.
There you go.
That guy's size. Look at that. 6'6", 267, 4'6", 40.
He's a big boy.
He looks like a big boy too.
Yeah, he is.
Really, really big boy.
Yeah, he's. You don't want to get in his way at the buffet line at all. He's just gonna run you over.
That's a great pick. Wow.
I like it. They needed help on the edge. So it's their scheme too.
Hey, folks, in case you're wondering, that's the same kind of design that they used in Nashville for the stage.
Another place for him to go to, Buffalo. Still climbing.
Yeah, and DJ said it earlier. A team built with the play with the
Oh, much familiar.
This reminds me of the Colts with Peyton Manning. It's 13-0 before you start. Here comes Rudy and Mathis. Now you add Rousseau to Mario Allison, Jerry Hughes coming up to get that third quarterback. So that could be a whole lot of fun.
And this is a kid, guys, as we go to the video, who has the ability to play outside as well as reduce inside and create some pressure there as well. I talked about his size and length, and you go up.
Pow! Woo! That's a famous video now.
He uses that length when point of attack. You can't get your hands on him. Just so long. He just locks guys out. He does it in the run game. You see it as a pass rusher as well. He's going to get physically stronger, so you'll see more bull rush from him. As you see him rushing off the edge here, again, using that length. I talk about guys having a GPS. It's hard to be a great pass rusher if you can't feel and sense where the quarterback is. This kid has that despite not a lot of experience. You can reduce him inside.
Here comes Baltimore, folks.
What that means is you're going to fan out the protection, and you're going to find some of these tomato can guards you're going to see in the NFL, and you're going to let this guy on him.
Tomato can.
I don't.
Funny. Versatility that way.
And I just got a text. Someone said, "There's no way he played wide receiver in high school. There's just absolutely no way."
Oh yeah.
But guess what?
He did. Yeah, he did.
These are the type of things that you see, right? You go out, you see these guys, a lot of different. You decide where they're going to play in college.
That's not fair.
Yeah, you're looking for the guys that can do the things that you can't coach.
It's gotta be disease.
Yeah, but you know what? The thing about it is he was still growing then.
He just
He hadn't finished growing. That was high school.
Just reaching down. This guy is a quarterback's nightmare because you think you're protecting the pocket, but he can reach out beyond the tackle and find you.
And one thing Coach said earlier that stuck in my head, you go back to the tape for the opt-outs. All right? When the opt-outs weren't around, you go back to the tape. So the pro day wasn't great, but still, and what a lot of scouts are saying, 15.5 sacks the last time I saw him on tape. I can't unsee that. Let's see what we can do with it.
That footage of him in high school looked like Andrew Reid at the punt, pass, and kicking.
Oh my God! Yeah, that Andy Reid one. It looks like a grown man decided to put on pads.
Anybody to join me? I'm like, am I living on Rousseau Island, population 1?
Nice.
No, Sean McDermott was there the whole time, just on the other side of the island.
He just wasn't going to tell you about it. You know,
You might be right.
So the Ravens' second pick. This was a pick that was acquired from, I guess, Andrew Reid and the Kansas City Chiefs in the Orlando Brown trade that occurred just in the past week, sending Orlando Brown to be the left tackle he said he can be and wants to be. So we'll see who the Ravens collect using the Chiefs pick that they acquired in that trade in a moment. Let's send things to the stage for most to start.
Well, Rich Eisen, it was a long season opting out due to COVID to be with his family. It was a long wait in the green room tonight. We saw the celebration. How excited are you?
There were a lot of opt-outs, that were taken.
Yeah.
I'm anxious to see how they adjust to the speed of the game.
Yeah, to see being out for that long, knocking off the rust as well as getting ready to play in an NFL game. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm so thankful, and I couldn't be any more grateful that God is good.
You're a Florida boy, born and
Praise
raised.
him.
How are you going to deal with that?
Yep. Yeah, I've never been a fan of the measurables like that, like Vernon Golston and those guys.
Mm-hmm.
I'd rather sit there and watch a bunch hours of game tape to see how you do on the field. Yeah, I can't. Like everybody can run fast in spandex. Like you can look like you're fast running in spandex, but running in spandex and putting a helmet on are two different things. I judge. He gets the prep like that. Comes back to explain this thing. But yeah.
Dick. Only to watch them trade out of the first round.
Pick is in for the Baltimore Ravens.
What did I have here?
Every time I eat stuffed crust from Pizza Hut, I play this song. Watch what happens when I play it backwards. Eat 3 topping stuffed crust backwards. The original stuffed crust, just $11.99. No one outbeats the Hut. All the battles we fought. So we have to show fight. Show you how it all ends. And know there's nothing you can do about it. Justice has to stand, even if we fall.
Are you guys getting any texts? Because I don't have my phone in front of me.
I haven't gotten any texts.
Okay.
Nope.
Good. That means I haven't missed anybody trying to get in. So.
Options, all in our app. Expedia. It matters who you travel with.
Well, I will be doing the second round tomorrow at.
So you need a network that's built right. Verizon Business Unlimited starts with America's most reliable network. Then we have the speed of Verizon
At 8 o'clock, 8:05.
We provide that's made for business and offer plans as low as $30.
Everybody wants to stop by, but
more businesses choose Verizon than any other network.
Regardless, I'm a going.
What's up, Justin? It's Baker.
Justin Fields, the #1 high school recruit, has committed to play for Georgia.
Sometimes things don't play out the way you planned it, but so what?
Georgia quarterback Justin Fields is transferring to Ohio State.
When things didn't work out, you found your own path.
When there's doubters and skeptics, Justin Fields has been able to rise up.
Chicago Bears. How about that?
That's what's going to allow you to put your own stamp on the league. I can't wait to see what you do.
This our season right here, man. This is every big one.
This is. I saw this funny. I'll show you guys this meme. This is funny. This is Mekhi Becton and Zach Wilson at training camp. You're in the blind side. Oh God, it's.
Don't go anywhere because NFL Total Access, the Emmy Award nominated NFL Total Access.
We got two. We got two of these.
Have you guys ever been to Cleveland?
No, not yet.
Really?
Always wanted.
Oh, wait.
Jason Away, linebacker.
All right, there's a way.
Oh. Wow. Penn State. I have his interview, folks. Wow, what a great pick.
Nope.
That's better than I thought they were going to do. Wow. That's going up. Yep.
Jason Owen. It's an interesting case study because he did not have a sack this last year, but when you study the tape, you see a very disruptive player. He helped a lot of guys out with his penetration and pressures. He just didn't get the finishes that he would want. And he ran into 4 threes at his pro day.
Yeah, he did. He had a crazy 40 time. I was at the Penn State Pro Day virtually. He had a crazy 40 time.
I don't know what they're doing at Penn State. Those guys all test like this it's unbelievable what they do with these guys. But you want to talk about speed coming off the edge? You go back and see a lot of really good things from the 2019 tape. You saw a lot of pressures this year as well. He can win right away. You see his ability to soften the edge. He's not real polished at this point in time, but with his explosive first step, he's able to gain an edge and make things happen. You see these flashes, the flashes of the power, the speed, the power he's going to be able to generate off the edge. It's not all there yet, but he has so much in his body. And I go back to that pro day again. Look at this dude run. Jeez. Ran 4.37. He had a 39.5-inch vertical. So when you think about Rick Martindale and his Ravens scheme, how creative they are, they're going to find a way to get that athlete isolated on tight ends and on linebackers.
Yep.
And he can go
donut in the sack column, I can promise you that. You said the biggest word to me, you said disruption. This guy is fast, he is physical, and we were in those Baltimore Ravens meeting rooms, and there's a word that came up, or a phrase that came up every once in a while, which this guy's a Raven. So you can kind of look at this guy fast and physical and put in that defense. I'm excited to see this guy as a Raven.
I can see the Bruce Arians got somewhere to go because they just threw a quick right in.
That's it. All right.
Bucks shows.
Bedtime.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Get right to it.
He knew what he wanted.
He knew what he wanted.
Why would
Bruce Arians, Jason Light, by the way, re-signing basically everyone.
Here we go. The Bucks, the Super Bowl champions.
There it is.
So here we go. The world champion Tampa Bay Buccaneers with the pick.
That was fast.
Night 1 and 3.
The pick is in.
It's got to be Barmore.
We're the 32nd pick in the 2021 NFL Draft. The Super Bowl champion Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Joe Tryon, linebacker, Washington.
Oh!
Well,
Yeah.
they don't have enough at that
Yeah,
position.
but they went linebacker. See, which is I thought was better.
Yeah, you know what? That's
Yeah.
wow.
Here's Joe Tryon.
I think I had him in this draft pool that I had. It's always
This year, we go back to 2019. He's got that big frame coming off.
They
the
have-
edge. He can convert speed to power. Was very productive coach, as you know, in the Pac-12.
Absolutely. Much like some of the guys that have been gone earlier, this guy collapses the pocket on his side. He is big, he is long, he is physical.
And you talk to people.
So what did you think, guys?
This offseason,
I think people understand need is more valuable than best player available.
That'll wrap it up for our
I think a lot of teams are moving into the age of making sure that it's all about job security, and you get, like I said before, you get job security by building teams the right way. And best player available is great, but a lot of teams have a lot of needs nowadays. It's not like 5-6 years ago where you could take best player available and figure it out. You got to take the needs when you can. And we saw that with the trades and stuff moving up, moving down, Chicago moving up, the Jets moving up. And you just, a lot of teams filled a lot of holes tonight. And it's only the first round. We still have 6 more to go.
Let me ask you, how much do you think that is because my observation, the players across the board are better athletes today than they were when we were in 2005 when I first started covering the draft in New York. I would say 2004, okay?
Yeah.
In other words, you wanted a best athlete. Generally, your best athletes, they weren't necessarily your guard or your center.
Mm-hmm.
Now you can find your best athlete at a guard or a center because that person might be strong enough to pull a truck.
Yeah.
You know, so you could say I want need, but then the need person that you get, like these defensive ends, they're running crazy 40 times.
Yeah.
We've never seen before.
Oh, the uptick in athleticism from 2005 to now, there's a definite change in just being an athlete. It's genetics, evolution, I don't know what it is, but yeah, no, it's definitely
Sure.
There's an uptick in athleticism, there's an uptick in just pure aggression, just the talent pool. Like there's going to be in rounds 2 and 3 tomorrow, you're going to watch a lot of guys go off the board that are going to have very long and successful NFL careers, where in yesteryear you might have seen less of a percentage because most of the top talent was first round and then the fall off was huge. But this is now like first rounds here, second and third rounds somewhere around here, and then you start dropping down. But back then there was a huge gap difference. Like you can still take the kid from Notre Dame, Tevin Jenkins from Oklahoma State, just offensive lineman, Creed Humphrey, Javonte Williams from North Carolina, Trayvon Moehrig, the safety, the number 1 safety in the draft. These are all very talented players that will be immediate helps to whatever team they get drafted to.
Vinny, you got thoughts?
I personally feel like this is a pretty good decision. You need some help on the end. You need some help on the edge, especially considering Because Shu doesn't have much time left. You don't know how much time JVP has left. You don't know how much time Levante David has left. It's good to make sure you put some young guys in those aging spots, because if the Bucks want to be a consistent perennial contender, at least for the next couple of years, they need to make sure they do that. If they decide if the game is one in the trenches, that's true. You have to make sure you supply it. I mean, the Bucks won that Super Bowl not only because Mahomes was hurt, not just because the offensive line was injured, but because of just the strength on the trenches. Even though Brady won MVP, many people said that it was really, if anything, Todd Bowles, because it was the entire defensive effort. Because Brady's the quarterback, and because there's not really one particular defensive player that you went into. That's why they won 3. That's my personal thought.
All right. Hey guys, I'm going to conclude that it's 12:08, but I want to talk with you guys backstage. So we'll see you tomorrow, or hey, the future notwithstanding, I wanted to thank everybody. Oh, by the way, before we leave, best draft, real quick. Quick thought, preliminarily. First team that comes to mind for the best draft.
Jaguars.
I agree.
Yeah,
Jaguars.
Yeah, the Jaguars, absolutely.
Jaguars. That was easy.
It's early too. It's early too. They got 2 picks. They got their star quarterback and star running back from the exact. Well, yes, we're talking this draft. Don't forget, Johnny Shell was an undrafted player that same year too. So that's an 5 guys.
All right, guys. Hey, everybody! Thank you for joining us. It was wow! It was 5 hours, 29 minutes, and 15 seconds of fun and counting.
Yep.
And I'll talk to y'all in the backstage. All right. Thank you. Please, if you haven't done so before, folks, you're watching this, subscribe to Zennie62. That is the podcast, but stick around, guys.